Hello, hello. Asai, thank you so much for 5 months. It's weird. In the chat message it says 5 months, but in my activity feed it says 6 months. I don't know. I don't know why. I don't know. Maybe it's a 5 month streak, but it's technically well, no, because then it would have said 5 months and then, or it would have said 6 months and then 5 months in a row. I don't know. The world may never know. Exactly. Alright, as always, alerts are muted for Mythos Monday streams. Welcome back, it's Monday. Yeah, I forgot to. I didn't forget to be here, but I did forget for a while that it was Monday. I was doing some stuff before stream. I don't know, a mood struck me, and I was doing some stuff. Working on a sort of secret project that may not be entirely secret, but you guys will see when we get there. I'm hoping to have it done, or hoping to like work on it properly soon. I think Gil gave to me a sub a while ago. Oh yeah, that might be something. That might have something to do with it then. Con Redleaf. That's my name in French or something. Or like the Mikote language from Final Fantasy. they got apostrophes and whatnot, right? I've been thinking about playing Final Fantasy XIV again. I've been thinking about starting a new account on Final Fantasy XIV. Specifically because I have, like there's the free demo up through all of the content that I haven't done yet. But my original account is a Steam account. So I have to pay a subscription anyway, regardless of the free trial period for regular Windows accounts. The only downside is that I wouldn't get to keep anything that I have. Like, I can't transfer that character to a new account. It doesn't work that way. Technically, that's gaming the system, although I feel like I'm kind of getting shafted just because I didn't know that I had to have a non-Steam version of the game. I don't know, so I've been thinking about that. Thinking about getting into Final Fantasy XIV and like really getting into Final Fantasy XIV again, especially and not having to pay a monthly subscription will totally like make me feel better about that because of the amount of time that I've had to put in just to get through a Realm Reborn content, and then there's 2 more out of the massive expansions that you get to play through for free with no restrictions on playtime. So that's kind of a big deal. It's been a pro-con list that's been on my mind for the past couple of days. I don't know. I really gotta sit down and think about it. Because then I won't have the Torgal mount anymore either. And that's a detriment. Until or unless they rerun the Final Fantasy 16 event, which they probably will do eventually. Actually, can you buy the Torgal mount? No, it's only from the quest. Yeah. Or maybe I just commit and bite the bullet and pay the sub fee and actually play the game. Who knows? I feel like it's not... I don't know. I have a rocky relationship with MMOs. I used to play RuneScape back in the day. And I would just put in hours on that, but I wouldn't, like, ever do any quest. I would just, like, hang around. I basically roleplayed a shopkeep. I did a bunch of mining levels, and then a bunch of like crafting, mining and smithing and crafting and stuff. And I would sell stuff on the grand market, and that was like my my 9 to 5 as a child. It was stupid. I have a very complicated relationship with MMOs. Oh, hello there, Square Greg Godzilla. Square. Clearly not true. Greg, not my name. Godzilla. I could pass for Godzilla. Unicorn. Clearly I have 4 horns, so that would be a tetracorn. Thank you very much. Catfish. There are whiskers for this model, but I don't use that toggle, so that checks out. Also cat. Gamer, for sure. Girl, simply untrue. Furry, also untrue. I will take no criticism. Americano, that would be true, except that that's a type of coffee. So, I am not drinkable. Well, forget I said anything. Something else I don't know. Sure, checks out. Ninja. You fucking bet I am. Cereal bowl. Cereal bowl? I don't have a dent. It would be funny if I had a dent toggle on this model. You're saying blood isn't drinkable? That is, well, that's actually exactly what I was saying, is that I am, in a way, I am drinkable. But let's not talk about that. A sphere is essentially a square when you really ignore the details. Alright, I feel like you and Tobias could have an in-depth conversation about that. That sounds like something he would say. All of these are true if you're brave enough. That's... Well, then I guess I'm not brave enough. I don't know, man. Square. When I have a toggle like this, square is a little hard to argue. I don't know. That might just be me. Anyway, thank you all so much for joining me. Love having a nice active chat before we while we're getting started here. Nice to catch up with you guys. You hear it here, folks? Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. I'm a VTuber. I can't be held liable for anything that I ever say ever. It's the parasites. The parasites make me say things. My brain turns off whenever I hit the go live button. Alright, let's see, do I have any other updates? I mean, yes and no. I posted a schedule on my Twitter, earlier. If you're not following me on Twitter, you can do so at the links below. If you don't have a Twitter, I'm sorry to hear that. You're all the better for it, trust me. Wherein, in the next visual novel, that hasn't come out yet, I'm expecting... They keep talking about... Get parried. Read the pinned message. They keep talking about, the, release date for, Fate Stay Night. Then that it's coming out this year. It's release date is 2024. We're halfway through we're a little more than halfway through 2024. We're approaching August. This is like the middle of quarter 3. Oh hey, I forgot about the hat toggle. Get that done. Damn it. The dunce cat. Yeah, we're doing more dunking around on Thursday, but yeah, yeah. Once I'm expecting Fate Stay Night to come out in like October or something, and we'll do it then. That's for sure. That's kind of next on the docket for Mythos Mondays. God, visual novels are tough to do. I also want to do Katawa Shoujo because that came out on Steam with a safe for work type of release. So I'd like to do that too because that's an old one that I liked. Never did all of the routes. No, it didn't. Not yet. Oh yeah, it is coming out sometime in August, right? Because I saw it listed there the other day, but I don't remember. Yeah, August 15th. Yeah, 2 weeks. God, there's so many visual... See, this is why I wanted to start doing reading streams more than once a week, because there are so many visual novels out there that I want to get through, and visual novels as a medium take so long to finish. It's just reading a book. Like, how many weeks did it take us to get through Witch on the Holy Night? Like, 8-10 weeks? Doing it once a week for 3 hours? And I can't, because it's strictly narration, if I push for any more than like 4 hours maximum, I risk like injuring my voice because I'm not trained for this kind of stuff. Hopefully eventually I'll be able to do like 6 hour, 8 hour reading streams, although I would probably have to take a day or two off in between. But like, at the rate we're going, there's too much content for me to get through in a timely manner, doing it just one time a week. Because if Fate's Stay Night does release in October, I don't even know if we'll be finished with Tsukihime by then. Hopefully we'll be finished with one route, but I don't know for sure. And that's the other thing, is that I don't know about most, but a lot of visual novels have more than one route, so you need to do them, you need to read through them more than one time. So I don't know how to do that. Tsukihime one route will take 12 total weeks at this pace. And this is so it'll be another 8 weeks, which is another 2 months. Which puts us, it puts us at the end of September. That puts us in October. It's 12 days long and you do one chapter stream. Right, and the reason we do one chapter stream is because one chapter is approximately 3 hours long. Reading it out loud. If I was reading it to myself in my head, I could just get through it. But like reading it out loud, it just takes so much time. It's wild. These are types of things that I didn't think about until I started streaming this type of content. And it's not to say that I don't like it by any means. I love these streams, but it's like, wow, it's just managing the time that needs to go into this is crazy. So I don't know. We might, in the future, we might do like single routes for Mythos Mondays, and then we might have a community day sessions or community picked subsidiary routes. Because like Fate's Stay Night has 3 main routes. Tsukihime has at least 2 main routes, and then a couple like extra routes that are I don't know, questionably canon. Tsukihime is like the one I'm least familiar with. And even then they've got a bunch of extra content that's not like, it's not necessarily canon to the story, it's just like fun extra stuff. Little side stories. So we might in the future, as we grow, we might do polls on other routes for visual novels. Katao Shoujo, like I brought up, has like 5 different routes because there's 5 different love interests. And sure, the first part's the same for all of them, but it kind of depends on the choices that you make in the first part, which one you end up with. And it's just so complicated, it's so complex that it's like, it takes so much time. So much time that I'm wasting by yapping about it, because we've been live for almost 20 minutes, and I haven't started reading yet. Yeah, Fate and Tsukihime are convenient because you can't access other routes until you do the first one first, so that's good. Traumatizing Katao Shoujo fan in 2 words: comfort Misha. I wouldn't know because I picked Lily the first time and I never actually finished it. I like Lily though, she's pretty. Anyway, that's enough talking about visual novels that we're not currently reading. Let's talk about the one that we are currently reading. Got that slight chaotic dissonance as we transition from the from the soundtracks. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Tsukihime, A Piece of Blue Glass Moon. When last we left off, I don't remember exactly because we fucking killed someone, and I don't remember anything that happened after that. We woke up in our bed having memories of killing someone, but not being covered in their blood. It was pretty traumatizing. Like, I think the entirety of last week's episode was us coping with killing somebody and with the fact that nobody else, like, had any concept that we had done that. First time. As far as you know. I wake to see a dull gray morning light. It's quiet. Even the pitter-patter of the rain is nowhere to be heard. The sky is still blanketed in clouds, despite the rain having ceased. After taking one last deep breath, I heave myself off the bed. I could barely sleep last night. Whenever I thought I might drift off, the scene I witnessed would play out in the back of my mind. The floor dyed red, covered in scattered pieces of... At times like this, possessing memories or clarity of thought can really be a pain. Just when you've got something you'd like to forget, your mind drags you back to relive the experience all over again. This is ridiculous. It was all just a bad dream. I shouldn't be haunted by nightmares when I'm awake. Exactly. It was all just a dream. I'd like my brain to hurry and forget about it already. There's a knock at the door. The clock tells me it's just before 6 a.m. Who'd come knocking this early in the morning? Please excuse me. Master Shiki. My apologies. I wasn't aware you had awoken. It's fine, really. Sorry if I startled you. I went to bed early last night, so I woke up a bit earlier than usual. What about you, though? What brings you here so early? Yeah, I'm going to take away your moderator privileges. Can I not, like, time your ass out for that? What the fuck? Please, no, we'll stop. Don't do that! What the fuck? This is not even that part of the story. I'm sure we'll get there. Anyway, focus up, chat. Hisui falls silent and gives me a hesitant look. Upon closer inspection, I realize she's cradling my freshly laundered clothing for the day. Did you come to bring me my school uniform? Indeed. Allow me to apologize again. You saw something unbecoming. I eye Hisui quizzically. Hisui stays silent. I don't recall saying anything I describe as unbecoming, but I decide not to push the matter. You can just put the clothes over there then. I'll head right to the parlor after I change. Understood. Then please excuse me. Hisui quietly heads for the door, but stops just short of it. She swiftly turns to face me again. Master Shiki, since you're up early, would you like me to draw you a bath?
入浴の用意もいたしますが。
入浴って
This early in the morning?
朝から。
はい。
Yes.
色
You're
素も
awfully
ひど
dirty.
く汚れています。
Would you not prefer to wash your
学校
body
に行
before
く前
leaving
に
for school?
お体を流された方がよろしいのではないでしょうか。
I'm a dirty boy. Now that she mentions it, I am a mess. Which isn't much of a surprise, considering I passed out in the middle of a park yesterday.
そうだな。
You're right.
悪いけど
Sorry
用
for
意
the
してくれる。
inconvenience, but could you prepare the bath for me?
この時間なら学校にも
If I
十
jump
分
in
間に合う
this
し。
early, I should still have plenty of time to get ready for school.
かしこまりました。
Understood.
では、
The bath will be
20
ready
分
for
ほ
you
ど
in
経ち
20
ましたら
minutes.
浴場においでください。
Does it take that long to run a bath? Hisui places the uniform down, then leaves the room. It's still only 6 a.m. With nothing else to do, I spend 20 minutes idly staring at the ceiling. The thoughts throbbing at the back of my mind are washed away by the water. Seated beside the bathtub, I upend the bucket over my head and take a deep breath as the chilly water soaks through my hair. Oh, it's still, despite being a Western-style mansion, it's still an Eastern-style bath. I see. That was such a horrible dream. Why would I even dream about murdering some woman I've never seen before? If I'm greeted by these sorts of dreams purely because I'm unaccustomed to living in the mansion, and I'm dreading what else is to come.
そうだよな。
I really need to pull myself together.
引き締めないと。
I run the cool water over my head one more time, rubbing and cleaning every part of my body. Ow. My towel just barely grazes my throat before a stinging pain hits me.
なんだ。
What is this? I look at my neck in the mirror. Gross. My throat looks red and swollen. It's a vampire bite. I return to my room and change into my uniform. It's only a little past 7 a.m. Still bewildered at how a simple bath could make me feel so much better, I grab my bag and leave the room. Good morning, Shiki. You're up early today. Kohaku steps out of the parlor just as I come down the stairs. You look refreshed. Did you just get out of the bath?
ええ、さっ
I
きまで
did,
入っていま
actually.
した。
I'm impressed you could tell.
すごいですね、琥珀さん。そういうのわかるものなんですか？
It wasn't too hard. Your hair's still wet. You're even more adorable when you're fresh out of the bath. She called us adorable, Jet. I have to avert my gaze from her light-hearted smile. As I am now, her pure, innocent expression does nothing but make my chest ache. Just wait a moment. I'll have your breakfast ready soon. Huh? Breakfast. Something edible. Even that word is enough to make me recall the color of blood. The thought leaves me with even less of an appetite than usual. How about I prepare a Western-style breakfast today?
ああ、
Oh, sure.
基本的に
I'd
ど
be
っち
happy
でもいい
with
んです
whatever
け
you
ど。
serve me.
そっか、朝ごはん
Right,
か。
breakfast.
あんまりに
Yes,
も
the
お
bath
風
felt
呂
so
が気
good,
持
I'd
ちよかった
forgotten all
から
about it.
忘れてた。
Really? You didn't eat dinner yesterday, so Hisu and I were wondering whether the growling of your stomach had woken you.
いや、単純に
Nah,
寝
I
すぎ
just
ただ
slept
け
for
だ
too
よ。
long, that's all. Don't worry, I've had a small appetite ever since I was a kid. It's not unusual for me to skip a meal or two.
はあ
Oh, now you
言われ
mention
てみ
it, you
ると
look
四季
rather
さんっ
trim.
て贅肉の
Are
ない
you
いい
actually a
体をしてい
vegetarian
ま
or
すも
something
の
like
ね
that?
そんなこだわり
It's
は
not
な
like
か
I
っ
go
た
out
け
of my
ど、
way to be one, but
言われて
I
みれ
guess
ば
I did pretty
有
much
馬の
stick
家
to
では野
vegetables
菜
when
ば
I
っかり
lived
食
with
べ
the
てた気がし
Arimas.
ます。
When I was discharged from the hospital, the doctor told me to avoid anything that's hard on the digestive system, but I think I would have avoided meat even if he hadn't told me to. One way or another, meat just reminds me of death.
好き嫌いはないんです
So
ね
you really aren't picky about food.
それでしたら安
That'll
心
make
してお
preparing
食
your
事を
meals
用意
easier.
できます
I'll whip you up something, so please take a
すぐ
seat
に
in the
お作り
parlor.
しますから今で待っていてくださいな
Kohaku quickly turns to leave. But I stop her, feeling like I won't be able to pass anything through my throat as things are now.
ああ、いいんだ、小
But
白さん。
don't worry about making me
今
anything.
日は食欲が
I'm
ない
gonna
から、
skip breakfast
この
today
ま
and
ま
go
学校
straight
に
to
行くよ
school.。
アキハに
Tell
も
Akiha
そう
for
伝
me,
えて
will
おい
you?
てくれ。
I turn and head for the front door. But as soon as I do, a firm pair of hands grips my arm.
四季さん
Shiki! I wasn't expecting that. Kohaku looks angrier than I've ever seen her.
なんてことを言い出すんで
What
す
are
か
you saying?
四季さん今
Have you
朝
seen
は
yourself
鏡
in
を
the
ご覧
mirror
になって
today?
ないんですか
いや、
I
鏡なら
think
風
I had
呂
a
場で
look when
見
I
た
was
け
taking
ど
the。bath.
嘘です
No
ご
way.
自分の
If
顔
you
を
had
一
even
度で
one
も見て
peek
い
at
るな
yourself, you wouldn't be
らそんな
saying
こと
such
は言え
things.
ません
Kohaku is seriously mad. Now that I think about it, when I glanced at myself in the mirror earlier, I didn't just look a little pale. I was ashen white.
いや、でも
Hey,
大
you
丈夫だっ
don't have to
て。
worry too much about that.
俺はもとも
I'm
と血の
naturally
気が少
pale,
ないし、
so my complexion
人
just
よ
looks
り顔
worse
色
when
が
compared
悪
to
く
other
見える
people.
だけというか。
ダメです
That's no
朝ごはんを
excuse.
食べないと
You'll never
大
grow
きく
big
な
and
れないん
healthy
ですか
skipping
ら
breakfast. If you don't have an
食欲のない
appetite,
ようでし
then
たら
I'll just make
病
you
人
something
食に
that's
いた
light
し
on
ま
the
すから
stomach. So
どう
please
ぞ
go to
食
the
堂に
dining
いら
room.
してください
Still clenching my arm, Kohaku drags me into the dining room. I guess there's no fighting it. I still don't really feel like having breakfast, but if Kohaku is this insistent, then I have no other choice. Good morning, Shiki.
お体の具合は
Are you feeling better
よろ
today?
しいのですか
I can't say for certain, but Akiha sounded a little reserved just then. I'd wager that her concern for my well-being might be overriding her usual firmness.
おはよう。体の方は、
I guess
ま
I'm
あ
okay, all things
それなりに
considered.
調子いいよ。
I take my seat at the table.
それでは食べやすい
I'll go
お
and
雑
prepare a
炊
few
などを
dishes
ご
that are
用意い
easy
たし
to
ますね
digest.
ち
Please
ょっ
wait
とだ
a
けお
moment.
待ちください
Kohaku leaves the room in a flurry. She's probably headed for the kitchen in the mansion's west wing. Which leaves me alone with the two others in the dining room, the unusually restrained Akiha and Hisui, who has taken up her spot against the wall. It's incredibly awkward, to say the least.
兄さん
Shiki,
昨夜のこと
I'd
で
like
す
to
が
ask you about yesterday.
公園で倒
Is
れ
it
てい
true
たと
that
い
you
うの
fainted
は
in the park?
本当なんですか
ああ、
Yeah,
自分でもい
I
ま
don't
いち覚
really
えてないけ
remember all that
ど
much about it, but
小
that's what
白さんと
Kohaku
翡
and
翠が
Hisui
そ
told
う
me,
言うん
so
な
I
ら
must have,
そ
I
う
guess.
なんじゃないか。
もう
Oh,
他人
honestly,
事のようにおっ
don't
しゃ
talk
らない
about
で
it
く
like
だ
it's
さい
someone else's problem.
兄さんは体が
You know
弱いんで
full
すか
well
ら
that you have a weak
危ないと
constitution.
感じたら
If you ever
屋
feel
敷に
ill,
連
you
絡
want
を
to
入れてく
contact
だ
the
さい
mansion at once.
すぐに
We'll
迎え
send
の者を
someone to
行か
pick
せ
you
ま
up
すか
from
ら
school.
あのな、
What am I, in
小
elementary
学生じゃ
school?
ないんだから。
I
そ
can
ん
at
な
least
の
figure out how
必
to
要
get
はない
home when I
よ。
don't feel well, so that
ど
won't
ん
be
なに気分
necessary.
が悪くたって自分一人で帰ってこれる。
それでは
Yet you
兄さん
didn't
はま
make
だ
it home
子
on
供
your
なん
own.
ですね
So then, by your own
昨日
admission,
は一人で
that'd
帰っ
make
て
you
これな
little
かった
more
ん
than
で
a
すか
child. Yes, as the person who took Shiki's cell phone, also. True. I think she knows that Kohaku gave it back to us, though. I think she does.
昨日は特別だ。あんなことはめったにない。
Yesterday was an exception. It rarely ever gets that bad.
大体な。
It's
俺
not
は
like my
慢
body
性
is
的な
actually
貧血
weak.
持ちなだ
It's
けで
just the chronic
体が
anemia.
弱いわけじゃない。
There's no reason for you to be
いちい
fussing
ち
over
秋葉
me.
に心配される筋合いはないよ。昨日は単に
Yesterday was a matter of
致命
just
的に間が
dead-ass
悪かった
poor
だけなん
timing.
だ。
Did... Bro said dead ass. I like to remind everyone that I'm pretty sure the story takes place in like 2004. Nobody said dead ass in 2004. Huh? What? You've broken my immersion, Shigi. I will never forgive you for this.
致命的だなんて
Do you
バ
even
カ
listen
な
to
こと
yourself
は
when
言
you
わないで
speak?
ください。
Remake is 24. Is it? Does it take place in 2014? I don't know. I can't say for certain. The technology, when they spoke about technology before, it definitely felt like mid 2000s. But I don't know for sure.
ご自分の体のことでし
We're
ょ。
talking about your body
屋敷に
here.
帰られ
What
た
am I
ば
to
か
do
り
if
だ
my
という
own
の
brother
に、
drops dead on
兄
his
さ
way
んに
back
死な
home?
れたら私はどうすればいいんです。
Akiha is seriously mad. I'm a little surprised that she cares this deeply.
兄さんは軽率すぎ
Your
ます。
behavior is much too thoughtless.
もう少し
So please, take care of
ご
yourself a
自
little
分を
better.
いたわってあげてください。
いや、俺だってあま
It's
り
not
無理
like I
はし
don't
てない
already
よ。
do that, you know?
部活も
I
や
don't
ってな
join
いし、
in on any
医者の言う
sports,
こと
and I
は
do
全部
everything the
守っ
doctors
て
tell
る
me
し。
to do.
これ
What
以上
more can I
歌われ
even
って
do
言
to
う
take
な
care
ら
of myself
ど
short
っ
of
か
getting
のサナ
admitted
ト
to
リ
a
ウムにでも
full-time
入るし
care
かないんじゃない
facility?
か。
ええ、
Honestly,
で
I'd
き
be
ること
tempted
な
to
らそう
arrange
し
it
て
if
し
I
まいたい
could.
ぐらいです。どこかの孤島でも
I'd
買
buy
い
a
取って
facility on some isolated island
そ
and
こで
put you
反
there
省
till
し
you
ていた
learn
だ
to
くのもあ
reflect
り
on
で
your
すね。
behavior. Damn, that bitch is gonna lock us away. Despite her pouty, averted gaze, Akiha says something truly frightening in a completely casual tone. The scariest part of all is that for her, what she's talking about isn't out of the question.
いいわ。
I'll
今
let
回
it
は
slide
何
this
事もなかっ
once,
たので不
since the
問
whole
にしてあ
affair
げま
resolved
す。
itself without any further issues.
でも
But I won't look so
次はあ
kindly
り
on
ま
it
せん
next
から
time.
ね。
Do you hear?
兄さん。
After giving me a piece of her mind, Akiha's temper seems to cool a little. Throughout the entire exchange, Hisui watches us like a statue. This awkward silence is just the worst. There's still some time before Kohaku returns with my breakfast. Until then, I should ask about Akiha, talk about Kohaku, or ask about the mansion. Why would we ask about the mansion? What do you think, chat? I'm taking suggestions. We do, in fact, have a choice, this choice. Mansion. Say mansion, alright. Going once, going twice. Let's ask about the mansion.
そうだ、アキハ。
Hey, Akiha.
うちの屋敷って
What's the deal with the
今は
mansion these
どうなって
days?
いるんだ。
Could we ask a vaguer question?
どうなっているとは
What
ど
do
う
you
いう
mean?
意味ですか。所有権の
If
問
you're
題で
asking
した
about
ら、
ownership,
い
I'm
ずれ
set to
私
inherit
が
the
相
mansion
続
in
する
due
形
time.
になっていますが。
Does that mean the Tono family assets are being kept under guardianship until Akiha is of legal age? That's an awfully specific wonder to have, so probably yeah. Well, that kind of stuff doesn't really have anything to do with me, so there's no need for me to dwell on it.
いや、そっちの話じゃな
Oh,
く
I
て、
was asking more about the
単純
building
に屋
itself.
敷の状況。今いるのは、
At the
俺
moment,
と
it's just
アキラ
you, me,
琥
Kohaku,
珀
and
さんと
Hisui
翡
living
翠
here,
だけ
right?
なんだろ？使ってる部屋と
I
か
was wondering what
そういうの
rooms are
は
in
ど
use
うな
at
っ
the
ているの
moment,
かなって
and what they're used for. That kind of stuff.
私たちの部屋以外は
Broadly speaking,
原則
all
と
the
して
rooms
鍵
except
を
for the
閉め
ones
ています。
occupied by us have been locked.
兄さんの部屋は
You have the room at the
西館
southmost
2階の
point of the
南
West
端
Wing's second floor.
私の部屋は
I'm occupying a room
東
on
館
the
2
north
階
side
の
of
北
the
端
East
で
Wing's
す。
second floor.
翡翠の部屋は西館
Hisui
2
has the
階の
central
中
room of the
央。
West Wing's second floor.
琥珀の部屋は
Finally,
西館1
Kohaku
階の
has
北
her
端
room
です。
at the northern end of the West Wing's first floor.
2階の遊戯室と
The
客間は
recreation
閉め
room
てい
and
ま
guest
すが、
rooms on the second floor
兄
are
さんがお
currently
友
locked,
達をお
but
連
they
れに
can
な
be
られるの
opened
で
if
し
you
た
ever
ら
have a
開
friend
放し
over.
ます。お父様の書斎は
As for Father's study, there are still some important
重
documents
要な
within,
書
so
類
it's
がま
locked
だ
up
あり
tight.
ますので、
Please
固
keep
く
in
鍵
mind
を
that
か
the
けて
study
いま
is
す。
strictly off limits,
こ
even
ちら
to
は
you.
兄さんといえど立ち入り禁止ですので、
Why is she
胸
talking
に
like
留
an
めておいて
NPC,
ください。
NPC-ass exposition? Well, probably because she is, by definition, an NPC. Oh, even Shiki is only loosely not an NPC, because we get a choice every once in a while.
なるほど。基本的には
Got it.
西館が使われているんだな。
Sounds like we're mostly using the West Wing then.
東館は執務室と
Between the
か
office and your room,
秋葉
the
の部
East
屋
Wing
と
sounds
か
kind of like a scary place where common folk should not venture.
兄さん、
Shiki?
なんていうか
Well, if I had to
ちゃんと
describe
事前
it,
に約
the
束を入れ
East
てお
Wing
かない
feels
とい
like
け
some
ない
kind of
高級
upscale
なスペー
venue
ス
where you have to
という
make an
ことだ。
appointment to even be allowed to
わかる。
enter.
言い方に問題はありま
I'm
すが、
not sure I appreciate your
おおむねそ
phrasing,
の通り
but I
です。
suppose such an assessment isn't entirely off.
あとは、
As for the rest,
そうですね。
yes. The annex and the
兄さ
botanical
んがいた
garden
頃
were
は
open
開
when
か
you
れて
last
いま
stayed
した
here,
が、
but they are
別
presently
館と
closed as
植
well.
物園も閉めています。しばらくは
There
管
won't
理
be
に
anyone
行き
to
届かない
maintain
の
them
で。
for the time being. The annex is normally reserved for out-of-town guests, while I believe the botanical garden was built by Makihisa when he was still a student. Before he took over as the head of the family, Makihisa Tono deeply invested himself in thrematology, the science of breeding flora and fauna. The botanical garden is a relic from that time.
外の施設は軒並み閉めたってことか。
So most of the outside facilities are closed, huh?
あ、じゃ
But
あ
what
プ
about
ー
the
ルも
pool?
プールは例外で
The
す。
pool is an exception.
秋になったの
We've
で
closed
閉
it
め
now
て
that
い
it's
るだけ
autumn,
で、
but when the season
シー
comes,
ズンになれば
we'll
業
have
者
one
を
of the
入れて
tradesmen
再開します。
visit to open it up again. That's a relief. I was never able to use the pool when I was a kid, so I'll be making full use of it when summer vacation rolls around next year.
お
I'm
待た
back
せしま
with
した。
breakfast!
梅じそと卵の
Rice
おかゆ。
porridge with plum,
登
shiso,
場で
and
す。
eggs. All ready to serve. Kohaku cheerfully pushes the food cart into the room.
おしゃべりはここまで
Guess
だ
that's all
な。
the time we have to talk today.
時間もないし。
I better chow
ちょっ
down
と
quick
こっ
if
ち
I
も
want to make it to school on time. I guess in time also works for that sentence.
兄さん、その乱暴な
Please,
言
you
葉
ought to
遣
refrain
い
from
をや
using
めて
such
くだ
coarse
さい。
language in the future.
ありゃ、すっかり
Oh, you're
元
back
の
to
調子
scolding
に
me
戻っ
again?
たか。
I liked it better when you were all
俺の
worried
心配
about
を
me.
してくれていた方がおとなしくてよかったのに。
バカな発言も
I'd
控
also
えて
like
く
you to
ださい。
refrain from spouting such
戻るも
nonsense.
戻らないも、
Whether you think so or
私、
not, I was
兄
never
さんの
worried
心
in the
配なんてしてい
slightest.
ませんので。
Really now? Really now? Okay, sis. Akiha turns away from me with a huff. I give Kohaku a fond smile as I pull the bowl of porridge closer and take a spoonful. Dining sounds.
いってらっしゃいませ。
Have a good day, Master Shiki. Hisui accompanies me to the main gate as usual. However, I notice her hesitant stare. I watch as she takes a short breath, like she's struggling to find the right words.
四季様、
Master
昨日はどう
Shiki,
なされたのです
might
か？
I ask what happened last night?
別に何もないよ。
It was nothing really.
学校で
I
気
felt
分
a
が
little
悪くな
unwell
っ
at
て
school yesterday,
早
so I
退
left
して
early.
ここ
And
に
then
帰
on
っ
my
て
way
くる途
home,
中で 公園で休んで
I
いた時
dropped by
だ。
the park to catch my breath.
でも
But I
確か
guess
に
Akiha was
明
right
ら
that
な
I
言う
took the
通り
situation
警
too
察だった。
lightly. I'll be more careful from now on.
責めているのではありませ
I
ん。
don't mean to suggest you have done something wrong.
今朝の四季
It's
様は
just
ひ
you
どく
seem to
無
be
理を
under
して
some
いる
great
ように見え
strain
たので
this
す。
morning.
どうかみちみち
Please
お
take
気をつけ
care
く
on
だ
your
さ
way
い。
to school. It must have been hard for her to confront me like this. She sees me off with a deep bow. More and more school uniforms dot the streets as I get closer to school. It's 7:45 a.m. Everyone's ambling along, probably because there's still plenty of time left till homeroom. My pace is just as leisurely as that of the other students. I don't have to worry about being late. In fact, I don't have a care in the world. I start my day like any other. The school gates are just on the other side of this crossing. The light turns red, so I stop at the curb. I can see the school's perimeter wall across the street. Protected by the guardrails lining the sidewalk, a steady stream of students heads for the gates. There's no one here but Soya High students at this time of day. Or at least there shouldn't be. And yet, through the rush of passing cars, I catch a glimpse of white. Oh. Meet Cute Part 2, except, there's trauma. Meet Cute Part 2, Traumatic Boogaloo. What? It's her. Ethereal, white, undeniable. Golden hair shimmering like the sun. Long, thin eyebrows framing her crimson eyes. Though I've only ever seen her once before, I could never mistake her. But this isn't possible. Yesterday I cut her to pieces with my own hands. No, that can't be. That was all just a terrible dream. Hisui, Akiha, and Kohaku told me. Nothing of the sort. That's simply what I wanted to believe. But it wasn't a dream. It wasn't a hallucination. It was all real. And bro is gaslighting himself. I killed her. I killed her. I killed her. I, without question, killed her. But if I did, then why? Why is she here? Right here, right in front of my eyes. The traffic light turns green. The students surrounding me start to cross the street. I'm the only one who hangs behind, standing motionless on my side of the road. She sits there on the guardrail, casually swinging her legs back and forth. It almost seems like she's waiting for something, or someone. I have no way of telling how long she's been waiting, but her expression is relaxed and unassuming. Is she really waiting for someone? Her restless movements betray a nervous excitement, as if she were waiting on a lover. Hold on. She's waiting. Who is she waiting for? Isn't it obvious? Isn't it incredibly obvious? I'd do the same thing. Anyone would. If I were killed by someone, if I could, I'd go straight after the person who did it. I've got a terrible feeling about this. Subtle Star Wars reference. A chill crawls its way up my back like a centipede. It feels as though my spine wants to burst out through my mouth. But people die when they are killed. What the fuck? That's a different visual novel. Also, this is really cute art right here. That's really cute. Anyway, the woman in white looks my way. Ooh. Woman in white. Was that like a localization choice, or was that intentional? Woman in white, because she's supposed to be dead. Anybody who doesn't know, there's a little aside. Go watch Supernatural Season 1. A woman in white is a type of ghost, specifically a woman. I'm a little hazy on the details, but typically it's a woman who, I believe, murdered her children and then herself out of grief, and is dressed in white to symbolize like the purity of the life that she has taken. It's a classic ghost story. It's one of many like types of ghost that exist in like phasmology, I guess. Phantasmology. I don't know if there's a... I really ought to like do some more structured research when I want to take an aside like this. Anyway, yeah, woman in white. Look it up. The woman in white looks my way. Our eyes meet. We're thinking the same thing. Everything is exactly what I was afraid of. No, this is all just a coincidence. It has to be. There's no reason to feel like this. We've never met. No connection exists between the two of us. She's just a stranger that looks like her. She's got to be waiting for someone else. The only other explanation is that this moment I'm experiencing is a nightmare. If it weren't, then there'd be no way a dead person could be alive and walking around, not after being dismembered like that. So why? Why is she looking at me with that wicked smile on her face? That satisfied grin of someone who has just spotted their killer. As if to say, I've been waiting for you. The woman pushes herself off the guardrail and raises her hand in greeting. She lightly brushes her hair back as she turns to face me. What the hell? It's just a bad dream. The traffic light blinks red. Don't come any closer. Don't. The woman waltzes through the oncoming traffic without even flinching once. She's less than 3 meters away now. I don't know whether this is a dream or reality. I told you. Don't come any closer. I shout at her, but it changes nothing. I've got to escape. I have to get away from the woman in white. I run. I run with all my might. Without a shred of shame or concern for my reputation, I run, pushing and shoving my way through passers-by as my feet strike the pavement. My breath goes ragged and my heart pounds and screams for me to stop. But I can't stop running. My face must look unrecognizable, etched with such exhaustion and pain. My vision gets distorted by the tears stinging my eyes. My throat burns, my lungs squeeze and twist to wring out my breath. I'm shaking uncontrollably. It feels like the tendons in my hands might tear from the convulsions. My feet hit the ground haphazardly, legs moving without time to think where they land. Each step sends a numbing shock up my thighs. That's fine. Even if my legs tear themselves to shreds, that's fine. Just, if I stop running here, I might lose my mind. I look over my shoulder. I can see the woman in white casually coming my way. All doubt vanishes from my mind. She's following me. The woman I killed is following me. That alone is plenty of reason for me to lose my mind. My heart feels like it might explode, but I ignore it and keep running. Whenever I look around, she's still there, sauntering behind me as if she were taking a simple stroll, while I keep fleeing with all my might. I tilt my head to the skies. My arms feel heavy. All sensation has long abandoned my legs. I'm running faster than I ever have in my life. So why can't I shake her? Why can't I outrun her leisurely pace? I'm completely out of breath. I don't even know how many kilometers I've run at full speed. And she's still behind me, walking. With all the effort of someone out for a stroll, but she never fails to lag behind. Like the image of a ghost seared into my proverbial rear-view mirror. There's nothing funny about the situation, but I can't help but laugh. Chinese losing it. A stream of laughter bursts out. I keep running. My body screams that it might collapse and die if I continue, but still, I keep running. It's clear why I have to run. The second she catches me, she'll kill me. I don't have any basis for thinking that, but I know better than anyone that I'd be fooling myself if I tried to laugh it off. I don't need reasons or evidence. I'm sorry, Boo-Ray. You too have failed the reading comprehension test. Nah, that's funny as hell. What's up? Hold on, let me get you a shout out here. I spelled shout out wrong. Yeah, at least you noticed as you did it instead of just not noticing. There you go. I spelled shout out wrong. That was ridiculous. You've arrived at quite the tense moment, so I'm gonna jump right back into it if you don't mind. I don't need reasons or evidence. It's just how the world works, to reap what I've sown. An eye for an eye, a life for a life. Since I killed her, she now has the right to kill me. It's as simple as that. It's a simple fact that my life will end the second I get caught. I fall, sprawling pathetically on the ground. I don't even stumble or trip. My limbs just couldn't carry me a single step further. I crawl across the ground to the wall. With my palms against the stone, I will myself to get back up on my feet, but it's no use. The second I lift myself up the ground, my knees give out, and I fall back down with a thud. I can no longer move my body, not even an inch. I throw my head backwards and wheeze for air. It hurts. I can't get enough oxygen at all. My brain is starving. I can't think. I can't make sense of what I'm doing. Why am I doing this? Why? How is the woman I killed still alive? I cut her down perfectly, thoroughly. I massacred her in the most extreme way possible. So how could she be waiting outside of my school? How could she just sit there and smile at me when I arrived? I killed her. I definitely killed her. That's right. I definitely killed her. I definitely killed her, and yet... I definitely killed her, and yet... Why? Why?
あれ追いかけっこはもう終わ
Are we
り
finished playing tag already? The sound of footsteps coming closer. A subdued noise that echoes through the alley. The woman shrugs her shoulders as if disappointed, and speaks to me as I lie slumped against the wall.
こんにちは。昨日
Hello
は
again.
本当にお世話になった
I
わ。
must thank you for taking care of me yesterday. She faces me with a carefree smile. I feel like I'm going crazy. I don't know what to make of her expression. Still wearing that smile, she brazenly enters the closed-off alleyway.
それとこれ、
Oh,
忘れ物。
and you forgot this.
困るのよね。
Rather sloppy of you
証拠に
to
なる
leave
ような
something
も
so
のを落とされ
incriminating
ちゃう。
behind. A black object lands in front of me with a light thud. My bag. I hadn't even noticed I'd lost it yet. No, hold on. What did she just say? Incriminating. Did she just say incriminating? Shit. I gotta get out of here. I urge my legs to move, only to push my back harder into the concrete wall, blocking my way. Huh?
追いかけっこは
I
終
thought
わ
we
りな
were
んで
done
し
with
ょ
tag.
だってここ袋小
This
路だ
is
も
a
ん。
dead-end alleyway.
おまけに人気もないから
Besides, it's not like
邪魔
anyone
が
else
入
is
る
around
心
to
配
get in
も
our
ない
way.
し。
The woman looks oddly cheerful. A dead end, with no one around. I look around in panic, then curse myself for my stupidity. Why the hell did I decide to flee here of all places? It's like I'm begging to be killed.
長かったな。
That sure took a while.
あれから18時間。
18 hours.
ようやくあ
But
な
I
たを捕
finally
まえた。
caught you. The woman takes another step towards me.
お前
You.
何
Yes,
お前は
you're supposed to
確
be
かに
ええ。昨
dead.
日あなたに殺された
Yes,
女
you
よ。
did kill me yesterday.
覚えていてくれて
I'm
嬉しい
so
わ。
happy you remembered. It's the response I least wanted to hear, regardless of whether this is real or not.
ふざけるな
Bullshit!
死んだ人
Dead
間
people
が
don't just
生
walk
きてるは
around.
ずがないだろ
People die when they're killed. Can't wait to say that line again in several months' time.
そうだけど、
Well, sure, but
そう驚くこと
do
で
you
も
really
ない
need
じ
to
ゃ
be
ない？
this surprised?
単に殺された
I
後
just
生き返っ
revived
ただ
after
け
you
なん
killed
だ
me,
から。
that's all. The woman says it as if it's nothing, coming ever closer. The space between us shrinks steadily.
息
You
帰った。
revived? I sit in a daze as I digest what she just told me. She came back to life? Does she mean she came back from the brink of death? What, did she go to a doctor and undergo an operation to bring herself back?
バカにすな。
Don't screw with me!
あんなに手足を
There's
バ
no
ラバラに
human
され
on
て
Earth who could come back from being chopped into pieces like that.
うん。だって
Yeah.
私、人間
Good
じゃ
thing
ない
I'm
もの。
not human then. What? Her words are too simple to interpret any other way. I'm not human. That's what the woman just told me.
人間じゃ
You're not
ない。
human.
当たり前でしょ。
Obviously.
手足をバ
What
ラ
kind
バ
of
ラにさ
human
れ
manages
て
to
一人で
regenerate all by
再
her
生できる
lonesome after
人
being
間がい
cut
ると
to
思う？
pieces? No human could. That much is fact. If someone could, they might look like a human, but no way they'd be considered the same anymore. Someone who can die and come back to life. A being that doesn't care if it ceases to breathe. One that can recover fully, even after being cut to pieces. Something that may look human, but definitely can't be called one. It appears that's the true form of the woman in front of me. I try to laugh at the situation, but my throat is too wrecked to let any sound through.
なんだよ。
What is this? It isn't funny enough to be a joke. And even if it were a joke, it all fits together a little too well. I mean, she's got a point. If she isn't human, that it could actually be possible for her to come back to life, even after being massacred in such a way. My mind finally starts to settle down. I recall the words of the one who saved me so long ago. First, I need to take a good look. Then, I need to think everything through. That's the type of situation I'm in right now.
人間じゃないって
If you say you're not human,
それじゃ
then what the hell are you?
お前
私？
Me?
私は吸血
We're
鬼って
usually
呼ばれ
called
てるけど。
vampires.
わかりやすく言えば、
To put it
人
simply,
の血を吸って
I'm
生
a
きてる
monster
怪
that
物
drinks
だ
the
な。
blood of people. That's much better. Her being a vampire makes all of this easier to understand. Even I know what a vampire is. They may just be the stuff of legends, but I doubt there's anyone out there who hasn't heard of them. Bram Stoker wrote a famous book about them once. In Western fiction, they're often described as undying monsters in human form. Remember what I said last stream about she being a compulsive vampire hunter? Yeah, yep. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Remember what I said like 2 or 3 streams ago about knowing things about Ark that I should not? Except for how to pronounce her name. Yeah, I knew going in that she was a vampire. Sometimes they're also described as bloodsuckers, which is what they are in a nutshell. They're monsters that drink blood, so of course they're not human.
そう
Right.
吸血
A
鬼
vampire.
なんだ。
It sounds so ridiculous. Just saying it out loud nearly makes me burst into a mad laugh. I'm going to get killed any moment now, yet I feel incredibly calm about it. What can I say? I just don't have the energy to care anymore. Not that it would do any good. She seems satisfied as she peers down at my pathetic figure. Wait, I thought vampires weren't able to walk around in broad daylight. No, never mind. It's not really something for me to be focused on right now.
で、
So,
その怪物が
what business does a
俺
monster
なん
have
か
with
に何の
me?
用だって言うんだ。
I blurt out the words in a fit of frustration. The woman looks taken aback for a moment. She crosses her arms in front of her chest, looking me over with a small pout.
驚いた。
Seriously?
昨日、
You
私
already
に何
forgot
をし
what
た
you
か
did to
忘
me
れたの？
yesterday?
あなたは見ず
You
知らず
killed
の
me,
私
a
を
complete
会った
stranger, in
瞬
a
間にバラバラに
barbaric
殺し
way
てくれ
before
た
we've
の
even
よ。
exchanged a single word.
それで何
And
の
now
用
you're
だ？
asking me what business I have with you?
よっぽど手慣れ
You
てい
must
る
be
みたい
awfully
ね。
used to murdering people. She looks more baffled than angry. But I could say I'm equally baffled. I mean, the woman I killed with my own 2 hands is standing right in front of me, grumbling that I had the gall to kill her.
ちょっと聞いてる
Hey,
の？
are
殺
you
人
even
狂。
listening, you homicidal maniac?
ああ、聞いて
I'm
る。
listening, I'm listening.
我ながらも
I just need a second to process how I could possibly be this
締め
unlucky.
てるところなんだ。悪いけど、
So
ちょっと
sorry,
待っててく
but
れないか。
could you be quiet for 1 sec? I need something to blame. Otherwise, I'll end up destroying myself. I've learned just how bad my luck is, though it's a little late for it. For whatever reason, I was overcome by the urge to kill this woman. So I rode the urge until I'd finished the job. Everything I can recall is fuzzy, so I convinced myself that it was just a dream, but it wasn't. And the person I killed wasn't even human. I've come to accept that I'm strange and defective, but compared to, well, all of this, I'm actually on the normal side. I break out in laughter. But it's not all bad news. If the woman I killed really has come back to life, that means I haven't killed anyone. I might have performed the act of killing, yet she's still alive and well. At the very least, that's something for me to take comfort in. That's right. If I didn't kill anyone, then everything might be fine. Shikitono could actually go back to his normal day-to-day life. Sure, in exchange for that, I'm now being hunted down by a deranged lunatic, but that's still better than being a murderer. It's still a case of bad luck, but it's bad luck of the very best kind. Though the whole situation might be ridiculous, at least I'm not the only one who's crazy. Wow, crazy? Let me just give that whole line a new... Though the whole situation might be ridiculous, at least I'm not the only one who's crazy.
いいよ、落ち着いた。
Alright, I've calmed down a bit.
言いたいことがあるんだろう。
You got something to say to me, right?
文句でも恨み事で
Air it all out then.
も思う存分言ってくれ。
そりゃ言いたいこと
Oh,
は
I
いっ
have
ぱいある
plenty
け
I'd
ど
like to tell you, but
あなた
you sure are a
変わった
strange
人
guy.
ね。吸
What's
血
with the
鬼を前
attitude
にし
when
て
you're face to face with a
何その
vampire?
態度。
悪かったな。
Look, I know it's bad, but I'm doing everything just to keep it together.
そうでもしないと。
Otherwise, I probably would have killed myself twice over by now. If she's going to kill me, I wish she'd get it over with. I've already dealt with my body giving out on me for 7 years now. No matter how terrible the act, I'm prepared to recognize that it really happened. Then again, never in my wildest dreams did I think I'd have to deal with a situation like this in the first place.
ふん
The woman gives me a drawn-out look. Her gaze is sharp, but I don't sense any hostility. This is all so backwards. Isn't it natural to want an eye for an eye? Shouldn't she be itching to pay me back?
何ジロジロ見て
Why are
る
you
んだ。
staring at me like that?
お前は俺に復讐しに来たん
You
だ。
came to get your revenge, right?
なら
So just...
ええ
You're
確かに
right.
殺されたら
I
殺
ought
し
to
返
want
す
to
のが
kill
セ
you
オ
for
リ
what you
ー
did
ね
to me.
それがお望みならし
If
てあ
that's
げる
what
け
you
ど
want me to do, I'll
と
happily
りあえず
oblige.
今はパ
But
スかな
otherwise, I'll have to
それ
pass.
損益
It's
が
just
合わな
not
いから
worth it. Her eyes are firmly fixated on me.
ねえ
Tell
反
me.
省してる
Do you regret it?
え、
What? My eyes widen in surprise. Her words just sounded so out of place.
私を殺しちゃったことを反省しているのかって聞いてるの。
If you feel
それで
remorse
ね、
over it, then I
も
might
し
just
あ
have
な
it
た
in
が
my
反
heart
省
to
してい
forgive
る
you.
のなら許してあげようかなって。あなた、
You seem like you'd be
人間にし
pretty
ては
bad at
嘘が
lying.
下手そうな感じ
For
だ
a
し。
human, anyway.
反省っ
Do I
て俺が
regret it?
あなたがごめんなさい
If
って
you're
言
willing
っ
to
て
give
く
me
れ
an
れば、
apology from the
私
bottom
と
of
して
your
はそ
heart,
れでいいよ。
then I'm good with that. I can't believe it. And not just the part where my murder victim is telling me she'll forgive me. I can't believe how amazingly gentle she sounds.
もう、こっちが真面目に聞いてい
An
るん
honest
だから、
question deserves
ち
an
ゃんと
honest
答える
answer.
のが筋ってものでしょ。ほら、早
Hurry
く
up,
答
tell
えて。
me.
反
Do you
省
regret
して
it
い
or
るの
not?
か、していないのか。そこをはっきりさ
We
せな
can't
いと先
continue
に
this
進めない
conversation
のか
unless you answer. Do I regret it? That goes without saying.
そりゃ
I try to speak, but something holds me back. You can't. If you say something now, you won't be able to continue living in ignorant bliss. Keep pretending this was a dream. Keep pretending you didn't notice. Keep pretending to be normal, it tells me.
そりゃ、何？
You what? My throat tightens. The fear begs me not to speak. But I can't run from this. It's something I have to face. I think someone who believed in me told me something similar once. If you truly want to live a normal life, then face your own sins. Face your own actions. Never, ever look away.
そりゃ
Of course, I regret what I did.
なんであれ
I mean,
俺は
I killed someone.
人を殺してしまったんだから
I wring my confession from my chest. As soon as the first words spill past my lips, there's no stopping them. I finally accepted my own failings. I killed this woman. I killed her with no mercy, for no reason, for my own gratification.
そのことを
I'm sorry
後
that I
悔
did
も
it.
反省もできる
I'm sorry for everything.
できるのなら
And if you'd let me, if I could be permitted such a cheap gesture,
何度でも
then I'd apologize 1,000 times over.
でもそれは
Well,
意
there
味の
wouldn't be
ない
any
こと
point.
だ事実として
I can never change what I
俺
did
は
to
あ
you.
んたを手にかけた
So, what I did was unforgivable. That she was somehow resurrected is no excuse. Shiki Tono murdered the very woman he sees before him. I am guilty of a violation of the highest order, of an act of unfathomable violence.
だから
So if you
あ
want
んたは俺に
revenge,
復讐してい
I
い
won't stop you.
俺が逃げたのは
I wasn't running
お
because I
前
was
が怖
scared
か
of
った
you.
からじゃない
I was running because I was scared of what I'd done.
俺自身の行為から逃げていただけだった
Slumped against the alley wall, I confess my sins to the empty air. It's as if I've finally woken up. I've spent the past day in a fugue, in a fragile, transient dream, in a brief refuge from the reality of my own depravity. But now, at least, it's time to pay the piper.
そっか。
I see.
うん。いい人
You're
な
a
ん
good
だね
person, then.
あなた。
I look up at her in surprise. She's smiling. She might call herself a vampire, but her expression is perfectly sweet and honest.
決めた。
Okay,
やっぱりあなたに
I'll
は
have you help me out.
私の手伝いをしてもらうわ。
は？
What? Her smile is different now. More meaningful, less innocent. Help? She wants me to help her?
おい、
Hold on.
手伝いって
What do you mean
な
by
んだ？
that?
だからあなた
Call
を
it
許してあげ
compensation
る
for me
代償。
forgiving you.
この町に根付いてい
I'll
る
need
吸
some help
血鬼の
killing the
始末を
vampire that's
ちょっ
taken
と
up
手伝っ
residence
て
in
もら
this
おうか
town.
なって。
I don't understand any of this. Fucking I do. We're about to become fucking vampire. This is Castlevania is what's happening right now. It's the teacher. It could be. It's probably the teacher. She's top of my suspect list. We Castlevania, boys!
待て、許す
Wait,
代償ってなんだ？
compensation?
ていうかそん
You're
な
just
簡
saying
単
you'll
に許せ
forgive
る
me
のか？
just like that?
そもそも吸血鬼
And
の
what do you
始
mean
末って
killing the
お
vampire?
前
Didn't
自
you
分
just
の
say
こと
that
吸
you
血鬼
were
っ
a
て言ってなか
vampire?
ったか？
ああ、違う違
You got
う。
it all wrong.
私は吸血鬼だ
I'm
け
a
ど、
vampire too,
町に根
yeah,
付いて
but
い
the
る吸
vampire I'm
血鬼はま
talking
た
about
別
isn't
物
me,
よ。
obviously.
あなた、こ
You
の
live
町
here,
に
right?
住んでいる人でしょ？なら、
Then you
最
must have
近
heard
起
about
き
the
ている
recent
殺
serial
人事件も知
killings.
ってるわよね。
いや、
Well, I
まあ
guess. The sudden callback to the familiar news story snaps me out of my worked up state. Somehow, the strange circumstances around those murders seem more real than whatever's happening to me here.
そりゃあ知ってるよ。
I heard the killer already killed a whole bunch of
連続通り魔だ。
victims, and that they
も
all
う何
had
人
their
も殺
bodies
されてる事件
drained
で、
of
被害者は
blood.
血液を抜かれて。
The moment I say it, I suddenly realize what the woman is getting at. A very simple conclusion.
そう。
That's
私が言っ
the
てるのも
vampire
そ
I'm
っちの
talking
吸
about.
血鬼のこと。自分を殺せ殺せ
You
って
ramble
あな
about
た
me
は言う
killing
け
you,
ど、
but the one I really want to
私が
kill
殺
is
したい
that
相手は今
vampire.
のところそいつだけよ。この殺人犯って
That serial
あな
killer
たた
is
ち
an
にとっ
enemy
て
of
も
your
敵な
kind
んじゃない
too,
の？
right? My mind is running circles trying to keep up with the influx of new data. Sure, I get the basics. I understand what she's saying. But on some fundamental level, I feel like all common sense has well and truly left the building.
ほんと、人間って非効率すぎて理解できないよ。自分たちで吸血
You
鬼
all
の仕業
grumble
か
about
と
how
言って
this
いる
must
の
be the
に、
work of a
誰も
vampire,
吸血
but I
鬼
don't
退
see
治を
anyone
しないん
actually
だも
going
の
out to kill it.
森が
They're
燃え
like
て
a
い
bunch
る
of
のに逃げ
squirrels
出さ
too
ないで
afraid
済
to
む
run
と
from a forest fire.
いや、だって
I mean,
吸血鬼なんてい
vampires
る
aren't
はずない
supposed
だ
to
ろ。
exist.
もう
Dissatisfied with my response, her lips purse into a pout. Right. The mysterious creature in front of me did just say she was a vampire as well.
でも、それじゃあ何か。
What then?
お前はその
You came to this
こ
town
の
to take
町
care
で
of the
殺
vampire
人事件を
serial
起こし
killer
ている
for
吸
us?
血鬼を退治してくれるのか？
And you want me, of all people, to somehow help you?
ええ、何しろ予定が大きく崩れちゃって。
Right. I was here to kill the vampire, but someone came along and ruined those plans. Big forehead, egghead.
昨日、なぜか見ず知らずの殺人鬼に襲われて殺されちゃったから。
Yesterday, some total stranger barged into my place and murdered me for absolutely no
もう
reason.
完璧な不意打ちで
Talk about
反
rotten
撃
luck.
する間もなく
I
17
walked
個
into a
に切
perfect
断され
ambush
た
and
んだ
got
も
chopped
ん。
into 17 pieces before I had a chance to fight back.
初めて見ただけの相手を
What
尾
kind
行
of
して
person stalks
殺
someone
し
they
たら
never
満
met
足して
before,
去っていくと
kills
か
them,
ど
and
うな
then
の？
leaves feeling all
ほ
satisfied?
んとひどいなん
Isn't
て
that
ものじゃない
terrible?
わ。
Cruel,
言
even?
い逃れもできないぐ
Must
ら
have
い
been one hell
完
of a
全な殺
ruthless
人鬼よ
murderer.
ね、そいつ。
Shit. Yeah, that's pretty much what it was like yesterday. As much as I'd love to refute her, I'm fresh out of ammunition. Yeah, she's awfully smug for being incapable of fighting back despite being a vampire.
私だってね、復元す
I
るまで
honestly
は
was
本当にあ
planning
な
to
たを
kill you at
殺すつもり
first.
だったわ。
It was all I could think of when I was restoring my body.
あんな屈辱を受けたのは
I'd never
初めて
been
だっ
so
たし、
humiliated.
復元しきるの
Even
に
worse,
8
it took
割以
me
上
over
の力を消
80%
費
of
し
my
てしまった
power
わ
to
け
come
だ
back
し。
to life.
それより何より
And you know what was the worst
本
part?
当にもの
It
すごく痛かったん
really
だから。
hurt.
あ
It
んま
hurt
りに
so
も
much
痛
I
いか
thought
ら
I'd
気が
lose
触
my
れそうになるん
mind.
だけど、やっぱ
But
り
then
あん
it
まり
would
にも
hurt
痛
so
くて
bad
正
that
気
it'd
に戻
snap
る
me
んだ
back to reality.
そんな繰り返しを
Do you
一
have
晩
any
体験し
idea
た
what it's
私
like
の
to
気持
spend
ち
an entire
わかる？
night teetering back and forth between two types of pain that extreme? Fucking, I hope I never do. I'm sorry, but as a human, I don't think I could even begin to imagine what that was like.
それでね、もう憎く
The
て
hate
憎くてあな
kept
た
me
を探
going
した
as
わ。
I searched for you.
目的である
I
吸
even
血
forgot
鬼
all
を放
about
っ
the
ておいたけ
vampire I
ど、
was supposed to
そ
be
れだけに
hunting.
熱中した。土地の記録から
With your
あなたの
uniform
服
as my
装が
only
あの
lead,
学
I
校の
did
も
some
のだって
sniffing
分かった
around
のは
until I figured
2
out
時間
which
ぐらい
school
前
you
の
went to.
話。
That was about 2 hours ago.
本当は夜まで
I
待って
considered
捕まえ
waiting
ようと
until
思ったけ
nightfall
ど、
to catch you,
もう
but I
1
didn't
分
want
だ
to
って
drag
待
it
ちた
out
く
to
な
a
かった。
second longer.
それじゃあ
So I
って
just decided
あ
to
そこ
wait
で
out
待つ
there.
ことにしたの。
She's Blade. What? A vampire that hunts under vamp. Did you completely miss me talking about Castlevania before? She's the Alucard to our Trevor or Richter or whatever. So that's why she was waiting for me outside of school. After all that agony, she must have been dying to kill me. That... Nah, hold on, that's a funny sentence. I don't know literally anything about Castlevania. You haven't even watched the Netflix show? You should check it out. It is pretty well done. But yeah, that's Castlevania's whatever Belmont you happen to be in this century, hunting down Dracula. And then eventually you team up with Alucard, and you both go kill Dracula. To kill in the largest quotation marks you can imagine, because he keeps resurrecting, which is why there are so many Castlevania games. Yeah, that's what Castlevania is all about. It's about killing Dracula. But also, yeah, she's Blade, but, you know, not as cool as Blade. Yet. You haven't seen what she can do yet. After all that agony, she must have been dying to kill me. But if that's the case...
わからないな。
I don't get it.
そこまでに
Why
憎く
forgive me if you were that
ど
angry?
うして俺を許すなんて言うんだ。
そうね。
Good question.
簡単に言えば
I guess I had
時間が
enough
経って
time to cool my
冷静にな
head.
ったのかな。私も力を
I
消費
used
しちゃ
so
った
much
こ
of
と
my
だし、
power already, I
め
figured
った
it'd
め
be
たに
more
殺すよ
efficient
り
to keep you
ぐっ
around
ちゃ
as
ぐち
a
ゃな盾
makeshift
になって
meat
もらっ
shield
た方
instead
が
of
効
giving
率
you a
的だなって
squishy,
考えた
squashy
の。
death.
おい、
Sorry,
今
did
よ
you
からぬ
just
こと
say
を口
something
にしなかったな
horrifying?
お前。
そんなこと言
Did
っ
I?
た私。
人のことを
You said
盾
you
に
want
す
to
るっ
use me
て
as your meat
言っ
shield.
た。
She also added some pretty unfortunate adjectives to her description.
何よ、そんなの
Isn't that
当
the
然じゃ
obvious
ない。
course of action, though?
私はあなたの
I
こ
may
と
have
を許
forgiven
したけ
you,
ど、
but that's just
そ
the
れは
emotional
私個人
stuff.
の感情に整理をつけただけだもの。あなたが犯した殺
You
害
still
という
committed
行
an
為
act
そ
of
のもの
murder.
はやっぱ
That
り
has
気
nothing
持
to
ち
do
じゃ
with
なくて
feelings.
行為で贖うし
The
か
only
ない
way
でし
to
ょ。
atone is through actions. Got that?
いや、でしょ
You
と
make
言
it
われ
sound
ても。
obvious, but it's not. I expected her to just kill me instead, but being asked to be her shield feels like a totally different kind of compensation. I can't exactly pinpoint what the difference is, but I damn sure have a bad feeling about this.
素直なんだか意地悪なんだ
I
かわ
can't
か
tell
らな
whether
い
you're
人ね。
being sincere or if you're just messing with me.
繰り返すけど、
Just to be
私はあ
clear,
なたに
you
殺され
did
たの
kill
よ。
me.
想像できない
I
でし
know
ょ
you
うけ
can't
ど、
even fathom
一度
it,
死んで
but
から
it takes
蘇
a lot
生
of
するのに
strength
は
to
それな
revive
りに
after
力
that
を
kind
消
of
費
a
するん
mess.
だから。単純に殺される
It
だけ
wouldn't
な
have
ら
been
どうっ
such a
て
big
ことな
deal
かっ
if you
た
just
わ。
killed me the normal way.
でもあなたの切り
But
口
I've
は
never
今まで
seen
見たこ
cuts
との
like
ない
that.
切断面で、
I couldn't get the
傷口
wounds
が
to
つながらない
reattach,
か
so
ら
I had to
体を作り
rebuild my
直す
whole
しかな
body
かった
from
わ。
scratch.
その結果
Because of that,
私
it
は
took
生き返
nearly
るの
every
にほ
ounce
と
of
んどの
strength I
力を
had
使
to
っちゃ
come
った
back
んだ
to
から
life.
ね
She puffs up her cheeks in anger. It's rather comical, but oddly fitting. I guess she'd forgotten about her anger up till now, but explaining the situation is making her relive her fury.
とにかく
So
今
right
の
now,
私は
I'm
弱ってる
weak.
の2晩も経てば
I'll be
回
fine
復
after
する
a
だろう
couple
け
of
ど
nights of rest,
その前
but
に
if
襲
I'm
われたら
attacked
打
during
つ手
that
がない
time, I
の
won't be able to lift a hand to stop
だか
them.
らその間
So
あ
that's
なた
why
には
you'll be
私
my
の盾に
shield.
なってもらうから
いや、もらうからっ
Says
て
you.
何勝
Don't
手
I
に決
get
めて
any
んだ
input?
よ。
あなたのせいでこうなったんだ
This
か
is
ら
all your
そ
fault
れ
to
ぐらい
begin
はして
with,
当
so it's
然で
only
しょ
logical that you help me out.
それとも
Are
や
you
っぱ
telling me
り
you don't
反省
actually
なんかして
regret your
ないっていう
actions
の
after all? I'm trapped by her sincere gaze. She's so unfair. All this talk about regret or the courses of actions aside, I'd really rather she didn't look at me with those eyes. If you're really calling yourself a monstrous vampire, you really shouldn't be going around staring people down with such pure, honest eyes.
お前
You... I clamp down on the feelings rising in my chest. I regret my actions. I want to atone for them too. Yet my heart keeps warning me that, as a human, I should not be teaming up with this woman.
俺は
Without any answer at hand, I idly raise my gaze. Huh? In that moment, I see a different pair of glowing eyes staring back at me. My entire body tenses up again. Strength returns to my overtaxed legs, and I force myself up from my seated position into a crouch. The woman following my gaze turns to look at what has appeared in the entrance of the alley. Behind her... What the fuck? Is a creature even more out of place in a human city than the vampire in front of me? Yeah, I'll say. What in the Black Panther? Huh? What? Huh? The woman looks perfectly calm, but I'm struggling to wrap my head around the situation. That's a panther. I know that much. Even a child would be able to tell what animal it is. But you wouldn't see one outside of a picture book or a cage in a zoo. And somehow, here I am, experiencing just how terrifying the beast is firsthand. All without anything to protect me. It stands on 4 lean, powerful limbs. Muscle that seems as supple as rubber, yet as hard as steel. Its form is far removed from that of a human being. This is a creature built for the sole purpose of hunting its prey. Simply seeing it awakens primal instincts that should have been cast away in the Stone Age. We might both be living creatures, but this panther is in another league. Its superior abilities leave me breathless. It's not something I can put into words. This creature and I can't coexist in the same world, much less communicate with one another. The Black Panther's body measures over 1 meter in length. Even a dog that size could easily take down a human. And here it is, eyeing me and the woman in white. Vicious claws, fangs, and all, with barely 5 meters between us. Hey, is that a friend of yours? What do you think? I can't help but snap back at something so crazy. I'm an idiot. As if taking my voice as a signal, the panther leaps in our direction. No, that's not right. It's running, but it's going so fast I thought it had leaped at us instead. I can't do anything. The black blur's fangs will sink into my shoulder before I even have the time to process its movements. I can see it. I am keenly aware of how this will end, 1 second from now. But the thought of dodging or moving away doesn't even register. The But the blow comes from my side instead. The woman in white shoves me away before the shadowy creature has the chance to bite me. An effortless swipe of her hand is all it takes. At her touch, I'm flung across the alley as easily as someone who might throw a ball, and I go crashing into the wall. Yow! I grit my teeth as I slam into the wall back first. Pain shoots up through my spine. What are you... Not now! Look straight! The woman shouts at me. I look up, expecting the beast to have crashed into the wall behind me. Instead, having lost sight of its target, the panther reacts instantly by spinning in the air and planting its feet onto the wall. From there, it leaps at the opposite wall. The creature latches itself to the side of the building. Just as it seems to have found its footing, it turns its glowing gaze at me once more. My breath is still caught after the chaos. The panther pushes off against the wall and leaps at me like lightning falling from the sky. The woman places herself into its trajectory, deflecting the oncoming bolt with a single hand. She's even faster than the panther, her slender frame even more graceful. It's frightening, unnerving even. Hey now, can't you see I was here first? I'll have to kill you if you don't mind your manners, you know. The woman's disposition hasn't changed a bit. As if heeding her threat, the panther cautiously backs away. There's around 3 meters of space between the two of them now. The panther keeps its distance. It must have realized the difference in their abilities during their brief clash. To a human, that panther is no doubt a monster. A beast that can easily slay any human it meets. But that woman is on a whole other level. A monster among monsters. A demon that can easily slay any monster it meets. The panther sits absolutely still as it observes the woman. Even I can tell how badly outclassed it is. The woman must seem like some insurmountable wall when viewed from the eyes of the apex predator. If you've got business with me, I'll deal with you later. So for now... The atmosphere around the woman changes. The panther hasn't rattled her in the slightest, but the very air around her seems sharper than before. People? There's no mistaking it. A group of strangers is making their way down the alley. They're walking at a leisurely pace through the dimly lit back street, ambling right in our direction. Stop! Get away from here! There's a panther on the... I try to tell them the panther is on the loose. But as I do, red currents flash across my vision. I rub my eyes beneath my glasses. Just now I see something terrible. They keep coming. They possess neither the feral instincts nor the pride of the panther. They lurch forward, completely disregarding the woman in white, as well as the fact that another few steps forward will doom them. But why would they? These creatures have no brain to think, nor a heart to feel fear. They aren't alive. They can't be. They're engulfed in flame, black smoke billowing from their eyes and mouth, and yet they keep moving forward. What the fuck is going on? I have no idea. You'd best start believing in ghost stories, Mr. Tono. 'Cause tonight, you're in one. They're dead. They have to be. Their hands are outstretched as if they were seeking salvation, but from their fingertips drips a thick oil. The drops of oil splash into tongues of flame as they hit the ground. Even from this distance, I realize that the oil-like substance must be their stagnant blood. Is this a new type? The woman in white focuses her attention on the things before her. 2 of the 3 cadavers reach for her. The last one turns in my direction and leers at me with its burning sockets as I stand there, dumbstruck. It's got me. The panther uses the fatally short window to strike. It's even faster than the last time it leaped. This time I didn't even register it as moving. The panther bears its weight against me, as if trying to push me over, and runs its incisors down my neck. A tightness grips my throat. There's a constricting sensation at the nape of my neck. It's not my skin, though. The collar of my school uniform is being bitten and pulled. I'm pushed against the wall again. I've been dragged into a dark corner of the alley. The panther roughly presses me into the heaped piles of garbage. You asshole! Don't treat me like trash! What am I even doing? I'm berating the panther as it has me pinned down. But for whatever reason, it decides not to follow through with its attack. Perhaps the beast realizes it has bigger problems to deal with. The panther is his sister? You know, at this point, I'll take any explanation. Hidden behind some of the waste, I sit up and peer over at the woman. The smoldering dead are brave enough to get within 3 meters of the woman, a feat even the panther dared not try. And the moment they do... the very air wails in agony. The burst of wind from the woman's arms slicing through the air cuts through her targets like a bulldozer, leaving not a trace of the 3 bodies. My head hurts. It feels like tiny thorns are bouncing within my eye sockets. A painful red sensation jabbing at me like knives, like they were trying to deny all I'd just seen. I used even more of my power. With a resigned shrug of her shoulders, the woman turns to me. She doesn't look like she holds the slightest interest in the corpses she just eradicated. This is all because you spent so long dragging your feet, you know. You're a reminder that this is her at 20% power. Power scalers, get on that. Where does she beat Goku? If you just hurried up and made up your mind, they wouldn't have found us. The woman boldly walks over to me as I sit half-stunned on the ground. The panther is long gone. It must have taken one look at the scene just now and decided it wanted none of it. The woman was simply far too strong. Hey, what was that? My headache is concentrated behind my eyes. The pain searing through my cranium seems to be throwing off whatever part of my brain controls my speech. What the hell is this woman? Just some regular zombies, obviously. They're familiars used by vampires, though these ones were a little unusual. It's my first time seeing zombies like that, actually. Not these zombies. I'm talking about you. No, hear me? Okay, you go first, because I was about to have an aside here. Take a sip of my beverage. What if that creepy guy from the mansion turns into a panther when he takes the bandages off? Now that one feels like a stretch. I don't know. I'm sure that he's going to come back because what was the point of the Chekhov's gun? Like, what would be the point of having him exist at all if he wasn't going to come back? But like, Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if he's the Panther. I would wager that he's another vampire, or a vampire hunter, maybe. I was going to talk about how we've got a vampire, we've seen some zombies, a black cat of sorts, and then even then, remember the howling in the night? That could very well have been a werewolf. We got a supernatural cavalcade, a supernatural smorgasbord on our hands here, ladies and gentlemen. This is good. This is good. I like this. Zombies light on fire in sunlight. It's just like just like Minecraft. Anyway. The sharp stinging in my head is begging for some sense of normalcy. She's a monster. The out-of-place panther, and those impossible flaming corpses. Even they appear perfectly grounded when compared to her. Do they, though? Do they really? Through a flick of her arm, this woman made a gust of wind with the power of a tornado. Such a monster couldn't coexist among us frail humans for a second. Me? I told you I was a vampire, didn't I? Oh, wait. Do you not know what a vampire is? I thought that sort of thing would be common knowledge here. For such a powerful monster, she's pretty dense. But I can take advantage of this window to force strength into my trembling limbs. That fight just now led her away from the alley entrance. If I run with all my might, I might just have a shot at escaping. I take a deep breath. Uh-oh, she's thirsty. Just as I'm about to start running, I catch a glimpse of her face. For some reason, I suddenly feel calm again. Hey, what's wrong? Are you injured? Please, like I get injured. I just never thought I'd be hit by something that slow. But this isn't good. The way things are now, I'll definitely need you to act as my shield. What? That's right. We were just talking about that nonsense. Earlier, I thought she might have been speaking metaphorically about the whole meat shield thing, but now I'm not so sure anymore. She sounds dead serious. She actually wants me to act as her shield against panthers and flaming corpses and who knows what else. Are you out of your mind? Did you see me just now? What do you think I can do, huh? You'd clearly be far better on your own. Not at all. After that, I'm really running on empty. I guess you could say I'm giving it all I've got to stay alive right now. Is that how it is? Doesn't look like it at all, but sure. Honestly, I'm half glad that what I just saw was a last-ditch effort and not something she could shake out of her sleeve at any time. But that's not the issue here. I don't know what to tell you. If you're giving it all you've got, I'll do what I can. But we need to be realistic. Whatever you think of me, I'm not strong enough to fight any of those things off. I'm sorry, but I can't be your shield. Take off your glasses! Shiki, just take off your glasses, Shiki. You'll just do that. Oh, please. You killed me once already. Why even bother lying at this point? You know, she's getting to it. I did kill you, but that was... When I killed her, it was like I'd lost myself. I would help her if I could. But the kind of help she's asking for is way beyond anything I can do.
なら私が
In
眠っ
that
ている
case, I
間
guess I'll just ask you
周
to
りを見
stand
張っ
guard
てく
over
れ
me
るだ
as I
けでい
sleep.
い。それくらいなら問題ないでしょ。
You can do that much, right? I can't help but feel myself weaken before those eyes. I wonder if she's like casting a spell on him. Okay, we can in fact choose. I was expecting it to be like, nope, you gotta help. I wonder if she's using that vampiric charisma, that magic spell that lulls mortals into a false sense of security, or if she's just too cute and he like sees her like a lost puppy or something. Because same a little bit. Will we help the vampire girl, chat? I feel like we kind of have to. I feel like we kind of have to. I feel like there's a. Feel like the game could be funny and just dead end me if I pick this one. Let's help the cute vampire girl. I just can't say no to her request. I killed her. It's my fault that she's weak enough to even seek help from some nobody like me. Besides, we might have only just met, but I get the impression she's not a bad person.
ねえ、どうなの？
Well, what'll it be?
人間のあなた
Are
と
you going
して
to tell
は
me that you
や
can't
っぱ
help
り
out
吸
because I'm
血
a
鬼である
vampire?
私には協力できない？
そりゃそうだろ
You're finally catching on,
分
huh?
かってるじゃないか。
Please don't look at me with those eyes. The guilt will eat me alive if you keep doing that.
けど乗りかかっ
I
た
guess
船
I'm
だし
already
な。
in too deep.
ここで知らんふりするのも寝
I
覚
won't
め
be
が
able to
悪いし。
sleep at night if I just pretend none of this ever happened. I already know I'll regret this later. But even so,
何より
you're going after that serial killer that's been terrorizing this town anyway, right?
なら
I
こ
should
の
at
町
least
に
try
住ん
and
で
do
る人
something
間
to
と
help
して
put a stop to that.
お前の手
I
助け
do
ぐらい
live
し
here
ないと
after all.
罰が当たりそうだ。
It's better than turning a blind eye to her stupidly sincere gaze.
それって
So you're telling me that...
盾になるのはお
Yeah,
断りだ
I'll
け
do
ど
it.
見張り
I'm
ぐ
not
らい
going to
は
be
し
your
てやるって
shield,
こ
but
と
I can stand guard, sure. There she goes again. What's with that expression? If this was a game, I'd be calling foul. Just look at her, coming back from the dead, creating tornadoes, and now this.
よかった
Great!
これで契
We
約
have a
は成
deal
立。
then. She extends a hand to me.
やっと自己紹介ができるね。
Guess I can finally introduce myself.
私はアルクエイド。長い名前だからアルクエイドだけでいいわ。
Actually, just call me Arquaid. I do have a full name, but it's a bit long. Arquaid. Yeah, that checks out.
神祖って区分けされ
I'm
る
what's
吸血
called
鬼
a
だけ
true
ど、
ancestor.
あなたは
A
何
kind
て
of
いう人？
vampire. What about you? That might be the strangest self-introduction I've ever witnessed. I sigh. Either I've accepted my insane new reality, or I just don't have anything left in me to argue.
塔の式
I'm Shiki Tono.
あいにく
Just a regular
学生
student.
だよ。前もって言ってお
I'll
く
warn
け
you
ど
now, I'm not going to
本
be
当に
much
何の
use.
役にも立たないからな。
I take the woman's, Arquaid's, hand. She peers at me intently for a moment, then offers her hand again for a shake.
それじゃあよろしくね。
Well,
シキ
Shiki, as of now, we're partners.
私を殺した責任。
I'm going to work you hard in return for
ちゃんと取ってもらうんだから。
killing me. She grins wickedly, her left hand outstretched. I must be the first and last person in the world to be repaying someone for their own murder.
ああ、本当。
I'm really in it now, aren't I?
してる。
But what else can I do? Against my better judgment, I shake hands with this mysterious vampire, this woman in white. That feels like a chapter ending. Flashbang! Oh! Oh! Cinematics! At last, we can finally start playing the game. Whoa. I'm gonna get copyrighted for this. I'm pretty sure it happened with Witch on the Holy Night, too. There she is. The fucking lines, dude. Hello? The Black Keys? Yeah, there you go. See, that's what I was saying. Just take off your glasses and you'll be fine. Alco, my beloved. Oh. Oh. Is that full power Arcade? There you go. There's your title card. Oh, I'm gonna love this story. I mean, I kind of already love this story, but like I can tell that I'm only going to love it more. Oh. Where am I? A voice echoes in the darkness. The air is damp. That rotten smell that lingers in the air is eye-wateringly rancid. It's too dark to see a thing. It's driving her into sensory overload. What is this place? She can't remember what happened to her a few minutes ago. She can't remember where she is. She feels like she hears voices of men in the distance. She feels like she came here of her own volition. If she thinks hard enough, she thinks she remembers taking an elevator. As the elevator descended, she was suddenly struck with the horrible realization that this wasn't just some goofy urban legend, but a dark and dangerous truth she shouldn't have stuck her nose into. Part of her recalls desperately mashing the emergency stop button. Where am I? But that was then, and this is now. Humans cannot turn back the clock. Time's arrow is asymmetrical. One may traverse the arrow from left to right, but never the reverse. In other words, by the time the girl realized her folly, she was already in hell. Don't you bring up Alco right now. I swear to God. Fuck you, shut up! Alco is more than human. She's special. She's my special favorite girl. Fearing the dark, the girl presses her hand to the wall. Rotting juice coats her fingers. It stinks of spoiled meat. It gives way to her touch. Through her tears, she realizes it must be human viscera, but she cannot bring herself to pull away. Her fingers must trace it to find her way forward. There is no other way to navigate this darkness. She cannot escape the steady footsteps that have been following her for some time now. No, please. No. She has no choice but to follow the path, her expression distraught as her fingernails scrape through the slimy guts. With every step, she swears she hears the metallic cries of something grinding and twisting across itself within these walls. She's actually been transported into the game Viscera cleanup detail, and everything is actually fine. She just has to pick up the mop and start. She's just gotta get to work. I may be wrong. Are you human? Stop! Don't leave! Don't leave me! Mom. Mommy. Let me out! Let me out, please! Let me out! It's hard to believe screams like that could come from another human being. The wails are so desperate that they might rupture their throat and lungs, yet these people have long shed any such concerns, and now simply howl into the abyss. But there's little that can be done about their bodies now. Limbless, they are suspended from the ceiling like a mass of bagworms. No. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. She ignores the pleas of those who are beyond saving and continues to run. She just needs a light, any light. If she had a light, she could escape. There's a goal you have to reach. That's what the men who guided her down here had told her. They laughed when they said it. So there has to be an exit. She believes it's the only way she can save herself. She knows it's a lie, but she needs to cling to hope if she's to maintain any semblance of sanity. Light. A light. A light. A light. She looks behind her. That's right. She knows she's not alone here. She came here together with her boyfriend. That idiot was the one who suggested it. It's because of him that she agreed it might be fun to try. It's all his fault. She hopes he dies. She hopes he dies soon. She hopes he dies before she does. She hopes his death might lead to her escape. She hopes she'll be the only one saved. She's the special one, after all. She didn't do anything wrong. There's no reason she should be suffering. This should be reserved for those who are stupider than her, those that are dirtier than her, or those who are luckier and more blessed. This has nothing to do with her. She's always been good. She's lived a normal life. She's always been normal. This misfortune should fall upon someone else. Well, fun times in the flesh, mage. Yep, ain't it always. The faint darkness fades. A blackness, dark and deep, takes hold. The girl, standing in the middle of it all, stares down at her burning body. What is this? My hands are like ash. The appendages she'd used to feel her way along the wall have burned all the way down to her elbows. When she frantically looks at her body, she realizes her clothes have burned away. Her skin has turned black and charred, cracking to reveal the sinew and organs hidden beneath. The fat of her flesh sizzles and burns with a flame red and hot enough to captivate her gaze. Thank goodness, the woman thinks, laughing to herself. Finally. I finally found a light. I'm burning. This is wonderful. Look at me. I'm burning. I'm burning. She cackles, a flaming anatomical model taken with madness. A torch of flesh providing light in the darkness. Then, a sharp stab puts her out of her misery. Please, let me go. Her body burns as boiling blood spews from the wound. As if savoring the warmth of her body, it drinks her fresh blood. This hell returns to total darkness. Having finished its minuscule meal, it crosses through this masterless hellscape. Behind it are countless corpses. A river of flame, indiscriminately swallowing all who wander the wasteland, whether they be lost humans or the cemetery's dead residents. It's cold. Breath spills from its lips like smoke. It shambles toward the surface, leaving behind a trail of red in its wake, like a twisted slug. I shall claim the heart of the true ancestor. It craves the prey that its footmen discovered mere moments ago. That thing is what sent the zombies. That vampire, as one can only assume. Ooh.
割といい部屋ね。
This is a decent room.
これなら一晩過
I
ご
think
し
I'll
て
be
も
able to
文句
sleep
ない
pretty
か
well
な
in a place like this. Arquade looks like she's enjoying herself as she inspects the hotel room. I have no words for how this day has turned out.
それで、
So
俺
what
は
do you
何
want
を
me
す
to
ればいい
do?
んだよ、具体的に。
とりあえず移動するわ。
We should get out of here first.
私の部屋は守
My
りにも向
apartment
か
isn't
ないから
exactly suited for defense,
そ
so
うね。
how about we find
見晴らしのいい
ourselves a room with a
高い
nice
ところに行き
high
ましょう
vantage
か。
point? And here we are. Arkwade hailed a taxi on the main street, and we drove over to one of the neighboring city districts. From there, we didn't just book a room at one of the most prominent and expensive hotels around. No, Arkwade decided to book the entire top floor just for us. I feel like some A-list celebrity.
おー、高い
Whoa, look how high we are!
人間の建築技術って
Seriously,
本当
seriously
向
though,
上
the
する
rate
わ
your
よね。
architectural abilities grow never ceases to astound me.
こういうのなんて言うんだ
What
っ
do
け
you call this? Making mountains out of molehills? The march of progress?
まあどっちでもいい
Eh,
か
it doesn't matter.
ほら
Look,
見
Shiki,
て
Luke.
見て式
The alley we were in
さっきまで
earlier
いた
looks so
路地裏が
small
あんな
from
に
up
ちっちゃく
here.
なってる
Jeez. She better stop being cute. I fucking... Arkwade happily peeks through the shut curtains at the panorama below. I can't say I'm as excited as she is. This place feels less like a hotel room and more like a standalone citadel that happens to be built on the hotel's top floor. From the sun-blocking curtains to the furniture, to the material of the walls and doors, every last bit is grander than anything you'd normally encounter. And since we rented out the entire floor, we won't be seeing any other guests. Upon closer inspection, I noticed there's even a TV screen that displays an active feed of the first floor lobby. No matter where I look, I'm reminded that this room is reserved only for the most privileged of people. I don't know how you get to afford this place.
今夜はここに隠れましょう。あ
We'll hide away
宿
here.
泊費の
We'll
ことは
hide
気
away
に
in
し
here
な
for
く
the
ていい
night.
よ。
Oh, and don't you worry about the cost.
私お金持ちだから
I'm pretty rich,
おごって
so
あ
it's
げ
all
る
on me. Thank you for answering my question. I guess a long-lived vampire would presumably have acquired wealth, right? Arkwade speaks cheerfully as she steps away from the window. As amazed as she seemed by the view a moment ago, it appears she's already grown tired of the bird's eye view on the city.
アルクエイド、お前何考えてるんだ。
Excuse me, a big yawn just snuck up on me. Arquaid, what were you thinking? An exhausted sigh slips out of me.
何って
I was thinking about a bunch of things.
考えてるけど
いや、そういうことじゃ
I
な
don't
くて
mean
だ
just
な。
now.
男とホテル
What
の
are you
一室
thinking
なん
sharing
て
a hotel room with a guy? I pause before I finish my sentence. I'm only here to watch over this self-proclaimed vampire while she sleeps. I shouldn't say anything that might complicate it even further.
いや、いい。
You know what, it's fine.
好きにして
Do whatever you want.
変な式
You're weird, Shiggy.
いきなり怒ったり
You
黙
switch
ったり
between
して
anger and
予測
silence
が
on a
つかない
dime.
ね
I never know what to expect from you. Bro's just like me, for real. Arquaid chuckles as if something's hilarious about the situation. Meanwhile, I'm standing near the door, muscles tensed as I keep a watchful eye on the room. Watching her relax, I realize we couldn't be more opposite from one another right now. Fatigue has spread through every inch of my body. I wish I could rest, but I also know that the second I take a seat on that sofa, I'll doze off. No matter how tired I get, I know better than to let my guard down now.
式何か飲む
Shiki, do you want
こ
something
こ
to drink?
飲み物
They
が
got
たくさん
plenty of
あるみ
options.
たい
They got booze. A carefree voice calls out to me from the minibar. Needless to say, the bottles Arquaid holds up are filled with alcohol.
あのな、
Aren't you
未
too
成年
young
の
to
くせに酒を勧め。
She's a vampire. I stop. I have no clue whether she's over the legal drinking age or not, and I don't particularly care to find out either.
後で自分で選ぶからい
I'll
い。
grab something later.
それより
For now, no matter how exhausted I am, no matter how confusing the situation might be, there are some questions I have to ask her. I need to know what she is, and I need to know how much danger I'm in. I can't even afford to sit on the couch if I don't at least attempt to understand all the weird things happening here.
それより
For
お前に
now,
聞きたいことがある
there's some things I'd like to ask you.
のんびり休むのはその
We
後
can
だ。
relax afterwards.
構わ
Sure,
な
I
いけ
don't
ど
really mind.
どうしたの
Why the
急に
sudden
かしこまって
politeness, though? You do realize I haven't let my guard down even once around you. But that aside,
真面目な話だよ。
because it's a serious topic.
結局のところ
For starters,
お前の目的
what's
っ
your
て何
goal?
なんだ。
私
Me?
私は
I'm
吸
here to
血
hunt
鬼
down
を
a
追ってる
vampire.
だけよ吸血鬼殺しが
Hunting
私の
vampires is
役
my
割だ
duty.
から
What up, Dark Rebellion? Welcome in.
ああ、確かにそん
Yeah,
な
you
ことを
told me
言って
that.
た。けど、お
But
前は吸
aren't you
血鬼なん
supposed
だ
to be a
ろ。
vampire as well?
何式したら
Seriously?
ま
You
だ
still don't
私のこ
believe
と
me?
信じてないの
嫌っていうほど
Don't
信じて
worry, I
るから
believe
安
you.
心しろ。
Try as I might not to.
俺が言いたいのは、
I'm just saying it's weird
どう
that
し
you're
て
a
吸
vampire,
血鬼であるお前が
but you're
吸
here to
血
kill
鬼を
another
殺すのかっ
vampire.
てことだ。
That doesn't make any sense to
そ
me.
れおかしいだろ、理屈的に。
あら式は同族同
Are
士
you
で殺
against
し
the
合うの
idea
が
of killing
嫌い
your
な
own
んだ
kind, Shigi? She's got us in a box here. Yeah, I had a pretty good day. I don't know if I could speak for everybody else in chat, but we chillin'.
同族じゃなくても
I'd
願
rather
い下
not
げだ
kill
な。
anyone, whether they're the same species or not. Well, except we already did.
あのさ、
But that's
吸
besides
血
the
鬼
point.
は人間の血を吸う
Don't
鬼なんだろ。
vampires suck human blood?
なら
Wouldn't
殺す
it make
対
more
象は
sense if
人
you were
間で
going
あって
after a human?
同じ吸血鬼じゃない。お前が殺す
The
のは
ones you should be killing are
その
humans, right? The ones whose blood you suck.
吸血行為と殺
Sucking
害
blood
行
and
為は
killing
別
are
物
two
よ
different things.
ま、それでも
Though I
式
see
の
where
言い
you're
たいこ
coming
とは
from.
わかるわ同じ
You
種
say I
族
should
同
get
士
along with members
助け
of
合
my
うべ
own
きだって言うん
species,
でし
right?
ょけど
The
吸血
vampires
鬼
might
は
have
同
all
じ
be
親
traced
から
back to
派
the
生した
same
もの
greater
であっても
source,
そ
but
れ
we've
ぞれ異
evolved
なる
differently
進化を
over
遂げ
time,
た固有
like
種のようなも
endemic
のだから
animals.
人間でいう
As
ところの
such,
仲
we don't
間意
share
識
the
の希薄なの
camaraderie you feel for your fellow humans. Fascinating. Take notes, chat. So you're saying the vampire you're
お
looking
前
for
が
is
探している
different
吸
from
血鬼
you.
はお前とは違うっていうのか。
ええ、私とは別種の吸
They're a
血鬼。
separate type of vampire.
私が追いか
The
けているの
vampire
は
I'm tracking
人
is
間
one
の吸
that was
血鬼だ
once
から
human.
あなたたちが抱く
They're
イメ
the
ー
type
ジ
you're
とほぼ
probably
一
most
緒よ。
familiar with.
人間の血
They
を吸
suck
って
human blood
吸い
and
殺
turn
し
the
た
people
人
they
間
kill
を
into
使い魔にして
familiars,
少し
gradually
ずつ勢
increasing their
力を増や
power
してい
bit
く
by
って
bit.
やつ。朝の死者
Remember
覚え
those
てるでし
zombies
ょ。
this morning?
あれが
That's
吸
what you
血
get
鬼に
when a
殺され
vampire
た
kills
人
a
間の
human.
末路。
That which
人
died
間
as
と
a
して死
human
んだの
but
に
was brought
ま
back.
だ死にきれず
The
生かされ
living
てい
dead.
るリビングデッド。
死んだのに
That which died
生かされてい
but
る。
was brought back. Those corpses I saw in that alley. In stories, it's said those who get their blood sucked by a vampire get turned into one as well, attacking other humans in turn. That's how they propagate and spread. If this goes unchecked, then a whole town could be turned into a stronghold for the living dead.
ええ、この町に潜んでいるのはそういう吸血鬼。
The vampire that's lurking in your city is of that type.
私は血を吸うことに
Unlike
心
them,
身は
I
ない
don't
し、
have the need to drink
彼らの
blood,
仲間でもない。
and I've got no attachment
だ
to,
から
those of
互い
their
に
kind,
殺し合うことに問
so
題
I'll
は
feel
発
no
生しない。
hesitation in striking them down. Arkwood states the words matter-of-factly. I guess there really are all kinds of vampires out there.
今更でゾッとするん
It's
だ
a
けど
little late to bring this up,
そい
but
つをやっつ
what
け
the
るか
hell
ら
were you
俺に
thinking when you
盾
said
に
you
な
were
れ
going
な
to
ってこ
use
と
me
を
as
言
a
ってやがっ
shield
た
to
の
go after that vampire?
ええ、初め
That
は
was
そ
my
のつもりだ
original
ったわ
plan.
あなたなんて嫌
Even
が
if
っ
you
ても盾に
refused,
してや
I
る。
would have used my
逃
mystic
げて
eyes
も
to
鎖
bind
で
you to
縛
my
り付け
will
て
and
散
force you
々
into
怖
being
がら
my
せて
shield.
使い切ってやるって。
So she wasn't using a charm, but she totally could have. Also, mystic eyes mentioned again.
けど、式と
Why did I
話をして
change
い
my
るう
mind
ち
after
に
talking
気が
to
変わ
you?
っちゃった。
So she was planning to take me by force. Don't think I'll be forgetting about that.
気が変わったっ
So
て
what changed your mind?
なんでだよ。
うーん
I guess I realized I had the wrong
私の勘違いだったから
impression.
私ね、式。
You had me thinking that
あ
you
な
were
た
with
に
the
殺
church
されて
after you
復
killed
元
me
する
like
まで
that.
の間、あなたは教会の人間だと思っていたの。それなら敵の居場
Which
所を
would have
掴ん
meant
でい
you
る可能
wouldn't
性
just be
もあ
a
るし、
good backup,
戦力と
but
して
you
も
might
期
even
待
know
で
where
きる
my
なっ
target
て。
has made their nest.
なのに仕切ったら、
But it
まるっ
turns
き
out
り
you're a
普通の
totally
人なんだ
normal
もん。
human.
敵の
Forget knowing
棺
where
の
their
場所
nest
は
is
おろか、
located, you
吸
barely
血
know
鬼
what a
のことを
vampire
まるで
is.
知らないし。そもそも
So I
連中
suppose
が
it
こ
would
ん
be
な無神論者
unusual.
の国に対抗者を派遣するわけがないし、そもそも一人じゃ
So I
動かな
suppose
い
it
も
would be
のね。
unusual for the church to dispatch
師
one
匠
of
と
their
弟子のツーマンするがあい
executors
つ
to
ら
an
の基
atheist
本だ
country
から。
like this anyway. And it's even rarer to see one working solo, since they're almost always sent out in two-man cells, a master and a disciple. Arkwood mutters to herself as she paces around the room. She's gotten so sidetracked it feels like she's forgotten all about me.
とにかく、
Anyhow,
私の
my
標
sights
的
have
はあ
switched
なた
back
から
from
吸
you
血
to
鬼
my
に戻った
original
ってこ
prey,
と。
that vampire.
それはそれで、ち
Though
ょっ
it's
と
kind
残
of a
念な気
shame.
もするけど。
She manages to say such a terrifying thing in the cheeriest of voices. Shit. She definitely hasn't forgotten what I did to her. I certainly deserve to be despised for murdering her, but it's still bad for my heart to hear her talk so lightly about killing in turn. Maybe she really does intend to kill me the second I let my guard down.
真面目な話は終わり。
Are we done with the serious questions?
ベ
Because
ッ
if
ド
we
に
are,
ド
this
ーン
bed is calling my name.
は
Before I even get the chance to react, she's off. Arkwood bounces over to the bed and plops down onto the soft mattress.
気持ちもいいし、
This
日
feels
が
so
沈むま
good.
で眠るね。
I think I'll sleep till sundown.
あ、式も
You should
今
get
の
some
うち
rest
に
too.
休んでおいた方がいいよ。
Vampires can't move around during
吸血
daytime,
鬼は
so
昼
I
間
don't
活
really
動
need you
で
to
きない
stand
から、
guard till night
本格
falls.
的に見張りをしてもらうのは夜になるんだし。
Explain yourself! What were you doing walking around in the sun?
お前、今自
You
分の
realize
存
that what
在
you
を
just
全
said
面否定す
contradicts
るようなことを
every
言っ
action
たっ
you've
て
taken in daylight
分か
so
ってる
far,
か
right? Thank you, Shiki, for immediately getting to my point. I want more lore on these type of vampires.
私はいいの。
I'm just different, that's all. Did bitch just say I'm just built different? Acceptable. Have a nice day.
と、そろそろ限界みたい。それじゃあおやすみなさい、シキ。
Wake me up when
日
the
が
sun
沈
goes
んだら
down.
起こしてね。
おい
Hey. Arcwade falls asleep so abruptly, it's as if someone turned off a car engine.
マジか
Seriously? I can hardly believe it, but she's actually asleep. I feel like an idiot for staying next to the door this whole time in case I needed to run. Is this okay? I mean, I want to talk, but is she really okay with this? I was practically taken here against my will, but now I could just as easily run away. And don't tell me she's forgotten. Even if I don't feel the same impulse now.
俺は一度
I already
お
killed you
前
once
を
before.
殺しているんだぞ
So how can she doze off like this with me around? It's called trust, Shiki. Look it up. I watch her while she sleeps. That's a little creepy. Peering closely, I notice the slow rise and fall of her chest as she breathes. But other than that, she doesn't move a muscle. That's his job. I mean, I guess you're right. That is literally what she hired him to do. And I used the term hired loosely. It's like I'm looking at a painting. The lids of her eyes are closed in peaceful rest. Her eyelashes are long, and her lips are luscious, even without the slightest touch of lipstick. Okay, now it's a little bit weird. I trace the curve of her plump chest with my eyes. Alright, okay, we're diving in. Following the line until it meets the flat of her hips, like a hill meets the horizon. Her arms are long and slender. She looks innocent, yet sensual, all at once. A contradiction I struggle to make sense of. Even the music was a little bit sexy for a second there. What are we doing? Here she is, vulnerably slumbering away in the hotel's royal suite. Trusting me, the person who killed her, to be in the same room with her, despite us having only just met. There was a lewd scene in the original VN. I don't want to know.
バカだな
You
こい
idiot.
つ
She's so ridiculously trusting and honest. I'm frankly a little worried about her. Either way, this is the time to choose. This may be my last chance to turn back. That woman told me to be her shield. But... oh, we've got an out! What do we do, chat? Do we stay with the the luscious-lipped, plump-chested vampire? Or do we go the fuck home and pretend none of this ever happened? I feel like the correct answer is a little obvious, but I'm opening up the floor to you guys. If you don't say anything, I'm gonna pick for you. 2 sold.
約束したからな。
I did make a promise. That's right, I did. No matter what happens, I don't intend to break my promises. Arkwade is still asleep. I honestly can't tell by looking at her, but she did say she was weakened. She even said she was at her limit earlier. But the real question is whether I should stay or leave. I didn't even have the chance to think on it before. It's quiet in here. I almost said quite quiet because I doubled the word for some reason. It's quiet in here. We're the only two people in this room. On this entire floor, even. Though I'll save wondering if it's rude to count self-proclaimed vampires as people for later.
なんだそりゃ。
You idiot.
失礼。
You didn't even know which side it'd be rude to.
アホ。
I scold myself. After being chased the entire morning, my body is too tired to move properly. Even thinking is exhausting.
とにかく。
I guess I should try to relax first. I tear myself away from the door to sit down. The chair I choose is a tall one, adjacent to the minibar. I find a bottle of mineral water inside and pour myself a glass.
よし。
Much better. The cool water unravels my scrambled thoughts. The wild chain of events this morning has clogged my mind, keeping me from thinking clearly. I should take this opportunity to carefully decide on my next move. I know I said the wrong word, don't worry about it. It's called improv.
マジかよ。
Seriously? It's my second resigned exclamation of the day. The one before was directed at Arkwade, but this time it's aimed squarely at myself. The sound of her gentle breathing brushes against my ears, pulling my focus away. What is wrong with me? What am I doing getting all excited and worked up over her at a time like this? It's fucking easy, bro. I need to leave the room. This must be because the fear that gripped me in the alley still hasn't let me go. I just need to take a deep breath in the hallway, and I'll be fine. This strange heat in my chest will go away.
本当に
We
貸
really
し切っ
did book the
て。
entire floor. There's not a single other guest or staff wandering the top floor. Arkwade is currently sleeping in the corner room at the end of the hallway. We've got a clear view of whatever would come our way, but it also means we're that much further from the elevators.
そういえば学
I
校。
totally forgot about school. It's a little past 11 a.m. now. I've doubtlessly already been marked as absent. It'll be a lot of trouble if the school calls the mansion, but there's little I can do to prevent that. Akiha's definitely going to have a thing or two to say about this, but this isn't the time to worry about that.
望み薄だけど。
Maybe too late,
アリヒコに
but I
メー
guess
ル
I
しと
should
くか。
text Arihiko. I don't feel good, so I'm skipping. Make up some excuse for me if you can. I send him a loose reason for my absence and hope that he'll rise to my call for help. I'm not begging him to work any miracles, just hoping he can figure something out if the opportunity presents itself. If only I could tell him more about what's happening.
いやいや、それこ
No
そ
way,
救
he'd
急
just
車
call
案
a
件でし
mental
ょ。
asylum on me. There's no way to explain this situation without sounding like a lunatic. Arihiko doesn't need to know more than this.
さて。
Well then. Thinking of a familiar face calmed me down a little. It's time for me to return to the room where the self-proclaimed vampire slumbers.
失礼します。
Back. I knew she'd still be asleep, but it'd feel weird to enter the room without a word. The woman in white is sleeping just like she was when I left. It's like she barely moved. She doesn't look the slightest bit threatening in her sleep. If I didn't know any better, I'd say she looked like the princess of some foreign country. That might be vague foreshadowing. I don't know. I've avoided the sofa long enough. Even though I know I might not get back up again, I take a seat. After all, the sofa is the only place in the room that has a good overview of both the bed and the door. It is just as ridiculously comfortable as I'd anticipated. Its fluffy cushions call to me. I feel like I might just melt into them, but I stop myself. I'm supposed to stand guard, so I can't fall asleep now. Even from here, she's almost nightmarishly beautiful. Her smooth, pale skin, her slender fingers, each one a piece of fine art. The soft curves of her body. Every last detail of her body is without equal, and when put together, the composition is flawless. I've never seen a figure so sublime. No, that's not right. In all my life, I thought I'd never see one. I let out a long sigh as I look up at the ceiling. For all that talking about being a vampire and coming back from the dead, Arkwade is a living creature, one that looks and talks just like a human. And the fact that she's too weak to even get up on her own is all my fault. I need to take responsibility for my actions. I think back to what I was taught in my younger days. It was Master who told me. Because my eyes are unusual, they may attract other unusual things. It's about time for me to pull myself together. For now, I need to keep my promise. Tonight, at least, I'll protect her in whatever way He just fell asleep, didn't he? White. I open my eyes to the color white. The color pulls an old memory from the recesses of my mind. A hot summer day. Huge, fluffy clouds cover the blue sky. The air shimmers with heat. And the keening of cicadas eats at me. The cries of the cicadas. My hands are glistening with red liquid, as if they were dipped in paint. Screech, screech, screech. Screech, screech, screech. Screech, screech, screech. Cicada husks are gathered around. It feels as if the beating sun is right on top of us. Burning, sizzling, scorching the clearing. A hot midsummer day. It's as if the world has warped into one massive frying pan. Sob, sob, sob. Sob, sob, sob. Sob, sob, sob. Akiha is crying. Akiha, who's always following after me, is weeping into her hands. A child is on the ground next to her. The sunlight plays over my slick, wet hands. Yes, my hands are cold. The other child is cold. The red blood painting our world is warm. The adults are here. The other child is dead. The adults are yelling. They scream, asking whether I killed him. A dream forgotten even within a dream. Yeah. Shiki got kicked out of his house for murder, and Akiha knows and is covering it up. That's, I mean, not entirely unexpected, given everything that we read up till now, but like, wow. He's only not in jail because he's rich. And also, he was a child at the time, which, I mean, not that he wouldn't get put in jail, but like, there would be other. It's Michael Myers. We're talking about Michael Myers here, I guess. Shiki, wake up. The sun's gone down already. I think Akiha knows he killed again and is covering up again. Oh, yeah. Okay. How the maids and her say that he was found covered in mud in the park. You think that they all know, but they're covering it up. Like, because this is not the first time it's happened. Yeah. Ooh. Oh, this is rich. This is rich story. I love this shit. My body is violently shaken from its slumber. A cold hand grips my shoulder as an unfamiliar voice calls to me. Arkwade stands in front of me. The world outside the window is dark. When I glance at the clock, I realize it's already past 8. Bro slept for like 10 hours. In the middle of the day. Not the most reliable, are you? I told you to wake me up at sunset, but look who's sleeping instead. Sorry. I must have dozed off. I'm such a mess. To think I'd fall asleep while watching over her. You make a pretty poor bodyguard. If someone had attacked us while we were both conked out, we'd both be dead right now, you know. I said I was sorry. Didn't you say we were basically safe during the daytime anyway? I said that vampires aren't active then. You'd still be attacked by familiars like the ones you saw this morning. Arkwade is mad. Of course, she has every right to be. A guard who falls asleep during his watch is no more useful than a scarecrow. And hey, did you forget I'm a vampire, Shiki? So how come you can sleep next to me like it's nothing? I mean, would it kill you to be a little more scared for your life? Fine, if you insist. Spooky, fucking, whatever. I take back my apology. She seems more upset at the fact I wasn't too terrified to fall asleep near her than my failure as a guard. I finally reclaimed enough strength to move, only to wake up and find you sleeping like a baby. You look so defenseless, it's honestly making me wonder if I'm lacking in vampiric grandeur. Hold on, if I'm defenseless, then I'd say the same goes for you. You're the one asking your own murderer to guard her while she sleeps like a little princess. What makes you think I wouldn't have done it again? You shouldn't underestimate me just because I'm a human. I bite back at her, like a trapped mouse squeaking at the cat. It's really just a bitter attempt to save face, and yet... Arkwade falls silent, apparently only just having realized she's rooming with her murderer. Huh, I suppose you're right.
なんでだろう。
For some reason, I guess I started trusting you
路地
completely
裏で
after our
式
little
と話し
talk.
ているうちに信用しきってたみたい。
That's pretty cute, not gonna lie. Well, it's not like she has any bad intentions.
そうか。
If you trust me that
そ
much,
こま
I'll
で
just
信
have to
用さ
help
れ
you
て
out
る
the
なら
best I can.
それなりに努力はす
Do you
る。
want me to just keep a lookout?
あとはずっと見張っていればいいのか。
ええ、とりあえず朝日が
That's
昇
right.
るまでね。
Just until the sun rises again.
私は部屋から出な
I
いか
won't be
ら、
leaving the room,
式は
so I
誰
need
か
you
が
to
こ
guard
のフ
me
ロアに
against
やってく
anyone
る
who
ようだ
comes
っ
to
たら
this
用
floor.
心して。
Easier said than done. If something like that panther shows up again, I'm not sure what I'd be able to do about it. I'm way out of my league here. I can't exactly do my job as a bodyguard without knowing what I'm up against first. It might be best if I continue where we left off last time. Panthers and burning zombies aside, I still know pretty much nothing about Arquid or who she's hunting.
確認するぞ、アルクエイド。
I need to confirm something, Arquid.
路地裏で襲ってきたやつ
Were
は
those things that came
お
after
前
us
の
in
敵
the alley
が
sent
差
by
し向
your
けた
enemy?
やつなのか。
差し向けた
They were more just
という
patrolling
よ
the
り巡
area.
回ね。一定のルート
Those
で
ones are
街を
tasked
監
with
視する
keeping
の
an
が
eye
あ
on
いつら
certain
の役
paths
割だ
around
ったんで
town.
しょう。
A few of
その
them
巡
spotted
回
us
ルートで
talking while they
私
were
と式が
patrolling,
話し込ん
and
で
now
い
they
たか
know
ら、
I'm here.
結果的に私がいるってバレちゃったみたい。
バレちゃったって、お
You
前
mean
の
your
敵
target?
に。
そう。体調
Exactly.
が万全なら手間
If
が
I were
省
in
け
better
てよか
shape,
ったん
getting
だけ
spotted
ど、
would actually
今
save
の
me a ton
私
of
じゃ
trouble.
逆に倒
But
され
as
か
things
ねない。
are, I could get taken out.
だから式と一緒にこ
That's
こ
why
ま
we
で
fled
逃げた
here.
の。
If
体
we were
力が
attacked
戻る
again
前に
before I could
襲わ
fully
れたら
recover,
撃つ
it'd
手
be
はない
real
から。
bad. Arquade's enemy is the serial killer that's been terrorizing this town. Another vampire. From the sound of it, the vampire is after Arquade as well. Though they don't seem to be on a level playing field right now. Arquade is still extremely weak.
そして、
So the other
敵とやら
vampire
に
has
は手
lackeys
足にな
acting
る
as
部
its
下がい
eyes and
て、
ears.
お前に
And
は
you have no
誰
one?
もいないと。
Arquade pouts and pulls her shoulders up in a huff. She isn't refuting it. That must mean she really is alone. Well, I guess that makes it easier for me.
お前、さっき
You
吸
were talking
血鬼
about how
は
there
そ
were
れ
a
ぞ
bunch
れ
of
個
different
体差
types
が
of
あるって言っ
vampires
てたけ
earlier.
ど、
Is this
こ
the
れ
same
はそうい
thing?
う話なんだろ。じゃあ、
Like, are we dealing with the type of vampire that has a bunch of followers?
どんなやつなんだ。
それは、
I wonder if there's a simple way of
どうすれ
explaining
ば
it.
簡単に説明できるかな。
Arquade's eyes wander over the ceiling as she thinks. It doesn't feel like she's that used to conversation.
いいよ、難
It's
しいま
fine.
ま
You
で。
can give me the complicated
話せること
explanation.
なら何でもいいから
Just
話し
tell
て
me
くれ。
whatever you can.
俺もわけがわ
I
か
might
ら
not
な
be
い。
able to follow everything,
なん
but
と
I'll
か
try and
話
make
の
sense
筋
of
を
it
見
one
極め
way
る
or
から。
another.
そうありがとう、式。
Thanks, Shiki.
はいはい。
Yeah.
俺
No
はいい
need
か
to
ら
thank me.
続けて
Just
くれ。
let me know what's going on. Arquade nods earnestly.
仲間がたくさんいると言って
So
も、
there are a few types of
何パターンかあ
vampires
るんだ
that
けど、
convert a lot
こ
of
の町に
followers.
潜んでいる
The
人
one
は
that's
古い
taking
タイ
residence
プ
in
の
the
吸
city is
血
a
鬼よ。
particularly old type called a dead apostle. She pulled out an actual whiteboard. Hold on, wait a minute. Alright, chat, fucking turn to page 38 in your textbooks, where it's, take notes. Now's the time. Or as the church sometimes calls them, a castellan.
この城主は段階に分けて村や
These
町を犯
castellans
してい
will
く
invade a
の。
town or a village and slowly spread their influence.
まずは初手、
Let's look at the
進行
first
1。
stage of their invasion.
能力的に優れた人間を見
They'll
つけ
seek
ろっ
out
て、
strong,
その血
suitable
を吸って
victims,
しもべ
suck
にす
their
る。
blood, and turn them into their servants.
吸血鬼に血を吸われた
When
人
a
間は
person
死
has
んで、
their blood
城
sucked and
主の
dies,
操
they
り人
turn
形
into
に
the
なるけど、
castellan's puppet,
人間だって
but
コ
they'll
ラの
still
パーソ
retain
ナ
the
リティに残し
personality
てい
they
る。
had while human.
要は
Basically, they're the type that still retains their
使
personality.
徒の改定で言うと
For a dead
3段
apostle,
階
this
目の
type, the
上級の
undead,
使い待って
make
た
for
から
good high-level familiars. Right off the bat, there's a bunch of stuff I don't understand. Or at least my mind's feeling a lot clearer after that nap. I'm just gonna skip past all the terminology I don't understand and go straight for the few words I did.
人格の残った
So these
死体
undead, the ones that still possess their original
人間の
personality,
まま吸血鬼
they're
になるってこと
vampires that were originally human.
3回転
At
じゃ
rank
吸血
3,
鬼
I'm
とは
not
言
sure
え
I'd
ない
call
か
them
な
vampires yet.
人間以上の体になったけど
Physically, they're
まだ
superior
子
to
を作る
humans,
ことはで
but
き
they're
ない
still more
働
like
きアリの
worker
司
ant
令
leaders
塔
who can't
ぐらい
create
と思って
offspring of their own yet.
じゃあ路地裏で出
So
てきたやつ
what about those things we met in the alley?
あれはもう一個
Ah,
下
those would actually be
二階
one
艇
rank
目の
beneath
式
the undead. We call them ghouls.
人間への擬態もできない命じられたこ
They
と
can
を
no
こな
longer
すだ
mimic
けの
human
労働力
behavior.
よ
They're just pawns that carry out orders. Getting a little carried away with her explanation. Getting a little carried away with her explanation, Arquaid has gone and outlined different types of vampires on the board. She's surprisingly multi-talented.
都市の人間をある程
Once
度
the
の数
Castellan
し
has
もべにした
converted
上
enough
司は
people into their
棺を用意
servants,
して
they'll
眠りに
arrange a
つく
coffin to slumber within.
日中は活動
They
でき
do
ない
this
し
since they can't
何
be
より
active
上
during
司
the
の吸
day,
血鬼は
and any
活
type
動
of
するだけで
vampiric
目立つか
activity
ら
will just draw more
食
attention.
料の備蓄
As
勢力
such,
拡大は
gathering
しもべ
food
た
and
ちに任
expanding
せるの
influence is left to their servants.
かくして3階
The
艇より
servants from
上の
rank
しもべ
3
た
and
ちは
above
人
can
間に
mimic
擬態して
humans well enough
少
to
しず
prey
つ
on
他
them
の人間
effectively.
たちを捕食していく人間の血肉はしもべた
Some
ち
of
の
the
活
human
動源
flesh
に
and
もな
blood
る
they
け
gather
ど
is
そ
consumed
の
by the
大半は
servants
上司に
themselves as
送
a
られる
source of sustenance, but most will be passed on to the Castellan.
上司は棺で眠ったまま
Castellan
力を
slumbers in their
蓄え最後
coffin,
にはコミュニ
accumulating
ティご
power
と自分の血
until
肉
they've
に変え
converted the
てしまう
entire community into their own flesh and blood.
これがこの町に潜んでいるものの特性よ
That's the type of vampire we're dealing with in this city right now.
今はまだしもべの数が
As
少ない
things
か
are,
ら
they
大
don't
した
have a
能
lot of
力はない
servants
んだ
yet,
けど
so they're not
犠
that
牲者が
powerful.
増えれば増えた分
But
だ
as
け
more humans
上
fall
司の
victim, the
力は増して
Castellan's
いく
power will continue to grow exponentially.
その前に棺を見つけ
Ideally,
て
one
倒し
would
てしまえ
snuff
ばい
out
い
the
んだけ
location of
ど
the vampire's
私
coffin
はま
and
だ
take
敵
them
の
out
寝床
before it
さえ
ever
見つ
comes
け
to
られ
that.
ていない
But I haven't pinpointed their whereabouts yet.
今回はよっぽど
They've
巧
hidden
妙に隠
themselves
れて
pretty
るんだ
darn well this time.
気配さえ感じない
I can't sense even the slightest trace.
寝床を見つけちゃえば片
If
付ける
only
の
I
は
could
簡
figure
単な
out
んだ
where
けど
they're
ね
sleeping. This would all be a lot easier.
今回は手がかり
Without
が
any
ない状
clues,
態
though,
だ
all
か
I've been
ら
able to do
仕
is
方な
wander
く
the
昼間
town
から
during
街を
daylight to
歩いて調べ
investigate.
ていたのそうしていたら
At which
通り
point,
すがり
some
の殺
crazed
人鬼に
slasher
襲われ
jumped
ちゃっ
me and
て
killed me.
まあ大変
So that was a bit of a pain. I said this during Witch on the Holy Night, but Nasu did not get taught show don't tell. Bro loves his expedition info dumps, and you know, I appreciate the whiteboard, not gonna lie. When Aoko was talking about shit, like magic shit, I kinda got a little lost. But the whiteboard, that's pretty easy to follow. That is show don't tell, actually. Even though it's written out on the whiteboard, the fact that it's like tiered, that's showing. That makes it easy. That's digestible. But yeah, you're still totally right. There's a lot of fucking yapping going on right now. Arquaid claps her hands together and punctuates her sentence with a bright smile. Scathing. Uh-huh. That's me she's talking about. I swallow uncomfortably.
なるほど
I see.
とりあえず
I think
話
I'm
は見
starting
え
to
てき
get
た
the picture.
この町には
The terrible monster that preys on
人間を食い物にする
humans has built its
化け物が
nest in
作
this
っていて
town, and you've
アル
come
ク
here
エ
to
イド
get
は
rid
そ
of
れ
it.
を退治しに来たけど そ
But
いつの
while
居
you were
場所を
searching for
探
its
している
hideout,
時に
I
その
killed you.
俺に
So
や
now
ら
you're
れちま
weak,
って
and you have to hide until you
今は
recover.
弱っている
right?
から回復するまで隠れてる。そういうことか。
うん、簡単にまとめるとそういうことかな。
じゃあ次。
Then on to my next question.
その敵とやら
Why
は
is this vampire
なんだ
making
って
everything
そ
so
んな回りくどいこ
complicated?
とをするんだ。しもべなんか
Couldn't
作
they
らず
just
に
do everything by
全部一
themselves?
人でやればいいじ
Why
ゃん。
bother with all the servants?
単純に弱いからよ。
That's simply because they're weak.
どれほどの懲
No
罰
matter
能
how
力、
powerful they are
ど
or
れ
how
ほ
much
どの
life
ライフ
force
ス
they
ケールを
possess,
持った吸血
vampires
鬼
like
も
that can't
一
survive
人では
alone.
生きられない。弱点が多
When
い
you
彼
have
ら
as many
は
weaknesses
決
as
して
they
表
do,
舞台に
standing
長
out
い
for
は
too
しな
long
い。
is like a ticket to an early grave.
だから脆弱だけど
That's why
弱
they
点
turn
の少な
humans
い
into
人間を
familiars
使い
and
な
have
して
them collect blood in
安
their
全圏
stead.
から血を集める。
Humans may be
言っ
weaker,
て
but
し
they
まう
also
と
possess
リ
fewer
スク回避
weaknesses of
ね。
their own. It's essentially a matter of reducing risk for them.
弱点が多
So
い。
vampires have a lot of weaknesses, huh?
その
Like what
具体
exactly?
的には。
日の光、
Well,
魔
there's
力枯
sunlight
渇が主だ
and
け
the risk of
ど、
their magical energy
最大
running
の弱
dry.
点は
But their
そう
biggest
ね、
weakness
敵が多
is
いとい
probably
うこ
that
と
they
か
have
し
a
ら。
lot of enemies.
敵が
A
多
lot
い。
of enemies?
それは
Like
お
you, you
前
mean?
みたいな。
私は例外。
No,
と
besides
いう
me.
か特例よ。
I'm a bit of an exception anyway.
吸血鬼はね、
As you might
人間に
imagine,
嫌われ
humans
てい
aren't
る
the
の。
biggest fans of vampires.
人間の
And
最大の武
humanity's
器は
greatest
数と
assets are
共
your
有でしょ。
numbers and your ability to band together, right?
いるのよ。
There are
世界には
humans
吸
whose
血
sole
鬼が
purpose
事
in
件を
life
起こ
is
せ
to
ば
search
駆け
for
つけてく
reports
る
of vampiric
吸血鬼を
incidents,
殺すこと
track
だ
the
けを目
culprits
的
down,
とした人
and
間が
slay them.
特に
The
陰湿で
church,
執念深い
serving a
のが
religion
教
in
会、
Western Europe,
西
is
欧を
especially
中心に
vicious
した
about the
宗
whole
教
thing.
の異端狩り。
Their hunters call
主
themselves
の意志を
executors
人だけで代
and
行する
claim they're
なんてお
carrying
題
out the
目から
Lord's
代
will.
行者と呼ばれているわ。
I think Christianity's a little more widespread than Western Europe. Although, I guess that's like where the Pope is, so
もう何百年も使徒を殺す技
they've had
術を磨い
centuries
て
to
きた
hone their
人間た
skills
ち
in
で
killing
ね。
dead apostles.
こいつらは下手な
Honestly, they're
吸
more
血鬼
trouble
よ
than
り
some of
厄
the
介よ。
vampires themselves.
だから吸血
So
鬼は
that's
一
why
旦隠
vampires
れ
will
るの。
conceal themselves at
い
first.
ちいち相手をしていたら
They
血
can't
も
hunt
集
for
まらない
blood
し、
if they have to risk being
何より
sealed
封
away by
印
the
される
church.
危険性があるから。
Hunters sent by a church. Sounds like the Inquisitions and witch hunts of the Middle Ages. They must be incredible specialists to make even vampires hide and cower in fear. But something still has me scratching my head.
一旦隠れる。
You said these vampires hide themselves at first.
血をたくさん集め
Do you
て
mean
し
that
まえ
once
ば
they've gathered enough blood, they don't need to hide anymore?
そうよ。
That's right.
力さえつけてし
Hiding
まえば
becomes
隠れる
pointless once
必
they're
要
strong
がない。
enough.
教会の代
If
行
a
者
vampire
た
is
ちがやってこよ
successful,
うと
then
後
it'll
の
be
祭
too
り。
late by the time the
吸
church's
血鬼はその
executors
町でため
arrive.
た資産で暴虐の限りを
He'll
尽く
be
す。
using the assets it's accumulated to rule the town with an iron fist.
そうして町を完全
Then,
に食い
once
物
it's
にし
finished
た後、
devouring the town,
また
it'll
新
move
しい
on to
狩り
find
場
a
を
new
求めて
hunting
移
ground.
動する。あなたたち人間が吸
If
血鬼
humans
を
want
排
to
除したか
eliminate
っ
a
たら、
vampire,
そ
you
れ
need to
は
do
事件
so
が起き
before
る
it
前に
becomes
気
an
づく
issue.
しかない。
Any later, and the city's
吸
gone
血鬼事
too,
件
and
な
the
んて
city's
もの
too
が
far
起きた
gone
時
to
点
save.
で、その町は根元から腐っている。四季には悪いけど、
I'm sorry,
もう
Shiki,
何人も
but
の
your
しもべ
city's
が
already
徘
got
徊してい
quite a
るこ
few
の町
servants
は、
prowling around
あ
on
な
the
たた
vampire's
ち人間の
behalf.
手では回復でき
Humans
ない状
alone
況
won't be
よ。
able to fix it. Arquade's explanation is a little hard for me to swallow. I mean, I understand what she's trying to say, but understanding and accepting are two very different things. She can't just tell me that my town is beyond saving and expect me to nod along like, okay, sure. Though the problem feels much more fundamental here.
やっぱり
I can't believe it.
俺に
Come on,
何
you
よ、
still think I
私
tried
が
to
四季を
fool you?
騙してるって言いたいの？
いや、そうじゃ
No,
な
I
いよ。
believe that you're telling the truth.
アルクエイドの
You don't
話
seem
は
like the
全
type
部
to
本当
lie.
だってわかる。
当たり前じゃない。
Obviously.
その必要性
What
が
would
な
be
い
the
んだ
point of
もん。
lying here?
だからさ、
So it's not that I don't believe what
俺
you're
はお前
saying.
が信じら
I
れないじ
just
ゃなくて、
can't wrap my head around all
吸
this
血鬼
vampire
っても
stuff.
のがわからないんだよ。気軽に
We
吸
keep saying
血鬼
vampire
吸血
this,
鬼と言うけ
vampire that, but
ど、まだ
none of
ピ
it
ンと
feels
こない。
real.
確かに
I
お
mean,
前は
I
人
know
間じゃ
you're
ない
not human.
それだ
That
けは
much is obvious to me.
でも
But it's not
だ
like
か
you
ら
actually feel like a
吸血鬼とか言わ
vampire
れても
either whenever we
実
talk.
感が湧かないんだ。
そういえばそうね。
I guess I can understand that.
四季の知ってる吸血
I
鬼
must
像
be
と
pretty far removed
私と
from
いう
your
吸血
pre-existing
鬼像も大
notions
き
of
く違う
vampires.
し。
ああ、そう
Say
いう
that
こ
again.
とだ。俺は吸血
I
鬼なん
never
て
even
ものが
believed
本当
vampires
にいる
were
って
real,
ことに
let alone that they might be
吸
like,
血鬼がこ
well,
んなやつ
like
だなんて
this.
想像もしなかった。古いタイプとか言わ
And
れても
honestly, I don't really understand what's supposed to set
お
you
前と
apart
そ
from
いつ
this
ら
other type
の
of
違いもわから
vampire.
ない。
I finally managed to figure out what's been bothering me. I can't continue this conversation without understanding what differentiates her from other vampires. It could be wrong of me to trust her without good reason. If anything, it's entirely possible that she poses an even bigger threat than this Castellan.
そっ
Oh,
か。
I
人間か
suppose
ら
it would
見れ
make
ば
sense
そ
for
う
a
よ
human to
ね。
think that way.
どっちも未知
If
な
you've
ら
never heard
ど
of
っちも
either,
同じ
you'd
くら
have
い
no
危
way
険
of
に
knowing
見え
which
る
one
っ
of
て
us
こ
is
と
more of a
か。
threat.
いいわ。
I hope
そ
you
れ
took
じゃ
your
あ
notes
今
because
回
they're
はさ
gone
らに
now.
特別授業。
No problem. That just calls for some supplementary lessons.
吸血鬼基礎
Strap
編につ
yourself
いて
in
教
for
え
a
てあげま
Vampire
しょう。
101. Okay. Arkwade proudly holds up a finger.
いいけどさ、
Sure.
なんだよ
Then
その
what
基
would
礎
that be?
編って。
式は素人だか
You're
ら
completely new
吸
to
血
the
鬼
world of
なら子猫
vampires,
で
so
も
we
知っ
have
てい
to
るよ
go
うな
back
こ
to
とから
basics.
始めないといけ
Teach
ない
you
で
the
しょ。
stuff even a kitten would know.
だから基礎編。
Ergo,
大丈
Vampire
夫。
101.
先輩としてバシッ
Don't
と
you
教
worry,
えてあげ
Shiki.
るか
I'm
ら。
an excellent teacher. Teacher? Since when? I gotta admit, it feels a little condescending for her to explain this to me like I was some kind of kid.
はあ、
Fine.
とり
Just
あえ
keep
ず
it short,
手短
please.
に頼むよ。
任せて。
Leave it to
で
me.
きる限り努
I'll do
力する
whatever
わ
I。can. I'm not sure if I feel all that ready to leave it to her. Like I observed before, Arkwood really doesn't seem that used to conversing with others. I guess a self-proclaimed vampire doesn't get too many chances to talk to humans. Glancing at the clock, I noticed it's a little before midnight. I'm kind of shocked that so much time has passed already, but luckily for us, we've still got plenty of time to kill. Oh dear, here we go.
まずは種類分けね。
Let's start by classifying the main types of vampire.
一般に吸血鬼とは言うけど、
The term
大きく
vampire
2
gets
つの
thrown
もの
around
に
a
分けら
lot.
れるわ。
You can actually split them into two main branches.
元から吸血鬼だったものと、
There's those that
後
were
から
born
吸血鬼になっ
vampires
たも
and
の。
those that weren't.
前者を神祖と言って、
The former are
後者を
called
使徒
true
と呼ぶの。
ancestors, and the latter, dead apostles.
あなたたちが吸血鬼と呼んで
When
いるのは
humans think of
使徒よ。
vampires, what you're really thinking of is dead apostles.
さっきの海底の話も
All the
使徒の
different
生
ranks I
態系
mentioned
ね。
earlier are essentially a
人間の血を
taxonomy
吸い、
system for
し
dead
もべに
apostles.
して、
They
太陽
drink
の
human
光に
blood,
弱
turn
く、
others into
洗
servants,
礼儀式
are
の
weak to
前に反
sunlight,
対す
and
る。
will retreat when faced with baptism.
私たちの敵も使徒
Just
と
to
区
be
別
extra
される
clear,
吸血
our
鬼
enemy
よ
is。also a dead apostle. I can't help but notice that at some point, her enemy has become our enemy. But I guess that's how it is for now, so I decided to let it pass. You said these
そ
dead
の使徒っ
apostles
ての
weren't
は
always
初めから
vampires.
吸血鬼
What's
じゃ
that
ないっ
about?
て言ったけど、それはどういうことだ。
使徒は人間とか動物とか、
Dead apostles are
とに
those
かく
who
元々は
used to be
吸血鬼ではな
humans,
かった者た
animals,
ち
or
よ。
anything that wasn't already vampire, really.
魔術の果てに不
This
老
can
になった
include
者
those
か、
that became
血を
immortal
吸
as
わ
a
れて
result
しも
of
べになった
magecraft,
者とかいる。
or those that have those who had their blood sucked and were turned into a vampire's servant. This is getting a little long-winded even for me.
まあ、どっちの場合も
In
結
the
果は
end,
同
it
じだ
doesn't
け
matter
ど、
how they got there, the result remains the same.
吸血鬼になった者は、
Those who
不
become
完全ながらも
vampires
不老不死
obtain
の
a
肉体を
flawed
手に
yet
入れて
immortal body.
人間のカテゴリーか
Either
ら
way,
外され
they're
る
no
の。
longer human. Kawaii. This is like Rukia's drawings of the hollows. So we've got true ancestors, which are natural-born vampires, as well as dead apostles, which are humans who turned into vampires. I can't quite put my finger on it. Something about the story still seems fundamentally off to me. Hey, Shiki, how much do you know about a vampire's abilities?
ありきたりのイメージし
Just
か
the
持ってない
standard
よ。
stuff.
処女の血
They
を吸っ
drink
た
the
り、
blood of virgins, they
睨
can
むだけで
paralyze
金
you
縛
with
り
just a
にした
glare.
り、
They can turn
キ
into
リンになっ
mist
たり、
and wolves
狼
too, I
に変わ
think.
ったりする。
Basically all the vampire stuff you
あたりが
usually hear about.
一般的に聞く吸血鬼のイメージだけど。
大体
Well,
は
all
合
of
って
that
る
is
かな。
more or less true. Okay, good to know.
少女の血を吸うというの
Blood
は
of those who have
まだ
yet to
他の人
exchange
間と
fluids with
体液
another
の交換
person
を
is
してい
better
ない血
suited
液
for
が
supplementing
彼らの
vampires'
遺伝
genetic
子を補う
material.
のに適しているか
Essentially,
ら
virgin blood is
通
more
常の血
nutritious.
液より栄養がある程度の違いね。
Hear that, chat? You should be scared. Got him! Got him!
死と後天的に吸血鬼になったものは
Remember,
不完
dead
全な不老不
apostles,
死なの。
those who weren't always
確かに
vampires,
不老で
have
死
a
ににく
flawed
い
sort
動
of
的な細
immortality.
胞を持つ生命
Sure,
体
their
に
cells
変
don't
貌
age
した
and they die far less easily.
けどそれは燃え盛る火のよ
But
う
it's like
な
an
もので
ever-burning
エネルギー
furnace.
を常に補充し
Without
な
a
い
regular
と
supply of
消えてしまう
energy, they'll waste away.
どんな生物だって栄養を取ら
All
ない
living
と
things
活動
absorb
できないでし
nutrients
ょ。
from their food to
それと
survive,
同じよ。
right? It's the
た
same
だ
thing
吸
here.
血種は
The only
食し
difference is that as long as
栄養
vampires
さ
can
え
feed
取
on
り続け
blood,
てい
they
れば
won't
寿命
die
が
a
ない
natural
と
death.
いうことだけ。使徒たちのような吸血鬼に
You
なった
see,
吸
dead
血鬼は
apostles and their kind
自分が
drink
生きてい
blood
くの
because they
に必
need
要
to
だか
in
ら
order
血
to
を吸うの。
survive.
もともとは人
Since they
間だ
were
ったか
born
ら
human, they
不
aren't
老不
equipped
死
to
の肉
maintain
体
an
という
immortal
のは無
body.
理があるのよ。
That actually kind of makes sense.
彼らの肉体を構成す
The
る遺
older
伝
and
子が
stronger a vampire
長生き
gets,
すればす
the
るほ
more
ど
its genes begin to
力をつけ
buckle
れば
under the
つける
strain
ほ
of
ど
that growth.
原子の増
If
大
it
に
doesn't
耐え
grow
られ
more
なくなる。
powerful, it'll break down.
力を増やし
On
続
the
け
other
ない
hand,
と
if it
崩壊
becomes
して
too
しまうくせに
powerful, its body
力を
won't
つ
be
け
able
す
to
ぎると
maintain
自己
its
の
own
形
integrity.
秩序を保てない。それを補うためには
So,
どう
what
す
are
れ
they
ば
to do?
簡単よ。
It's simple,
他
really.
から自
They
分の
seek
よう
out
な異
those
常な
unlike
秩序では
themselves who are still
ない
capable
正
of
常な
maintaining
秩序
their
を
own
取り込ん
bodily
で
integrity.
失われていく
Then
秩
the
序を補
vampire
完し
takes
てい
from
けばいい。
them which they themselves have lost.
人間が食事に有機化合物を好むの
It's
と
like how
一緒。
humans enjoy having organic compounds in their diet.
吸血鬼は血液から
Vampires drink human
その
blood from
正
which they
常な遺
obtain
伝情報やカ
normal
ロリーを
genetic
採集す
information
る
and energy.
魂の熱
I
量
guess
と
you could say it's
言
like
い換え
drawing
てもいい
calories
わ。
from the soul.
要は人間の血を
In
吸
other
って
words,
そ
they
の遺伝
secure
情
their
報を
own
取り込
form
むこ
by
とで
absorbing
自身の
genetic
肉体
information
を固
from
定して
healthy
るってこ
humans
と。
through blood.
使徒にとって吸
Drinking
血
blood
も
isn't just a
食
means
事
of
や
feeding
力
and
のプールである
accumulating
のと
power.
同時に
It's essential
存
to
在
their
のために
continued
必要不可
existence.
欠な行為なの。
I'm getting dizzy, Chet. The explanation makes my head spin with both its complexity and length. Mine is mostly the length. I'm not following this at all, but Arkwade carries right along.
で次は
Next, you
睨
mentioned
む
how
だけで
vampires
金
can
縛りに
paralyze
する
people
っ
with a
てやつ
glare.
ね。これは魔眼の一種よ。
That's a type of mystic eye.
眼球
Lesson
は
on
便利で
mystic
強
eyes.
力な魔
Everybody
術回
actually
路
take
だ
notes,
から
Chet.
魔眼を持つ吸血種は多いわ。
The eye makes for a convenient and powerful magic circuit, so there are quite a few vampires with mystic eyes. I wonder if Shiki's gonna, like, make a connection here.
指向性の魔力
It's
放出
probably
機
easiest to
能
understand
が
if
分か
you
り
think
や
of
すい
it
か
as a
な。
way to direct magical energy in one
目か
direction.
らそうね。
Like,
ビ
a
ームっていう
laser
の
beam out of the
ああいう
eyes.
のを出すイメージ。
Something like that. Was that a motherfucking JoJo's Bizarre Adventure reference? Anyway.
出
The
るのか
vampires can shoot lasers from their eyes! Arkwade said something so outrageous I can't help but jump up from my seat. We can't keep letting Nasu get away with this. He keeps... You won't stop talking. Ugh. What? No, I don't think so. One of them can. Kono dio da! I don't think there are actually any vampires with an ability quite that wild. I'm just trying to give you a good picture to work with. This is so fucking funny. I'm relieved, and also a little disappointed. What are these mystic eyes anyway? They're a special kind of eyes that make it possible to cast a single action spell by manipulating the eye's magic circuit. Think of it like a special technique. The Sharingan. Gesh. Humans have all kinds of different swordsmanship styles, right? It's the same as that. Generally speaking, any dead apostle should be able to use mystic eyes, though there are many different types. That said, even if they train, a lot of it comes down to the innate talent and aptitude of the vampire. Well, yes, but no, but also yes. That's as simple as it gets. Most vampires have mystic eyes of enchantment. It's a basic type of mystic eye, but still effective. Honestly, any other variety probably wouldn't be that useful for a vampire anyway. It's not as easy as the vampire charming whoever they look at. The victim has to meet their gaze as well. There are powerful vampires with mystic eyes that allow them to penetrate the target's mind and enforce their will upon them, but that's pretty rare as far as dead apostles go. Huh. It sounds like hypnosis or brainwashing. You can go up to someone and tell them to forget everything they saw. With a power like that, you could cover up any murder, even if there were witnesses at the scene. Even if there were witnesses at the scene, you could cover up any murder. We're really checking all the boxes out here, aren't we? So, complicated mechanics aside, it's bad to look a vampire in the eye. You're catching on. Yeah, when you're fighting vampires, you should try to stay away of the entire situation instead of staring your opponent down. Look, a pretty signpost. Making direct eye contact is a good way to get killed. Next, turning into mist. This can also be divided into two categories. We're really going into massive detail about this. A high-level vampire might actually be able to dissipate its body into small particles. However, there are only a few dead apostles who can pull this off over long periods and distances. Lower-level vampires might be said to disappear in a puff of smoke, but I think your country calls them kagemusha. Kagebushi no jutsu. Particularly careful vampires might create a body double and grant it some of its consciousness. When the double has served its purpose, its magical energy supply is cut, and it'll fizzle out into a bunch of dust. This makes it look like it's turning into mist. So she actually knows about Kagemusha. She might be a vampire from some foreign country, but she's surprisingly knowledgeable about Japanese culture. Beast form. Oh! The idea that vampires change into wolves, or any other animals for that matter, is a byproduct of the way vampires use familiars to heal their damaged bodies. The longer a vampire lives, the harder it becomes for them to supplement the decaying body with mere human blood.
だから力
That's
の
why
ある
they'll
獲
seek
物
out
を
some
取り込ん
powerful
で
beasts
そ
and
れを
take it
体
into
と
their
して
being.
使っている。必要な時はその
These
獣を
beasts can
元
be
に戻
expelled
して
from
刺
the
激す
body
る
in
か
their
ら
previous form.
狼になった。
This can make it look like a
狼を出したよ
vampire
うに
just turned
見える。
into a wolf or something. Uh,
使徒たちは命のリペアとして古
A
い
typical
獣を
dead
一匹ぐ
apostle
らい
will
は
absorb
体に
just
取り込
one
んでいる。
beast or so to keep
けどそれが
to
限
keep its
界。
body in good shape.
あんまり
But
多く
that's
取り
it.
込むと今度は
Absorbing
吸
too
血鬼の
many
自
can
我が
cause the
獣と
vampire's
混
sense
濁
of
して
self
し
to
まう。
become clouded by the animals instead.
使徒の中でも
Only
複数
one
の
dead
獣を
apostle has
使
been
い魔
known
に
to
して
use
いるやつ
multiple
は一
beasts
人
as
だ
his
け。
familiars.
そいつももう消えたけ
He's
ど
long gone, though. Dude, my fucking head hurts.
こんなところかな。
So that's basically it.
式が一体名
It's
詞を
just a
もと
rough
に
outline
ざっ
based
と
on the
概要だ
assumptions
け
you
を説
already
明した
had,
けど、
but I hope that
吸
clears
血
things
鬼が
up a
ど
bit
んな
for
も
you.
のか分かってもらえた？乱暴なまとめだけど、
I kind of
とに
skipped
かく
over a
人の
lot,
形を
but
し
if
た
there's one thing to
人と同
remember,
じ
it's
姿
that
勢構
vampires
造
are
をした
mostly
吸
beings
血
with the
鬼を
same
吸
appearance
血
and
鬼と呼ぶの。
intelligence as those of a human.
その中身がどれ
No
だけ
matter how
別で
different
も
they are on the
基本
inside,
形
as
態
long
が
as
一
they
緒な
can
ら
still
吸
pass
血
as
鬼として
humans,
問題ないわ。
you can call them vampires. Encore, I don't know about that. How much more can we talk about? Actually, forget I asked that question. I feel like I understand less than ever. After hearing just how monstrous vampires can be, it's even harder to believe that the woman standing in front of me could be one.
じゃあ次は私の番ね。
Well then, my turn to start asking questions.
実を言うと、
I
私
actually
も大
forgot
事
to
なこと
ask
を
you
聞き
something
忘れ
pretty
てた。
important earlier. What could you possibly have to ask
俺に
me?
聞くようなことは
I'm
何
not a
もないだろ
vampire or anything, I'm just a regular
俺は
student.
吸血鬼でも何でもない。ただの学生なんだから。
ふん。
Oh, really?
それじゃあ
Then
聞く
humor
け
me,
ど、シキ
Shiki.
あなた、
Nah,
どう
so
や
this
っ
is
て
the
私を
preamble's
殺したの？
preamble. True. There it is. How did you kill me? That's the question I've been waiting for him to address.
は？
だから、
I'm
どんな
asking
手
what
段を使った
method
の
you
かって
used.
聞いてるの。ルーンやカバ
It
ラあ
wasn't
たりの
runes,
秘術には
Kabbalah,
抗
or
体ができて
anything
いる
else
か
I've
ら聞かな
encountered
いし、
before,
抗
since I
体
already have
耐
a
性がで
resistance
き
to
て
their
ないもの。
mystics, which leaves
私がまだ
magecraft
経
that
験
I've
したこ
never
とのない
encountered
魔術
before,
となると、
like ancient
この国
Shintoism
の
or
古神
South
道と
American
南米の
treasures.
秘宝ぐらいのものよ。
That's a lot of name dropping. Well, ancient Shintoism is just like all of the Japanese gods you hear about: Izanagi, Izanami, Amaterasu. Runes are usually Norse. Usually referred to as Norse runes, but runic alphabets are found kind of all over ancient Europe. The most popular and more well-known ones are Nordic runes because of the Vikings. Basically, they just went out and spread their influence all over the place. Kabbalah is Jewish. Jewish mysticism, I guess, but also technically religion. There's a fine line. A fun fact, that's where you get Sephiroth's name from. A Sephiroth is a sphere on the Kabbalic tree. You also see it in the opening of Evangelion. As for South American treasures, that's a little more of my vague side. You get like the Maya and Inca and all the Mesoamerican, South American ancient cultures, but I don't know too much about them besides like Quetzalcoatl, I guess. Kukulkan.
いいえ、それだってあそこまで私を
And
殺
even
してお
then,
く
that
ことは
shouldn't
で
have been
きない。
enough to kill me so completely.
答えてシキ。
Answer me, Shiki.
あなたは
What
ど
ancient
んな
mystics
年代
did
物
you
の
use to
神秘
prevent me
で
from
私を
regenerating?
再起不能にしてくれたの？
いや、
Sorry, but I really don't know what you're talking about.
どん
Mystics?
なことだ？
I can tell Arcoid is dead serious. but I legitimately have no idea what she's talking about.
だから概念武装の
I'm
こと
talking
よ。
about your conceptual weapon.
歴史と想念を
You
蓄
know,
え
a
た触媒
catalyst brimming with history and ideas.
この国にも神器って
You
あるん
must
で
have
しょ
sacred artifacts in Japan,
大
right?
抵は宝条や剣
Usually there's something like
宝
a
石や
staff or a
仮面を
blade,
使用する魔
or a
術連
jewel
想のこ
mask
とだけ
used,
ど
or a jewel or mask used in a mystic
ねえ
code.
シキ
Come
あ
on,
なた
Shiki,
本
are
当
you
にそっちの
sure
方面
none
の
of
人
these
じゃ
things
ない
ring a
の
bell?
そっち方面
It
も何
doesn't.
も
I keep
俺は
telling you,
ただ
I'm
の
just a
学
regular
生だって
student.
言ったじゃない
I
か
don't know anything.
知ってることなんて何もないよ
Come on, Shiki, explain to her how you did it, and she can put the pieces together for you.
嘘よ魔
Liar.
術師でもない人間が
No
私
way
を
someone
傷
who
つける
isn't
こと
even
な
a
んてで
mage
き
could
ない
harm
わ
me.
シキ
Shiki,
私に隠
you're
して
hiding
いるこ
something
と
from me, aren't you?
あるでしょ
Arquid glares at me like an angry cat. But no matter how she looks at me, it's not like I have anything to hide. Wait, I do.
すまん
Sorry.
実を言うと
I guess there was
一
something.
つあったっぽいけど
Though I'm
関係
not
あるの
really
か
sure if it's related. Arquid keeps glaring at me. The only way to resolve this is by confessing the truth.
なんて言ったらいいの
I'm
か
not sure how to describe it, but
俺さ
I can see these
物の
lines
切れる
that
線
indicate
が
where
見える
things can be cut.
切れる線
Lines? Exactly what I expected. There's no way she'd believe that. No one ever does. That's just the way it's always been.
それ
Tell me
どう
more.
いう意味
Arquid responds with total seriousness.
だか
It's like I
ら
said,
物の切れる線が
I
見える
see
ん
where
だ
something can be cut.
生き物とか地面
Whether
と
it's
か
living beings,
と
the
りあえず
ground,
触れ
or
られるもの
whatever.
なら全部
There are lines that cover
亀
anything that
裂
can be
みたいで
touched.
さ
They're like
それ
cracks
に
in
刃物を
reality,
通すと
and
あ
I
っさ
can
り
cut through
切
them
断
with
できる
ease.
んだけど
Does that make any sense
こ
to
れ
you?
意味あるか鉄をナイフ程度で
It's
切れ
handy
るの
that
は
I can
便
use
利
a
だ
knife
け
to
ど
cut through steel,
別に好きなと
but
こ
it's
ろ
not
で切
like
れ
I
る
can
わけじゃ
cut
ないん
anywhere
だ
I want. I have to follow
線
the
が見えてる
lines,
ところしか切れ
so
ない
it
から
isn't the ultimate
日曜大工には使え
DIY
ない
ability or anything like that.
お前を切った
I
時だ
mean,
って
even when I cut you,
その
any regular knife can
Knife
slice through
なら
skin, you know?
女の肌ぐらい切れるだろ
A chill runs down my spine. Her gaze is intense enough to bring my breathing to a halt.
そう直視の
I've
魔
heard
眼なんて
legends
童話の
of
中
the
だけの
mystic
話
eyes
と思
of
ってた
death
けど
perception.
いるところには
I
い
never
るもの
thought
よ
I'd actually come across a bearer. So it is death perception?
あなたみたい
A
な
mutant.
突然変異
A
の化け物
monster such as yourself. Hold on. A vampire has no right to call me
俺
a
は
monster.
吸血鬼に化け物なんて言われる筋合いはないぞ
化け物は化け物で
I'm
しょ
calling you what you are.
物の死を見る魔
Even
眼な
among
んて
vampires,
私たち
none
でさえ
possess
保有してい
mystic
るも
eyes
の
that
はい
can
ないん
see
だ
the
から
death of things.
物の
The
死を
death of things.
それ以外の何だっていう
What
の
else would it be?
四季
Shiki,
あなたの目
your
は
eyes are a
生
circuit
物
to a
として
place
繋が
no
ってはいけ
living
ない場所
creature
と
should
回
be
線
able
が
to
開いて
see.
いるんでしょうね
Were you born with them?
その目は生まれついてのものなの
いや
No.
こうなった
They've
のは
been this way
昔
for a
から
long
だけ
time now, but I
ど生まれ
wasn't
つい
born
てる
like
もの
this.
じゃない
それじゃあ以
Then
前
let me guess.
一度ぐらい死ん
You
でみた
died
こと
once
がある
already.
でしょ
お前じゃあるま
I'm
い
not
し
like you.
そ
I
う
can't
簡
just
単に
die
死
and
ね
come
る
back
か
to life.
でもまあ
But
そ
you're
うだ
close.
以
I
前
nearly
事故
died
で
in
死
an
にかけ
accident.
た
I've been able to see
線が
these
見える
lines
よう
ever
になったの
since.
はその後からだ
潜在
Likely
的な
already
素
had
質
the
もあったん
potential,
だろうけ
but
ど
that incident was
きっ
what
かけは
awakened
そ
your
れでしょ
mystic
うね
eyes of depth perception.
確かにそれなら
This would
間
explain
違
why
い
you
な
were
く
able to
私を
kill
怒ら
me.
せるわ
Arquid huffs a little and turns her gaze away from me. Even though she turns from me with a clear distaste, I'm somewhat grateful she's no longer staring at me with those eyes of hers.
アルクエイドお前
Arquid,
この線が何
Do
だ
you
か
know
知って
what
るの
these
か
lines are?
実際に知覚で
It's
きる
not
あ
as if
な
I
た
can
ほどじゃ
sense them
ない
like
けど
you, but I
知識と
suppose I
して
can
なら
tell you
説
what
明
I've
できる
heard.
わあなたが見ているものは
What
ね
you're seeing is the
万
end
物
of all
の結果
things.
ものの死に
The
やすい
points
箇
that
所な
can
のよ。
easily bring forth
もっ
demise.
とわかりやす
To
く
put
言
it
うの
simply,
なら
it's the
あら
terminus
ゆ
of
る
all
存在の
existence.
死期
Death itself.
死そのものよ。
Destined death. That's pretty close to what Master told me before she gave me my glasses. The end of all things. The inevitable future of creation. All this time, I didn't see it. I did everything I could not to.
何言ってんだ。
What are you talking about?
俺が見てる線なんて
All these lines do is
た
indicate
だ
where
そ
it's
こが
possible
切
to
れる
cut
だけ
through
の
them.
ものじゃないか。
だから
Which
そ
is
の線が
exactly
死
why
な
they
の。
represent death.
いい意識
Listen,
あり
Shiki.
とあらゆるものには終
Everything
わりが
has
あ
an
る。
end.
それがいつ
The
になる
exact
かは
time
個別
something
差がある
reaches
け
its end will
ど、と
depend
にか
on
く
the
果
thing
てと
in
いうもの
question.
はある。
But ultimately, nothing is immune.
死は到来
Death
するも
isn't
のでは
something
な
that
く、
just hits you
誕
one
生した
day.
瞬間に内
It's
包
something
し
you're
てい
born
て、
with,
いつか
which
発
will
現
one
す
day
るものよ。
manifest.
それが
It's
原
the
因と
law
結
of
果。
cause and effect.
因果律って
Surely
言
you
葉
must have heard of
聞いたことある
causality
でしょ。
before. Oh God, don't say that word. I'm rereading all of Berserk in my brain as we speak.
ここにある以上、それは必ず消えなくて
If
はいけ
something
ない。
exists, then one day it
原子
must
の
also
流
cease to
動、エネル
exist.
ギーの約束事ね。
It's the flow of atoms.
たった一
The
つの
equivalent
例外。
exchange of it. Not
ほんの
equivalent
小さな間違いの
exchange
一助
too. Oh
という
God,
のは
every trauma I've ever experienced in anime. Oh no. Leave me alone. If something exists, then one day it must also cease to exist. It's the flow of atoms, the equivalent exchange of energy. It's the natural order of things, and it doesn't allow even the slightest exception.
だってそんなものがあったら、
If an
こ
exception
の宇
did
宙の前
exist,
提が
the
崩れてし
foundations of
まう
our
んだもの。
universe would collapse.
それこ
We'd
そ
all
泡のように
disappear
消え
like
て
a
しまう
bubble
わ。
being popped. No way. I mean, she's bringing the universe into this? How is that relevant?
見当違いじゃない。
It's really important.
あなたの目はそれぐら
That's
い最悪
exactly
な目
how
ってこと。
abhorrent your eyes are.
いい？
Are
消
you getting
滅は
this?
万物にあらかじめ
All
設計さ
things
れ
are
た決まりなの。
predestined for annihilation.
どんなに
No
長い
matter
時
how
間、
long
どん
something
なに
lives,
強大な生命
no
にだっ
matter
て
how
これはある。
powerful it is,
たと
even
え宇
beings
宙の
that
寿命
have
より
lived
長い寿
longer
命
than
を
the
持つ生
universe
命がある
itself
としても、
wouldn't
そ
be
れは
able
無
to
限に
live
生き続け
forever.
るわけじゃない。この定
This
められた
fated
消
end is
滅
what we
が
call
ものの
death.
式。で、
Death
それは
is
初めからあ
present
る
in
わ
all
けだから
things
死
from
期
their
という概
conception.
念を理解できる
So
機
if you
能、
had the capacity
そ
to
れと回線
comprehend
が合っ
it,
ている脳
and
髄
your
と眼
brain
球
and
があるの
eyes
な
could
ら、
tune into
目で
it,
見ることは不可
then
能じゃな
seeing
い。
death should be entirely possible.
それがあなたの見ている
That's the
線の
true
正
nature
体よ。
of those lines you see, Shiki.
あえてあなたた
To
ち風
explain
に
it
理
from a
論づけ
human
るのなら、
perspective, you're
原
seeing
子
the
結合の
predestined
宿命
breaking
的
points
欠
of
陥部
atomic
分という
bonds.
ところかしらね。それとも、
Or maybe
その
they're
個体
like
の死因を発
telomeres
現させ
built
る
into a
遺
being's
伝子に
genes
用意されたテロ
that
メア
someday
的なスイッ
express
チ
its
かな。
cause of death. Remember telomeres? I barely do. That was like middle school biology.
とにかくあなたが見ているのは、
Either way,
も
these
のの
lines
死
you
にやすい
see are where
線、
things easily
死という
die.
結論そのもの
In
よ。
fact, they're death itself.
よくそんな状態で今ま
The
で生
fact
きて
that
これたものだわ。
you've lived like this for so
よっ
long
ぽ
is
どあなたは
astonishing.
心が穏やかなんでしょう
I can't believe you're
ね。
even sane.
四季
Arkwade speaks in a detached, matter-of-fact voice. She doesn't know anything about me, so I wish she wouldn't joke around. I understand what she's saying, but that doesn't mean I have to agree with any of it.
そんなものあるは
There's
ずが
no
ないし、
way that could be
ま
real.
して見えるわけがない。
No way that anyone could see it.
あなたには見えてる
But
じゃな
you
い。
see it, don't you?
普通、生物は
Normally, a
首を
creature
切っ
is
たら
killed
殺
when
さ
its
れるわ
throat。is cut. It
これは
ceases to
切
function
断
as
した
a
から停
consequence
止
of
し
the
た
cut.
ということよね。逆に言えば、首を
Flipping
切
that
断
premise
できない
around,
生
you
物
could
は
say a
殺され
creature
ない
whose
という
throat
ことになる。
can't be cut can't be killed.
あ、これは私のこと
Oh,
だから例
this is
外に
my
してお
death
い
I'm
て。
talking about. So things are a little different.
あなたはその決まり事を無視
You,
で
on
き
the
る
other
のよ。
hand, are capable of bypassing that rule.
あらゆる外
If
的
you were to
要
face
因を
an
無効
opponent
化
who
する
could
ものが
prevent
相手で
external
も、
factors
ま
from
ず
killing
殺
them,
す。
you would
殺
be
され
killing
た相
them
手はそ
ahead
の
of
後で
those
死ん
factors.
だ状態になるん
You
でしょ
kill
うね
them,。and the result is death.
切断したから
But it's
殺
not
害
that
で
they
きた。
died because they were cut.
あなたの場合
In your
は
case,
物を
you
殺
killed
害したか
them, and
ら
as a
その
result,
結果として
they are
対象
cut.
が切断される。ほら、
If
こ
you're
れが
not a
化け物で
monster,
なくて何だという
then
の？
what should I call you?
物が切れるだけの線
You
と
say
いう
they
け
just
ど、
show you some
その両
lines
目
you
は
can
今ま
cut
で生まれて
through,
きた
but
どの
those
異
eyes
能
of
より
yours are
得意な
more
ものよ。
unique than any power I've ever heard of.
あなたはね、シキ。
You have the
あら
eyes
ゆ
of
る
the
ものを
Grim
殺
Reaper,
してしまう
Shiki.
死
A
神
god
み
who
たいな目
brings
を持
an
っているん
end
だ
to
から。
all things. It's almost like reversing causality, like what the gay Bolg does. Oh, my head is gonna explode. There's so much shit that has happened today. She's right. That's exactly why I've been in denial. Why I've spent so long trying to ignore the existence of the lines. The truth is, I've known for a long time. It's exactly like she says. My eyes, my life, they're nothing more than a blemish on this earth. A mistake. Ever since that day, I've borne witness to a dying world. I've been forced to know that everything I see could crumble in a mere moment. All this time, omens of death have been with me every step of the way.
じゃあ、
So, what then?
俺はお前だっ
I
て
could kill
殺せ
you
ること
too.
になるぞ。
I could kill anyone,
何でも殺
anything.
せ。物騒な
I'm
やつなんだ。
dangerous, aren't I?
そう？
Really?
じゃあ試しに
You
やっ
want
て
to
み
give
よ
it
う
a
か。
try then? Think Ashiki isn't going through his hot topic phase because damn, that edgy ego inflation would be insane. Yeah, you would be a menace. For real. Arkwood turns the lights in the room off and moves to the window. She slides the curtains open. Outdoor light spills through the glass, allowing me to see again. The woman in white is framed by the pale moonlight.
ほら、いいから本気になってみて。
What the fuck is going on? Go on then. Give it all you got.
あ、もしかしてそのメガネで見え
Can
ない
you
よう
not
に
see
して
the
るの？
lines with your glasses on?
いいんだな。
You're sure about this? It's a peculiar thing, really. I've never taken my glasses off in front of someone before, but still I raise my hand to remove them. All of Arkwade's accusations must have put me on edge. Urged by my own frustration, I take my glasses off. Lines start to squirm and stretch across the room. My world is filled with death. Huh? I'm witnessing a miracle. I can hardly believe it. The moon shines a pearl white. The lines that had been so faint during the daytime appear to almost glow under the moonlight. But in the middle of it all, the lines on Arkwade's body are so faint that if I weren't concentrating, I probably wouldn't even have noticed them. Oh wow, he's right. I thought she does have lines, but you can, like, barely see them. That's so well done. Bro could kill an IKEA furniture catalog. He could. He could kill anything he wanted. But what is this? Why?
どう？
Well,
線はほとんど
you
見え
can
ないで
barely
し
see the
ょ？
lines, right?
私ね、
I'm a
夜は
creature
四
that
季の
has
ない
no
生き
death
物な
at
の。
night.
だからあなたの目でも殺すことは
So
不可
even
能
with
でし
those
ょうね。
eyes of yours, you probably couldn't kill me right now. Welcome back. She's the princess of the moon. She's immortal at nighttime.
それでもちょっとは見えちゃうのかな。
Though I suppose you might be able to see them faintly, huh?
夜は死なない
I
私だ
can't
け
be
ど、
killed at night,
昼間
but
は
it
多
isn't
少
out
の
of the
隙がで
question
きて
during
し
the
まう。
day.
その弱
You
点を
managed
突
to
かれて
capitalize
私
on
はあ
that
なたに
weakness.
殺された。
I just come back
あ
from a
の
big
時は
job,
大仕
so
事の
my
後だったし、
resistance to
即死体
instantaneous
制も落ち
death
てた
must
し
have been
ね。
lower than usual.
結果、私
And
はあ
since
な
you've
たに
already
殺
killed
さ
me
れて、
once,
この
I
通
guess
り
I've weakened enough
夜でも
that
式
even
が
at
できる
night
ほど
I
弱
have
って
a
しまっ
death.
た。要するに不老不死で
In
亡
other
くなった
words,
わけだけ
I'm
ど、
not immortal right now.
式、
But what
私
do you
の
think,
体の
Shiki?
線が切れる？
Could you cut through my lines? I wonder if I could. If there's a line, I can cut it. But looking at her now, I'm not sure if I could slice through her as easily as I did then, in a fraction of a second.
やりにくいと思う。
I think it'd be hard.
線が見
The
えたり
lines are
見え
fading
な
in
かっ
and
た
out
り
of my
する
vision,
から
so it'd be impossible to make a
ある
clean
程度
cut
眠って
unless
で
you
も
were asleep or
ねっかり
something.
できない。
でしょ？
Exactly.
それがあなたの最
That's
大
your
の
biggest
欠
weak
点ね。
point.
どんなに死が
Even
見え
if
て
you
いよ
can
うと
see
も、
death, you
その
still
線
need
を
to
引く
trace
の
those
は
lines
死
yourself.
自身の腕じゃないといけない。いくら私が弱って
I
る
may
か
be
らっ
weak
て、
now,
式に
but
捕
I'm
まるほ
still
ど
not
運動
slow
能力
enough
は
that
低
you
下
could
してない
catch
もの。
me. She's right. I couldn't even keep up with a speedy animal, let alone catch one. And if I can't catch my prey first, then there's no way I'm cutting through its lines either. Which means even if I see the lines, I can't kill something that moves. Just as her words alleviate my deepest fears, the vampire laughs. Right. It's funny. It's all a big, comforting joke. No matter how many hypotheticals she makes or how many of my flaws are pointed out, nothing will change the way I see the world. I'm broken. I am something that shouldn't get mixed in with the rest of this world. But despite that, when I'm faced with this incredible, impossible being, it feels like everything I'd taken for granted gets thrown out the window. She's like a magnificent flower, caressed by the moonlight. It's not like I wanted eternity. All I wanted was for something I could touch. For something that could give me the hope I needed to keep living. Ouch. A sharp pain stabs at my brain. The lines make my head throb. I put my glasses back on and trade my miraculous view for the ordinary world. Arkwade eyes me suspiciously.
なんだよ。
What is it now?
まだ何かあるのか。
うん、
Oh,
そう
nothing.
じゃなくて、そのメガネをか
You
けて
can't
い
see
れ
the
ば
lines
線
when
は
you
見
wear
えな
those
いの。
glasses.
まあ、そうだけど。
Yeah, basically.
昔俺の目がこう
Someone
な
I
った
met
時
shortly
に
after
出
my
会った人が
accident
くれ
gave
たん
them
だ。
to me.
今じゃレンズだ
I
けしか
only use
使
the
ってないけ
lenses
ど、
now, but it's
これ
thanks
の
to
おかげ
these
で
that I've been
なん
able
と
to
か
live
普
a
通に
relatively
生活
normal
が送
life.
れてるんだよ。
そっか、そうよね。
Makes sense.
どんなに強い
No
心
matter
が
how
あったって、
mentally strong you
死
are,
とずっと
facing
向き
death
合
on
っ
a
ていたら
constant
発狂
basis
す
is
るか、
bound to drive you
眼球を
insane.
潰すしかないもの
You'd
ね。
have gouged your eyes out by now.
あのな、
Listen,
さっきから
could
言い
you
たい放
stop
題
casually
物騒なことばっ
spouting
かり言いや
horrifying
がっ
stuff
て
like that?
少しは遠慮
And
して
quit
くれ。
getting so close. Seriously,
Ah,
stop it. Get
近い。
away from me.
止まれ。
Keep stepping closer and so help
いい
me,
から
I'll
そ
throw
こで
this
止
vase
ま
at
れ。
you.
止まらないと花瓶投げるぞ。
I retreat, sensing the impending danger, but my threat falls on deaf ears. Arkwade can sometimes resemble a giant cat, one whose curiosity isn't easily sated.
ねえ、それ、見
Hey,
せ
can I
て。
look at them?
嫌だ。
I can't fucking deal with this,
これは
bro.
大事なものだから。
No way. These are
渡さない。
important to me.
別に壊したりし
It's
な
not
いっ
like
て
I'm
ば。
going to break them.
ねえねえ、
Come on, I
本
just
当
want
に
a
見るだ
teensy
けだ
little
からいい
peek.
でしょ。
Pretty please? Why is she talking like that? oh, wait, no, you can't make me make this choice. She's too cute, Chad, I can't handle it. Arquid doesn't look like she'll back down. Besides, if she gets any closer, there's a good chance we'll wind up wrestling for the glasses, and she'll absolutely win if it comes down to that. Fine, take them. Also, we referred to her as a cat like 3 separate times. Which, if you know, you know. Listen, giving them back as soon as you're done. I pass my glasses to Arquid. She purses her lips as she inspects the glasses from all angles. Then she pauses and looks up at me. Shiki, does the person who gave you these live here in the city? I don't think so. It's been 7 years since we last met, and she didn't strike me as the type of person to stay in one place for too long. Good. If you were unwanted parties in the mix, the better. And it's really for the best not to get mixed up with Blue. She knows her. She knows who Aoko is. A stern expression graces her face as she falls silent. Arquid, do you know Master? I mean, the person who made these glasses? Of course. She's one of only 4 magicians currently in existence. These glasses are extraordinary, you know. Even I can't break them with my current strength. Arquid's tone grows more serious. Wait, you were trying to break them? Did I say that out loud? I knew it. I huff at her to give them back, and wrench the glasses out of her hand. Didn't you just say I'd go insane without these? Or is that exactly what you wanted? It's not like I was trying to make you go crazy. I just didn't like how precious they seemed to you for some reason. I really have no idea how vampires think. This girl was ready to destroy my one lifeline on a whim. Whatever. Just don't even think about trying to pull something like that again. They're not just a precious memento for Master. They're the one thing keeping me sane. Without them, the constant headaches alone would be enough to do me in. I suppose seeing death all the time would strain your brain. I bet there's an interesting connection between your eyes and those glasses, but I'll leave it at that for now. I'll tell you more about it some other time, though. No thanks. Sorry, but I don't enjoy long conversations. Bitch, what the fuck? This has been the longest conversation known to man. Really? I think talking to people is a lot of fun. Even if my words can only get half of what I want to say across, it still makes my heart flutter. Arquid beams an honest, unreserved smile. It really looks like the simple act of conversing is enough to make her happy. Introverts versus extroverts. Quick stretch. The night drags on, I'll say. Arquid is seated on the bed. I'm on the sofa, aimlessly staring at the clock. It's just past 4 a.m. Only an hour or so to go until sunrise.
あと1時間か。
One more hour, huh? Nothing out of the ordinary has happened so far, and Arkway doesn't look the slightest bit nervous. The hotel is perfectly peaceful. I've been pretty nervous myself, but it's starting to look like I didn't need to be. It's nice. I have a feeling the night will pass uneventfully, just like this.
ねえシキ、
Hey, Shiggy. For the umpteenth time this night, Arkwade calls out to me.
なんだよ。
What is it?
もう話すことと
Pretty
か
sure
ない
we're
か
out
ら
of
な。
conversation
こっち
topics by
は
now.
そうなの？
Really?
せっ
Feels
か
like
く
a
こ
shame
う
to
して
sit
る
in
のに
silence
も
when
った
we
いな
have
い
time to
ね。
talk.
あのな。
Well, I can't
さっき
keep
か
up
ら
with
ど
your
れだけ
chatter
おしゃべり
anymore.
に付き合ってると思ってるんだ。6時間だ
It's
ぞ。
been 6
6時
hours.
間。
6
何が
hours!
疲れたかって。
Talking to you is
見
even
張り
more
なんかより
exhausting
そっ
than
ちの
guard
方が
duty.
疲れたよ、俺は。
Arkwade shoots me a dissatisfied pout. It's been like this all night. For whatever reason, Arkwade just keeps talking to me. I told her that if she's so weak, she should just get some sleep instead, but
話している方が
it's
楽
more
しいか
fun
ら
to。talk. How did we end up like this? I really have no idea what's going through her mind. On top of that, I'm starting to get hungry. You and me both, brother. Now that I think about it, it's been nearly an entire day since I ate something. The last meal I had was yesterday's breakfast.
お腹が減っているな
If
ら
you're
何か
hungry,
食べ
why
て
don't you
よ。
just order something?
せっかくホテルに泊まっ
We're
て
staying
る
in
ん
a
だ
nice
から、
hotel,
ルーム
so
サ
you
ービ
might
ス
as
を
well get
使え
some
ばい
room
いのに。
service. At 4 in the morning? I don't know if the kitchen's open.
いえ、緊張感がそ
That's
がれ
fine.
る。
Hunger keeps me on
そう
my
いうお
toes.
前の方こそ
What about
何
you
か
though?
食べた方がいいん
You're
じゃない
weak and
か。
refusing to rest. Shouldn't you at
弱っ
least
て
eat
るくせ
something?
に眠りもしないんだから。せめて食事ぐらいしろよ。
式がいいなら私もやめとく。
If you're not eating, then I won't either.
普通の食事もそれ
Normal
なり
meals
に
have
意
their
味はあるけ
benefits,
ど、
but it's so
一
boring
人
to
で
eat
食べて
alone.
もつまらないもの。
普通の食事って
Normal meals,
食事に普
as
通の
opposed to-
特別も。
Oh. Right. She doesn't look like one, but she's still a vampire. Her meals would normally consist of human blood. She said it herself, vampires need human blood to survive. Which means she's drunk the blood of others before. I wonder how many humans she's killed in her life. I steal a glance at Arkwade. I just can't wrap my head around it. No matter how many times she explains the intricacies of vampires to me, I just can't imagine her drinking blood.
何？
Why are you
私
staring?
の顔に何か
Do I
つ
have
いて
something
る
on
の
my？ face? I quickly look away. It's her turn to stare at me now. The corners of her lips pull up into a mischievous grin.
気になる？
Are you curious?
No.
About what?
私がどのくら
About
い
how
の
many
数
people's blood I've
人
tasted.
間から血を吸ったのか気になる？
How many breads have you eaten in your life? She saw right through me. Her happy, smug smile is enough to unsettle me. I don't like it, but I can't deny that I'm morbidly curious as to how many people she's killed.
そりゃ気にな
Of
るよ。
course I am.
俺はお前
I'm
と
supposed
協
to
力
help
して
you
るん
out,
だ。
right?
それぐらい
If
知
I
っ
don't
とかない
know,
と
then how am I supposed to
いつ
predict
お
when
前
you
が
have
心変
a
わりし
change
て
of
襲い
heart
か
and
かって
decide
くる
to
か
tear me to
予測
pieces?
がつかないだろ。
It's a legitimate concern to have. Arkwade nods along, seemingly satisfied with my reasoning.
それじゃあ問題。
Alright then, let me ask you.
私は今
How
まで
many
何
people's
人
blood
の
do you
血を吸って
think
き
I've
たでしょう？
I swear to God, I thought she was going to say how many like how many olives have you eaten or something? How many breads have you eaten in your life? I thought for sure she was going to say that. Arkwade hops off the bed with a... I said bread. I said bread because I kept saying bread. Arkwade hops off the bed with a bounce and heads back over to the window.
何人乗っ
How
て
many?
それは
Arquid smiles sweetly. She seems to be enjoying herself. She's clearly trying to get a rise out of me. Fine, I'll play this game. This strange woman has to have killed 10 people? 100 people? 1,000 people? I don't know, chat, roll a dice. What do we think? Oh, if anybody else is even still paying attention. Goddamn. 1,000? Just how old do we think she is?
10人は少ない
Is 10 too few? 1 million blood.
はい、全然惜しくない外れね。
Then
じゃあ
somewhere
100
in
単
the
位
hundreds?
残念。日
Sorry,
和切っ
but
た
you're
外れ
way
で
off.
す。
なら
In the
1000単位なの
thousands?
か
はい、それも豪
Another
快に外
swing
れだ
and a
わ。
miss. Arquid chuckles softly to herself. I'm not angry with her, but I am starting to feel very frustrated.
じゃあそんな
I
こと
can't
は
believe
ない
I'm
と
saying
思
this,
う
but
けど
more than
まさか
10,000?
それも外れ。
Again, way
も
off.
う10だの
Seriously,
100
Shiggy,
だ
you
の
went from
1000だ
tens
の
to
って
thousands
式
in a
は私
heartbeat.
のことそう
Do
い
you
う
really
風に
think
見
so
てたわけ
poorly of me,
ね。
you big meanie?
ひどいな。それじゃあ見境なしじゃない。
She's never killed anybody, has she?
違うのか
Am I wrong?
吸血鬼
I
っての
figured
は見
vampires
境なしな
wouldn't
んだ
really have any scruples about this kind of thing.
人間だって生きてるだ
Humans eat when
け
we
で
get
腹
hungry
が減る
too.
んだ
If you need blood to
お前たちだ
survive,
って
then you're going to
生
take
き
what
て
you
いくため
need,
に
right?
血を吸うんなら再現はないんじゃないのか
100,000?
そうね。それ
Yeah,
はそう
that's
なんだけ
usually
ど
the。case. 1 more billion souls?
私は自分から
But
血
you
を吸う
know,
なんて
in the 800
この
years I've been
800年
alive,
一
I've
度も
never
ないか
drunk any
な。
blood.
普通
Not
の
a
人
single
間を
drop.
殺したことだって
And
一
I've
度もな
never
い
killed
よ。
a normal human either. I knew it. It's such a weird thing to hear a vampire say. But I still find myself asking the question.
それ
Are you
本
telling me
当
the
の
truth?
話か
本当よ。
Of course.
だって私
I mean, the thought of
血を
drinking
吸うの
blood
が
is
怖いんだも
terrifying
の。
to me.
血を吸うのが
You think it's
怖いって
Terrifying?
吸血鬼なの
Even though you're a vampire?
きっと臆病なの
Well,
よ。
I'm a bit of a coward, I guess.
だからいつまで経って
So
も
I'd say even
吸
now,
血師としても
I
半
might
人
only
前ってこ
qualify
と。
as half a vampire. Arquid utters the words as she idly glances out the window. She pauses to gaze at the night sky in a drawn-out moment of quiet. As I watch her, it feels like she's becoming less distinct, a hazy phantasm drifting away.
そっか
Only half, huh?
半人前なんだ
Just muttering those words provides an odd relief. Wait, why does it feel like a load has been taken off my shoulders? That's weird, right? Yep, it's definitely weird.
どうかしたのシキ。
Something wrong, Shiggy?
別に
No,
何でもない
Just
お前
thinking
が
how
臆病
funny
な
it
チ
is
キ
that
ン
you're
だ
a
から
chicken.
笑っただけ
チキン
Chicken?
私
You think I'm a
なんで
bird?
鳥
Arquid tilts her head in confusion. She really doesn't look like a vampire in the slightest. It's only natural for me to be relieved. How could I not be? It turned out that the person in front of me isn't anywhere near as evil as I'd feared. If what she says is true, then there's no reason for me to worry about Arquid spontaneously killing me. And it's not just my newfound sense of safety that's bringing me relief. You fell asleep? I don't blame you, honestly. It's been a lot of talking. There must be something wrong with me. The idea that Arquid doesn't count herself a full-fledged vampire is what has me happiest of all. I can't believe I was so wrong about her this whole time. Surprised I'm like, yeah, well, this chapter's running pretty long. I would have ended about an hour ago.
あれ
Huh? Just as I'm able to relax around Arquaid, I'm struck by a sharp sense of pain and vertigo. My vision is blanketed by a white haze. This isn't the same as my anemia. I'm still thinking too clearly for that. A strange cold chill accompanies my headache.
どうしたのよ、シキ。
What is it, Shiki?
そんなに額に
Your
汗
forehead's
を
all
かべちゃって。
It is?
汗
I wipe the back of my hand across my forehead as I reply, and am met with far more wet, sticky sweat than I'd anticipated. This is weird. Judging by the sweat, you'd think I was in a sauna. As if urged by the pool of anxiety welling up in my chest, my eyes dart to the digital clock. It's 4:32 a.m. Too early for the sun to beat back against the chilly night air. The clock itself still lists at the current temperature outside as a cool 11 degrees Celsius. It's way too cold for me to start breaking a sweat like this. So then why does this room feel like I'm standing outside on a hot summer day?
アルケード
Arquaid,
お前暑く
aren't
ない
you
の
feeling
か
hot?
ん
Huh?
別に
Not
活
really.
動に異常を
I
き
mean,
た
it's
すほ
only
どの
38
温度じゃないで
degrees.
しょ。
That's nothing.
まだたったの
It might be
38度だ
weekend,
し。
but I think I should still be
弱
able
ってい
to
ると
hold
はい
out
え、
until
今の私
3,000
でも
degrees or so.
3000度ぐらいまでなら普通だよ。
38 in Fahrenheit. She's a real one. She's an American. I'm an idiot for even asking. Did she say 3,000 degrees Celsius? So you could throw a vampire in a grill and they still wouldn't burn? No, this isn't the time to be thinking about that. The digital display still lists the temperature as 11 degrees. So either the clock is malfunctioning or my body is. I search the room for another thermometer.
なんだあれ
What the hell? As I scan the room, my gaze becomes transfixed on the monitor displaying a live feed of the hotel lobby.
燃え
Is that
てる
fire? I can hardly believe my eyes. It's something you'd only see in a movie. Flames spread through the lobby like water spilling from a sink. Mixed in the thick black smoke, I see a humanoid silhouette. It gives me the impression of a massive predator, a carnivore that eats those like it. Oh shit.
アルケード
Arquaid! Arquaid remains silent. Is it hostility I read in her expression? No, it's something more like contempt. The two of us must be entertaining very different thoughts as we stare at this monitor. It takes less than a minute for the lobby to be entirely engulfed by the sea of flames. The fire alarm doesn't ring. The digital thermometer still hasn't changed. But my body is drenched in sweat. Simply breathing the hot, dry air is enough to parch my throat. So she wasn't... She was speaking in Celsius. It's 38 Celsius. Despite the display reading 11. There's no time to think. They're here. Those flaming corpses from before have come to the hotel.
くそ
Shit. I make a run for the window to inspect the situation outside. The town looks the same as ever. The hotel is bathed in flames, but nobody outside seems to have noticed a thing. There's no sign of aid rushing to the hotel, nor of any humans frantically trying to escape the fire.
どうなってるんだアルケード
Arquaid, what the hell is going on here? Arquaid keeps her mouth firmly shut, unwilling to say a word. Time simply passes. The temperature feels like it's getting hotter by the second. My skin feels like it could burn any minute. I don't know what things are like outside our room, nor do I have any idea what things are like on the floors below. All I know is the awful, ominous feeling gripping my chest, telling me that it's already too late. Arquaid is still silent. Is it because she's worried or frustrated? Her arms are crossed like she's hugging herself, or maybe she's trying to hold herself back. She said she wouldn't leave this room. She said she didn't have the power right now. In which case, what did I come here for? I think we should go outside and investigate, but, that's just me. Let's go.
Yosh.
Here I go. I take a short, deep breath to clear my head. I search for something I could use as a weapon, but a quick survey of the room doesn't get me anything. I swallow my hesitation, take my knife from my bag, and head for the door. Shiki?
様子を見てくる。
I'm just going to scope
俺
things
が
out.
戻ってくるまで。
Don't
部屋
leave
から
the
出る
room
な
until I get back. Arkboy looks like she wants to say something, but I tear my gaze away and head into the hallway. It's dark. I guess the lights must have malfunctioned. The only light I see is a faraway glow from the elevator hall. My throat burns more now. The very air is thick and scraping against me like sandpaper. The silence in the hallway is unsettling. You could hear a pin drop. There isn't a single sign of life. No running in terror. No burnt. The utter silence is making me question what I saw on the monitor just now.
異常は
Everything
ないよな。
seems normal. I walk through the hallway. Sweat forms into beads and runs down my forehead. It's so quiet, I'm starting to feel that I'm the intruder here. Intruder, intruder, intruder. Normally, you'd exterminate any pests that intrude in a place like this. It's all I can do to calm myself down. I readjust my grip on the knife so the sweat doesn't make it slip from my palm. I feel nauseous. There's a pressure near my temples. Somewhere between my eyes and my brain, my nerves experience a strange pull. It's as if my eyes are trying to crawl into my brain cavity. Or maybe my brain's trying to swallow my eyes. I bite back against the dull, aching pain as I traverse through the heat wave blasting me from all sides. My eyes grow heavy. My eyelids feel like they're gaining mass. My body sways. I might just pass out. I know the feeling well. It's how I feel just before I collapse from anemia. It hurts. The pain is so unbearable. I have to take off my glasses. I look in the direction of the elevators. This corridor is so long. It's got to be more than 20 meters to the elevators from here. It's too far, I tell myself. Go back to the room. What is this? A few more steps and there'll be no more going back. A clear sound. The gentle chime of the elevator shatters the silence, as if to herald the destruction of this pure, empty space devoid of life. A foreboding chill stops me in my tracks. My eyes are pulled towards the unwanted intrusion. The small elevator light stops. It has arrived at its destination. I can see the lines stretching across the elevator door in the distance, though shrouded by so many, a dense web of them, I can barely see the door. The door is open. I peer inside the cramped metal box. The inside is overflowing with flesh. The flesh of things that were alive until a moment ago. My breathing ceases. Just like my brain refuses to process the things I'm seeing, so do my lungs abandon their duty. I stare at the scene within the elevator. The thick chunks of red meat are packed tight as they can be within the metal box. In the middle of it all are two dogs tearing at their morbid feast. Oh hell nah, oh hell yeah. It's fucking happening. We got the shining ass elevators up in here. My vision turns red. With a nauseating squelching noise, a gelatinous mass of meat oozes out of the elevator. A sea of blood, carcass, bone, brain, fingers, and viscera. The pool of carnage only houses two living residents, the dogs. The rational part of my brain refuses to accept this scene as reality. At the end of the hallway, the dogs are still digging into the mutilated cadavers. Terrible new sounds travel up through the elevator shaft. Discordant screams spill into the hallway. If I strain my ears, I can just make out the sounds of flesh being gnawed on, intermingled with the shrieks of despair so anguished they hardly sound human. It feels like my hearing has found a shortcut to my imagination. Even though I can't see it with my eyes, the carnage is all too clear in my mind's eye. People being burned alive. People being eaten alive. Wouldn't happen to be FromSoft dogs, because if they are, he's Dunzo. They are characteristic of FromSoft dogs, so where it might be Jover. A man notices the unusual temperature and leaves his room to flee. The second he opens the door, he is enveloped by a hellish fire that roasts him to the bone. A young girl sobs in despair, locked in her room. When the flames from the lobby reach her floor, she's in the bathtub. The water steams and bubbles, boiling her alive and turning her ruptured flesh to ash from the inside out. Many clamor to get into an elevator that arrives. Inside, they find it already packed with the bodies of those who tried to escape before. By the time the newcomers realize those present are no longer human, they are already being consumed. There are two types of screams. Those born from the fear of being eaten, and those born from the fear of being burned alive. There are no exceptions. The small elevator is a microcosm of what the hotel has become. This vision of hell is so close, I can feel the agony flush against my skin. I want to throw up, but I can't. If I did, I'd become a part of this horrible ocean of red. I force my body to remember how to breathe. I grind my teeth together to regain a sense of control. The dogs notice me. As soon as they do, all sound from the floors below stops. That can only mean one thing. No one else is alive. The dogs break into a sprint towards me. I'm the only prey left within their hunting grounds. The black hounds approach me. Their bodies are marked with countless lines. But they're no use to me now. My mind is too paralyzed to do anything. I can't even decide whether to fight or flee. One of the dogs leaps. No human could even come close to matching its speed. It covers the 20 meters of the hallway in less than 2 seconds. Its maw opens wide. Sharp, saw-like teeth reach for my throat. The dog's movements are fast and deadly efficient. The second my mind manages to process that it is leaping at me, the beast closes its fangs around my neck with a terrible gnashing sound. This is where Shikitono dies. No, that isn't right. This won't kill me. I won't die here. Seeing death isn't new to me. It was a hot summer day. It feels so long ago, yet it was merely 7 years. Back then, I witnessed something far more horrifying. Stab! I thrust my knife into the forehead of the dog who tried to gnaw at my throat. As if on autopilot, my arm swung up the second the monster's canines touched my skin, before it could pierce my carotid artery. I surprised even myself. Like a machine whose only function is cutting and slicing, I thread the knife through the dog's forehead with mechanical precision. It comes easily, as I am merely cutting through one of the dog's lines. Normally, destroying an animal's brain wouldn't cause its body to cease functioning immediately. The muscles will move and spasm in response to the brain's final signals, carrying out their last commands to the best of their ability. Even if I tore my blade straight through the dog's head, its fangs would still tear through my neck. But this is different. I didn't just kill the dog, I brought it death. Death means total cessation. No matter how monstrous the dog was, it lost every ounce of power the second I killed it. Destined death. It falls limply to the ground. The second dog is already lunging toward me in its place. I stab the knife into its wide-open jaw. My blade buries into its wet flesh. The skin of the dog may be oddly tough, but its insides are soft and yielding, its flesh and bone having long rotted. But I messed up this time. This dog's lines aren't on its head, they're all congregated around its chest. I might have managed to stab it, but the damage done is little more than a flesh wound. The knife has pierced the dog's maw, reaching the back of its head, which naturally means that the hand holding the knife is now fully enveloped in the creature's mouth. The dog is still very much alive. It clamps its jaw shut around my outstretched arm. I feel the strain as it pulls against the soft cartilage between my hand and wrist. Any moment now, it'll tear straight through the flesh. The pain is enough to snap me back to reality. This fucking hurts. What the hell am I doing getting my arm torn to shreds just to stick a knife into a dog's mouth? You piece of... I struggle and squirm, trying to wrench my arm out of its vice-like grip. As something gnashes at my arm, an intense pain shoots up through my nerves like firework. Its teeth feel like they're stuck deep within my arm, but it's awfully lively for something with a knife in its skull. The dog presses its weight against me, toppling both of us and pinning me down against the carpet. My back is driven hard against the floor. But even now, its grip on my arm hasn't loosened one bit. With my knife still plunged deep inside its head, the black dog tightens its jaw further. It's going to rip off my arm. This is insane. What kind of dog keeps biting down in a situation like this? Tim, you... Something warm and wet drips down to my elbow. Red blood is dribbling from the dog's frenzied, quivering lips. It might be the dog's blood trickling down my arm from the knife, or it might be my blood, flowing freely as the dog tries to render my arm into mincemeat. To my scrambled brain, it doesn't matter much. Let me go! The dog refuses to release its prize. There's no way I can run away with the dog still clinging to my arm. Not that running away was ever an option to begin with. Nor did I have any intention of doing so. I just want to survive. And in order to survive, there was only ever one condition. All I have to do is kill. But how do I do that? It won't be long till one of my arms gets chewed off. That arm is still gripping the knife. The full weight of the dog has me trapped against the carpet. Even if I managed to pull my arm free, chances are the dog would have its jaws around my neck the very next second. The desperate circumstances force a weak chuckle to escape my lips. I just need some time to assess the situation, some time to really think it through. That's how I've always done things. That's how I was taught. cut steel with a butter knife, just use your fingers, that's what I'm saying. Could he not? Like, look. See how there are plenty of lines running along the back of this dog's head? The path to survival is blindingly clear. This is a wild beast, a monster that devours humans. But when it's this close to me, I'm painfully aware of its wildly beating heart, burning with its own desire to live. It clamps down on my arm even harder than before. I'm such an idiot. I'm so stupid. I wish it was me tearing my own throat out. It's kill or be killed, a natural, universal law. So why? Why does the supposed cruelty of the action give me so much pause? A thick drop of blood splashes against my face. The red fluid drips down my forehead and into my eyes. My vision is painted a deep, dark crimson. It burns itself into my retinas until red is all I can see. The warm, viscous liquid strikes me as oddly familiar. My consciousness slowly slips away from me. Even so, I can't kill something that's alive. Hypocrite. You've already killed something much bigger than some mutt. Ah, that's right. But that time was different. With our queen, Shiki Tono wasn't thinking clearly at all. Even when I killed that big dog, it was as if my body moved on its own, without my input. But this time, it requires me to make a conscious decision. Didn't Master tell you, Shiki? To use this power for yourself and not for anyone else. That's why. As long as I stay who I am, as long as I remain a decent human being, I will never take any life for granted. Hypocrite. You've done it all before. Long ago. A bad dream from my childhood. Look what's holding you. Look, what's holding you back now? It was a hot summer day. It's kill or be killed. Before me is the figure of a young boy drenched in blood. You've already. My hands are stained with warm, red blood. Killed before, haven't you? I stab. Rather than extract my arm, I instead bury it deeper as I slice through the beast's skull. A pained shriek echoes in my eardrums. Unable to cry out properly with my arm jammed down its throat, the dog's wail resembles a woman's shrill scream. It must be in tremendous pain. Not that it matters. I drive the knife deeper inside, together with my mangled arm. The blade pokes out from the back of the dog's skull. I split its skull and effortlessly slice through its hide, scattering gobs of blood and brains across the carpet. Before I know it, I've thrust both my knife and my arm cleanly through the back of the dog's skull. And yet it still lives. There's only one thing left for me to do. I take the knife from my bloodied right hand and move it to my left. The impaled dog's body trembles and squirms, seemingly pleading for mercy. It even stops digging its fangs into my flesh, as if to show remorse. Like I fucking care. I run my blade along the beast's lines and quickly dismantle its body. I look down on that which was once filled with life. The limp body no longer protests as I finally remove my arm from its maw. The hell? You hardly even bit me. I take a long look at my bloodied arm. My school uniform has been torn to shreds, but the gouges in my flesh aren't even a centimeter deep. The deluge of blood dripping down my arm earlier must have belonged to the dog. It doesn't even hurt that badly anymore. My fear must have clouded my mind and amplified the pain in the heat of the moment. I'm still lying down on the floor, staring at the ceiling. My head hurts so much. My world is a patchwork stitched together by these lines of death. Though my limbs are freezing cold, my mind is spinning with a fever. The corpses of the two dogs are right beside me. One of my arms is covered in blood, while the other still clutches the reddened knife. Beneath this floor are the mangled and charred corpses of the victims that died in the pandemonium. There's nothing I can do but laugh. Because this isn't real. It can't possibly be real. I'm normal. Totally normal. The only weird thing here is this dream. The second I wake up, it'll all go away. But when did I start dreaming with my eyes open? The elevator chimes. Such a cute, clear noise, entirely inappropriate for the current situation. The elevator? It's the elevator adjacent to the one that brought the dogs. My exhausted brain doesn't even try to contemplate what this means. The doors open. My mind might not be working, but my body will have to. In a dull haze, I grip the knife in my right hand and haul myself up to face the oncoming tragedy. I don't want to do this. I wearily gaze inside of the newly arrived elevator. Inside it is... nothing. It's completely empty. A bit of an anticlimax in its own way. The danger has passed. Everything's over, and I've already gotten a grasp of the situation on the lower floors, which means there's no reason for me to stick around here. I turn to leave when... someone... anyone... please, anybody... I hear a woman's voice. She sounds so desperate it almost seems out of touch with reality. Her pleading screams grow in volume, accompanied by panicked footfalls. There's no mistaking it. It must be a survivor, out of breath as she frantically works her way up the stairwell next to the elevators. Oh, thank God. This place isn't on fire yet. She sounds relieved, but she doesn't slow her pace. Within moments I can see her, spilling from the stairwell and into the hallway. You! Hey, you! She starts running again as she takes note of me. Thank God, there's someone else here. I'm saved. Yeah, very suspicious. Her expression, overcast and pale with fear, is lit up by a flash of joy as her eyes focus on me. A white-gloved hand seizes her, ripping her from salvation and back into hell. No, no, please. No, no, no! Still watching me, the woman begs for help. And then she falls silent. No resistance, no constraints that bind her. The second she's grabbed, she loses consciousness, as if this were a dream, and she was snapped awake, leaving only her body behind. Stop. Stop this at once. That woman. She has nothing to do with this. She's just a sweet and innocent girl. Preying on her is... Stop! My cries come too late. Not that they would have changed anything. My eyes are fixated on the woman's neck. Starry orbs of light flicker and scatter within my vision. Rage, like never before, boils in my chest. My vision clears and I see two soulless pits amid a deluge of blood. The woman's legs twitch ever so slightly, her fingers jolting reflexively. All emotion, all life, drains from her face. It has to be the first time I've seen it happen. But I don't need to be familiar with the sight to comprehend the horrific spectacle in front of me. The drinking and gulping of the monster is almost unnaturally loud against the otherwise silent hallway. When it's had its fill, the monster discards her body without a second thought. Her body wavers, frail like a withered tree. A ballerina tiptoeing the fine line between life and death. I gaze at her pitiful form. The woman is totally silent. The only sound is that of rushing blood. Then her back splits open. In a single moment, a fountain of blood erupts. The vampire sighs in relief as he bathes in the scarlet shower. In an instant, everything around me changes. The sweltering temperature finally seems to match up with reality. A dam of fire bursts, flooding out all at once. The hallway is absolutely enveloped by flames. The heat presses against me, singeing and stinging at my skin like claws. If I were to take a breath now, I'd surely burn my lungs. But something is strange here. The flames continue looking at their surroundings, and yet the building isn't on fire. As the only thing still alive here, I am the only one left to feel this inferno. My headache intensifies. The man begins walking my way. It's clear he's the source of this river of flames. The closer he gets, the more terrible the heat becomes. He's still 15 meters away from me. But even at this distance, it's impossible for me to breathe. I realize that nothing could survive in this man's vicinity. The proximity alone would lead to certain incineration. The shadow continues onwards in my direction. He's lean and tall, wearing antiquated clothes, topped by a heavy fur cloak. Though his figure may be human-like, everything about him screams that he's anything but. There's something off about him, something wild and crazed. Only 13 meters now. He continues without a sound. I glare at the man, knife firmly in hand. He doesn't respond. I'm starting to wonder if he can even see me. 10 meters. I train my eyes on his body. Amid the rising flames, I can finally see the lines of death that cover him. My brain feels like soup boiling over an open flame. What is that? A dense and intricate torrent of death swirls at the center of it all. And at the center of the torrent is an odd glimmer, bright and shiny like a precious jewel. My head hurts too much to keep staring at it. It's like how staring straight into the sun will burn your retinas. There's no way I can directly stare at his core for too long. If I don't steel myself, my brain might rupture at the sight of it. 8 meters. He draws ever closer. The temperature rises, though not enough to cook through human flesh yet. 6 meters. The man stops. His focus falls on me. It took him this long to notice me standing here. I meet his gaze. I shouldn't make eye contact. Arcwade's words of warning ring clearly in my ears. But I can't tear my eyes away. I can't ignore the abyss before me. He's different. His eyes can't be the mystic eyes Arcwade was talking about. These are entirely, fundamentally different. They aren't eyes that bind the viewer, they're just filled with madness. The eyes of one who has lost his mind. A madman. A poor, hapless man driven crazy by his own impulses. A man just like me. My instincts scream at me to get out of danger. Every alarm in my body tells me this is bad news. But my body won't move, not even as much as a single fingertip. Danger signals fire through my synapses. No matter the cost, I have to get away from him. If I don't, it'll be the end for me. But I'm too late. The creature with sickly eyes stares at me, but barely pays me any notice. From its outstretched hand unfolds a fire that'll burn me alive. I'm going to die. This fire is as real as it is terrifying. Different from the blue flames that flooded the hall, there was some sort of byproduct, an effect to his cause. They could swallow you alive, but you wouldn't die immediately. They'd scorch you with some awful phantom pain that feeds off life itself. But these flames are different. Just getting close is enough to char the skin, enough to burn all organic matter to ashes. The fire engulfs me from all sides, like a claw seizing its prey. It will cleave my body in two, neatly cauterizing the flesh where it is ripped apart. The only thing more real than this fire is my fate. Yet just before I die, my body is flung backwards with a snap. Arcwade. The name creaks from my throat. My mind goes blank. I have a rough understanding of what just transpired. Arcwade pulled me back before stepping in front of me to absorb the blow from that sinister, fiery hand. But what I don't understand is why she did it. Wasn't I supposed to be her shield? So why is she getting hurt to protect me instead? Arcwade's face scrunches up in pain. The man hits her with the flaming claw again and again. But this time, she doesn't have to pull me out of the fire's way. Arcwade swings her right hand like she did in the alley, batting the flames away. But she's unable to extinguish the flames entirely. The lingering embers strike her head on. Does that mean even Arcwade could be burned if she took the full brunt of these flames? Are they hot enough to kill even her, this woman with barely any lines on her, who's supposed to be so far removed from death? The entire clash lasts less than 5 seconds. The two exchange a dozen blows each way. I don't understand why, but when they're done, the man solemnly lowers his arm. He stares at Arcwade intently, not saying a single word. Arcwade glares back bitterly as she clutches at her red abdomen. The man has eyes for nothing but Arcwade. He doesn't even care that I'm here, safe behind Arcwade's protective figure, clutching a knife. Vapor slips from the man's lips. His breath is heavy, like it's being pushed through an exhaust pipe, as he reaches with his left hand to find something beneath his coat. I hear a faint metallic clink. It's got to be some kind of blade. He's hiding a long object beneath his coat, the same object he used to rend through the back of that woman and turn her into a fountain of blood. He takes one step closer to Arcwade. His weapon is still carefully concealed beneath his coat.
無礼者
Insolent
豚でなけれ
boor.
ば
Only a
名を
swine would fail to speak their name before battle.
それとも
Or
貴
did
様
your
の
sire
者
neglect to teach you the
最
most
低限
basic
の言葉
level
も
of
教え
decorum?
ぬ刀なしだったのか
The man stops in his tracks. A light flickers behind his hollow eyes, as if he's only just remembering himself. I don't even know what language Arkwood used, but the man clears his throat, composing himself. His voice carries a current of pain, like he had forgotten he were a living being until just now.
礼儀は知っている。
I know the proper decorum.
だが
I merely
貴
possess
様
no
に語る
name
ほ
to
ど
share
の
with
名
you.
はまだない。
礼儀はなっていないけ
You
ど
may be lacking in
恥だけ
etiquette,
は
but at
足り
least
て
you
いる
still
よ
know
ね
shame.
元の名前は
So
失っ
you've
た
lost your original name. Surely there's some way to
でも呼
address
び
you,
名ぐら
though.
いはあるでしょ
You may have
継いだ
only
ばか
just
りのようだ
inherited
け
the
ど
title, but
仮
you're
にも
still
その
an
一択なんだか
ancestor.
ら
The atmosphere in the hall shifts. The azure flames well up all around the corridor, burning ever brighter. It looks like Arkwade hit a sore spot.
ブロー
Vlov. A pained expression paints his face.
ブ。ブローブアル
Vlov
ハンゲル。
Archangel. That's very subtle. He declares his name.
知らない名前
Can't say I've heard of you.
私が
Since
記
I've
録
got no
していない
record
以
of
上
you, I doubt you were a
正当な
legitimate
後継者
successor.
とも思えない
Did your sire
もしか
destroy
して
himself?
親は自滅
そうではない。
No. It was I who dispatched my liege.
俺が仕留めた。
なったばかりのそってこと
So you've only just become an ancestor.
じゃあ次は
Have you
私
come
を
to make a
殺して
name for
箔を
yourself
つ
by
けたい
killing me next?
名誉は
Prestige
Onore no
and glory
mune ni
are
aru.
found within the heart.
俺は
I take
俺
only
が
that
欲し
which
い
I
ものしか
desire.
奪わない。
心構えは立派だ
I
けど
admire your
それなら
courage,
私
but
だ
you
けに
should
絞りな
focus
さ
on
い
me alone.
これはちょっとやり
You're
すぎ
kind
よ
of overdoing it here.
いや、
No.
この都市は汚れ
This
ている。
city is tainted.
焼き尽くさな
If
け
I
れ
am
ば
to follow
俺
my
の心
creed,
情
I
に
must
求む。
cleanse this place in flame.
あっそう
Really?
つまり蛮
So
族
you're
同
just a
然の
third-rate dead
三流
apostle,
使徒だった
no
わ
better
け
than a barbarian.
粗野であることを
I am
自
aware
覚し
of
てい
my
る。
own crudeness.
真祖の日、
Princess of the true
その心
ancestors,
臓を俺
surrender
によ
your
こせ。
heart to me. The area around Vlov twists with shimmering heat. Like a river bursting through its banks, the fire rushes in our direction. Arkwade stands in front of me like a breakwater, holding back the flood from swallowing me whole.
動かないで式
Don't move, Shiki.
この炎が
These
あいつの
flames are
武
his
器
weapon.
消し済みになりたくな
If
か
you
っ
want
た
to be more than a pile of
私の後ろ
ashes
か
by
ら
the
離
time
れ
this
ない
is over, you'd better stay well behind me. I appreciate her warning. Something about her words strikes me as odd. This is his weapon? Is she really sure about that? I mean, after creating these high temperatures, he's still... No. This isn't the time to think about that. Focusing, I tightly grip the knife in my hand. He's coming. The hallway is now a cavern of flame. Vlov pulls the blade from his coat. Huh? For some strange reason, Vlov suddenly turns his back towards us. He strides down the hall and leisurely enters the elevator, leaving us behind as if nothing had happened. What? Okay, now I officially don't understand a goddamn thing. I don't understand those dogs, I don't understand the flames that covered the hallway, and I don't understand the walking nightmare that attacked the hotel. Arkwade slumps against me with a thud. She's got a nasty wound. It looks like she managed to stop the bleeding, but her face is contorted in pain. It's still fresh. After all, she only just received the wound while she was shielding me from certain death.
そうだよ。
I'm
お
here.
前、
Why
なんで
did you... I may have underestimated him a little.
あれくらい
I
な
thought
ら
I
士気
could
を
jump
助
in
け
to
て
save you, and
私も
still make
軽
light
くか
work
わ
of
せ
him
ると思ったん
afterwards.
だけどさすがだ
But
ね
maybe I underestimated you too.
士気にやられ
That
た
wound you
傷
gave me is no joke.
そんなに甘くなかったみたい
With her face still scrunched up in pain, Arkwood smiles as if she were amused by her own words. I can't bear to look at her. Not only did she suffer this wound while protecting me, I'm the reason she's this weak in the first place. So why is she still smiling at me so stupidly? How am I even supposed to respond? Arkwood leans against me, putting her weight on my shoulder as she closes her eyes.
ちょっと待て。
Hold on,
何目を
don't
閉
close
じてる
your
の
eyes, you
バカ。
dumbass.
しっかりしろ。
Pull yourself together.
お前は
Aren't
夜
you
な
some
ら死
kind
な
of
ない
super
吸血鬼なん
vampire
だ
who
ろ。
can't die at night?
うん
Well, yeah,
でも
but it
私
seems I might have hit my limit.
なんだか限界みたい
What?
悪いんだけど
Sorry, but
部
can you
屋
help
ま
me
で
get back to
連
my
れ帰っておい
apartment?
て
Arkwood collapses against me. I manage to catch her just in time, arms wrapped tight around her slender body.
ちょっと待ってくれ。
Hold on just one
そん
second.
な
If you die on my here, I'll really have no idea how to respond.
ダメだ。起きろ、アルクエ
Damn
ド。
it, wake up, Arkwood! I shout at her, shivering. Her eyes remain closed. When? Her soft snoring sounds so content, I'm starting to feel like an idiot for being worried about her at all. Yeah. My concern was wasted on her. She's not dying. She just fell asleep.
部屋まで
Sure,
連れてけっ
whatever.
て。また
I'll
勝
drag
手
you
なこと
back all the
言い
way
やがって
home. Keep tossing around those selfish commands, why don't you? It's not like there's any other option, though. We can't exactly stay at the hotel when it's like this. Things will get difficult if we stick around the scene of a massacre. Despite everything being limited to just one hotel, as morning comes and people arrive, it'll quickly be clear what happened. My head still hurts. Arkwood isn't the only one who's at her limit. I put my glasses back on to at least alleviate my headache.
アルクエイドの部屋って。
Arkwood's apartment.
ああ、あそこ
Right,
だ
I remember where it is now. Even though I've only visited once, I still vividly recall its location. Well, no point in loitering here any longer. I gather up our things from the royal suite, pull Arkwood into my arms, and leave the barren hotel with a feeling of shame pressing down on my shoulders. We're still going, can you believe it? It's already light outside.
そうか。
So that's what it
そう
was.
いうことか。
That explains why the man left so suddenly. The sun illuminates the city with its gentle light. Night has given way to day. For now, I should just focus on getting Arkwood the rest she needs. Taking a taxi is out of the question. We stand out. If a pair this suspicious got into your car, you'd definitely remember their faces. Instead, I carry Arkwood as far from the hotel as I can before boarding a bus bound for Soya Station. We're lucky. Given the early hour, there are no witnesses or curious onlookers to point their gaze at us. The emergency exit around the back is exactly like I left it 2 days ago. Neither the residents nor the building's caretakers must have noticed the lock was broken. It's 6:30 in the morning now. I sneak into the self-proclaimed vampire's room just like I did the last time. Finally, this long mess of a day can be laid to rest. Oh, and how long and messy it was. Fire and blood. But it's not over yet. Fortunately for you and myself, however, that's going to do it for us for tonight. No, I defy you, video game. Be gone. Wow, that ran way longer than I expected it to. That was almost 5 hours long. Even the longest chapter in, even one of the longer chapters in Witch on the Holy Night, which I think was also chapter 4, was not quite that long. Maybe the finale was, but goddamn, that was crazy. Alright. So for those of you that are still here, why don't we find somebody to raid? Who's doing what? The yapping exposition is to blame. True. Thank you for the stream. Well, you are very welcome. Let's see. How about we pick up where we left off last night and actually made raid mushroom like we were supposed to. Not last night, but Saturday night. It looks like they are not ending stream this time. They're playing some Dead by Daylight. That ought to keep up the spooky vibes we had in this episode. It's not a game that I'm particularly familiar with, but you know, it's fun. It's neat. It's cool. I'm gonna go grab some food and go to bed, I guess, because wow, that ran really, really late. It is 10:30. Raid message, as always, it is our classic. Raid leave. You spam that shit. Spam nicely. Anyway, if you're carrying on, I appreciate you sticking on the raid train, even if you do end up having to raid and run, as I'm going to. Sharing support to other VTubers is always good. Yeah, I don't know. Other than that, I am wiped out from that. I have been yapping for so long, dude. How do these VTubers do it? Anyway, we'll be back again tomorrow for some Ultra Kill, and then for the rest of the week's schedule, check out my Twitter. Thanks for hanging out, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye bye.